Hi everyone, I'm Invective. I'm joined by Hachidori Hanabi, and we're very pleased to bring you the start of our coverage here at GAL for the first week in the play-ins of the regional finals for the Americas.
Absolutely. Very exciting to have you all here for a lovely broadcast here on Guardian Angel League. Looking forward to seeing the pros in action. Looking forward to seeing some crazy plays on the Space God set. We've seen a lot of crazy plays so far. It'll be cool to see what the pros have in their bag this week as they try to secure a spot in those regionals.
Yeah, and for a reminder, today is going to be the play-in. That means we have 16 players who I believe the top half will be advancing to tomorrow after trying to sort of weed out the lower end of the high performers in this set. So that means that we're going to have 4 players from the TPC. I believe that's Ego, Basso Skills, Reti, and Quintanilla. And outside of those, a lot of competitors have tried to rise up from the Tier 2 level of competition, and I believe you'll recognize a lot of names as players who have either been in Tier 1 before, or who are regularly recognized as the kinds of players who could compete at that level. So the competition today is absolutely going to be fierce.
Absolutely. A lot of familiar names here. I mean, Kiyun, definitely a well-known player in the scene. Stellar Mini slash now on Fnatic Mini, also going to be competing today. Jukyu, we've seen a lot of. Upset Max, pretty famous in the community for being quite an awesome coach to a lot of players. Now also playing on the big stage. Going to be exciting to see how they perform, as well as Jungle Book. So yeah, a lot of players, a lot of exciting names out there. Also some newer names that we've seen a little less often, but it'll be cool to see how they all stack up as they try to fit their way into these regional competitions through the play-ins today in this sort of last chance qualifier of sorts.
Yeah, this is absolutely going to be a great day of competition. I think that if I had to select any favorites, well, at the very least, we are going to have a look at Lobby 1 to begin with, and I'm very interested to see how the competition plays out between Basso Skills, Philip, and Minhee, who have been known to study together and who are absolutely going to be friends, but, you know, friendship doesn't really last in a free-for-all game of teamfight tactics.
We've definitely seen study groups that study together have extreme success together in the past as well, even when they have to contest each other's lines. I think back to the Citadel gaming group that happened last set, where there was one patch where basically everyone from that study group made it to the top of the lobby, the final lobby of the regional. So it's possible if the study group has the right read, they could all float and swim, or if they have the wrong read, they might all sync together. It's going to be very interesting to see how they do, especially if they have similar ideas and strategies going into the start of the first day here. Also excited to see, I mean, Ready was a cool face that we saw last time make it all the way to late stages of competition for the pro circuit, all the way, I think, to Worlds, in fact, as well as, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Ready does. Kint also has played very well in the past, so even though we won't get to see that Lobby 2 for now, going to be curious to see how those players play in future parts of the rotation here and future games. But for now, these first 2 games, we're going to take a peek at Lobby 1 for tonight.
Yeah, Reddy is someone who I am really rooting for in terms of trying to keep their spot in the TPC. They had a really wonderful set 16, and I think adapting to the higher level of competition in TPC can certainly be very difficult. I'm not sure if Reddy had to play the EMEA Cup, but that one is also like a big schedule disruptor in terms of adapting to competition in a different time zone. And overall, they're someone that I would really like to see return in the next season of TPC play.
Absolutely. Spam that confetti to cheer on Reddy. Let's see how Reddy can do. But we'll see. Oh, yeah, and there he is. Yeah, so stats so far this set haven't been the greatest situations. Not doing as well in the set so far. Definitely not having the most successful Space Gods. But I think the one thing with TFT is that really, a lot of times the game is very different patch by patch. And so if we take a look at this current patch, there's a lot of things that sort of have opened up, different lines have opened up. It feels a lot more flexible than previous patches did in terms of needing to play for crazy lines. There's more sort of stable lines you can play for, and I'm hoping that that provides a sort of stability in which Reddy can build in some of these games moving forward. Has indeed qualified for that Tactician's Crown in the past, hoping to make that run back again. We'll see how he does in these games, hoping to improve on that 5.2 AVP so far that he's had in the Space God set.
Yeah, and I mean, in terms of the level of play, we can say that Reddy has been in the sort of hyperbolic time chamber for the duration of the set, playing against some of the best players both in scrims and in the official tournaments. And so I believe that Reddy has certainly developed a level of expertise over the course of this set, a level of experience that he can bring in as part of his confidence for even the play-ins, but also the rest of week one, as we hope he gets to continue to advance. And yeah, these stats aren't the best, but you can see that the career stats are a lot more favorable than the stats here for this set, which, you know, anything can really happen. You are definitely going up against really tough competition.
I mean, look at that 61% top 4 rate, right? If I had that in my ladder, I'd be a challenger player. That's a very good top 4 rate, and that's counting him in competitive play. So definitely a strong player, despite some of the lesser results here in Space Gods. But like you said, facing against the best of the best for a lot of the set so far. But now we're gonna turn back to our lobby for these first two games. Gonna see how Basso and the rest of that study group face off in this Varus and Echo game to start out.
Yeah, do you have a favorite god among these two?
I think a lot of times that Echo God can really just give you a useful last item. That last anomaly item, you know, sometimes it's going to be that big tanky item for your front line where you just have an unkillable tank. But sometimes, hey, I just need some burn, I need some wound. That can be actually helpful to put on a caster at the end of the game. So there's a lot of ways that they can be useful, and a lot of the boons for Echo are quite nice. You get artifacts on a delayed timer, you can get other items on a delayed timer. It can be quite useful. Even some extra cash with the cash flow to make things like crazy 3-stars, which I will say, you can hit 3-star Bard and some crazy things will happen. I've experienced that on the ladder. So be on the watch out for those Echo boons. Varus will be helpful for anyone who's trying to go for that reroll. So if you see someone going for, say, a 1-cost reroll or a 2-cost reroll here, definitely be on the lookout. If you see like a Jax Hero, for instance, might be an angle for a Varus duplicator angle. So we'll see what happens there. But for now, it's going to be just some rogues held here by, I think that's, yeah, Silencer 142, holding on that Timebreaker as well. But yeah, you see a lot of the pros holding these Vigars. The Vigar printing strategy, where you just go to basically have a 2-star Vigar, play with tempo, and try to level all the way until you can get 7 meeples on the board and start cloning that Vigar. That's proven quite effective for a number of players. I think last patch it was a Gnar patch, but this patch, with the Gnar being a little weaker, they've sort of turned to that Vigar as an angle for this. So yeah, it can be interesting to see how the players navigate this.
Yeah, I think Ego, who we saw at the very beginning, did start the game with three Vigars in the shop, as well as the Meepsy drop. So I feel like that seems very, very appealing to play the Vigar line that you're talking about. And I'm a big fan of the Vigar myself. It's something that I think I had a streak of earlier in the set of just like playing around the Meeples. I think he's a cute unit, and despite not having any of those like classic infinitely scaling mechanics, he still feels like he can drop a bomb.
Dropping bombs indeed, especially if you get that jeweled gauntlet on there and get some casting on. As we see here, I guess the debate here is between, yeah, it's whether you're going to go for a reroll angle or you're going to go for something else. Because there's a roller when he could go for that Cho'Gath Lysandra. It is one of those 1-cost rerolls where you can actually hit that 3-star Cho'Gath, hit that 3-star Lys, and feel really, really good about your position, because it actually scales quite well into the late game, especially once you hit 6 Darkstar. But for now, I think went with, is that Buried Treasures or something similar there?
Yeah.
I forget which one that is. Yeah. So instead opting for more loot in a sense, right? More stuff, which is never a bad call. I think it's a little risky to go for that one cost reroll without as many Lissandra copies. I think there was also a consideration of maybe we play the Jinx reroll with a challenger start, but neither really worked out for Minhir. So I think it's just gonna be a little bit of a lost streak with a Darkstar Brawler start here for Minhee to start off.
Yeah, I feel a little bit dismal about trying to play one cost reroll without a very, very powerful setup. In a situation where we know that it's going to be a prismatic start, and I think that we don't have that many copies, like you said, because I think the power level of the lobby is going to be such that even if we spike in stage 3 after our little loss streak here, we might not be able to preserve the amount of HP and have the late game power level that makes a comp like Lissandra so powerful.
I really like and speaking of Lissandra, right? I really like the situation that Koalas found themselves in here. 2-star Leona is not bad at all. Having the Vanguards is good, but also this deadlier caps on this Lissandra. Lissandra is going to use it quite well early on, but then we can move this deadlier caps over to a different user later in the game, whether it's a Karma or maybe even a Nami, or almost certainly LeBlanc got buffed in this patch. There's a world where LeBlanc could be the angle as well, or late game Vex, Sona, also good holders, even Bard, right? So the idea of going to AP Flex was not so good in the previous patches, but in this current patch where LeBlanc actually stabilizes quite well, there's a lot of worlds where it actually makes sense to go for this kind of angle. As we see, I think another Deadlier Caps user over here, who's probably going to be contesting is Ego, also going to have to flex a little bit around the AP units, but also has a 2-star AP unit with the Deadlier Caps and trying to play around that.
Yeah, as for Ego, I do feel like this could still be a Vigar angle. This is a moment where you are going to have to make a few compromises, because if we look at the shop, if we look at the bench, we have a big set of choices between making 10 gold, holding a Lowy, and holding some of these Meeple units. And I think that if Ego continues to win streak, I believe there is a bit of a justification to hold these units, try to make sure that we get to continue our streak as time goes on. But as it is, yeah, we are going to be selling Gnar. We're not going to be holding the Alawi pair, and I think that is sort of a reasonable compromise.
Definitely making 10 opted for over going for that Alawi pair. I do think it's just the chance of getting that Alawi too is not that high for a while, and given the high cap with the early prismatic start, right, there's a chance that you're really going to need that gold later in the game. So just saving that gold for later, trying to get that econ going, it seems to be the call for all of our players, at least making 10 here at this stage.
I'm not sure who we're looking at for this carousel choice for the Pengu's parting gift. We do know that Echo was offering players 4 costs, but I'm not a big fan of waiting 3 rounds for a 4 cost. I feel like the amount of gold that you get if you miss is a little bit too low to justify.
Yeah, the 4 costs, if the 4 costs were more impactful as units, there's where we can say, hey, that 4 cost will guide my game. That's not really happening at this point in the meta, unfortunately. A lot of those kinds of like impactful champions would rather be those 5 costs or actually some 3 cost drops. Champions like Samira and Ornn, as we see in this shop here, unfortunately, it doesn't look like Silencer is playing for a Space Group Samira Ornn type game. But if they were, that would be a great shop to get. Yeah, just the 3 costs actually give you more direction right now than the 4 costs do a lot of times. And having to wait those extra few turns means you're really getting that delay on the reward, so not the greatest situation if you want to keep a streak going and keep your tempo.
That's fair. I have to imagine that Silencer is trying to play around the Exalted Adventure. I would love to see if we could highlight that in terms of the the augment, and it'll say which of these 2 costs we happen to be pursuing. Hopefully Silencer is able to just have interesting Akali, Milio, and Zoe. I was hoping it might be the Pantheon. But no, it does look like we are just going to try to continue loss streaking through the stage with the 3 Timebreaker in, and then try to farm as many rolls as possible to hit this reward.
I'm going to imagine that Silencer is going to aim for the Akali Emilio side of that thing and play for sort of a brawler, marauder-ish type, like basically the brawler Yi type game, but just going for the 3 stars on the Akali and the Emilio for now, because a lot of those Zoes are going to be gobbled up by those AP Flex players who have those Leonas and other units on their board for looking for arbiters for maybe Leona printing or things like this. So would make sense to angle the Akali Emilio, especially since Zoes will be in scarcer supply, I would guess. I would at least guess so. We'll see.
Yeah, in terms of the trait tree, I would say it's also really hard for Zoe to connect. Whereas you do have that bruiser connection that you're talking about. I have to say, Ego as the UI, which is so nice, shows does have 7 copies of Vygar, and it's a really lovely position to be in, to be win streaking with deadlier caps and be so close to this out.
Absolutely. I mean, typically you really don't want to have to roll that hard for Vhagar, because the idea is to maintain the tempo, just keep pushing to a bunch of meeple, clone to get your 9 units for your 3-star, and then immediately flex back out of 7 meeple into something else for that's a bit stronger. But if you've got this many Vhagars, I mean, basically you only have to spend maybe 2 rounds of 7 meeple, which is quite a small amount, and then farm the Vhagar 3 pretty quickly and just keep pushing that tempo. So ego spot looks fantastic, feeling quite good if you're in that position. We see Philip over here has this board holding onto some Space Groove units and has an Orin too. So this is interesting. For now, play the Lysandra and the Cho'Gath just to have to field a board of sorts, and kind of has this choice to make of, am I going to play around this Orin and go for the Orin Samira, but the items don't look that good right in that situation. Okay, the choice of the sword is making me think that's definitely going to be that Samira Orin angle, and this rod is later just going to go onto the Nami in some way, because the swords are really important for that Samira unit. Samira Orin was nerfed a little bit in this patch, but compared to other patches, it's not as strong as it was when it was crazy dominant, especially with 2 tanky, but it is still a very, very strong composition that can do well, and with Prismatic Ticket, your chance of hitting that Orin 3, the Samira 3, goes up significantly because of all those free rerolls you're going to amass.
Yeah, I am a little bit cautious about Philip's gold amount right now, and selling those units does seem to indicate, like, there is... I don't know, I feel like selling the Teemo makes me feel like we're not exactly playing around Space Groove, but if we are not playing around Space Groove, then I'm not convinced I know what it is we are actually doing. This is a really cool roll down to be watching, though. Silencer is going to be trying to find copies of the Emilio and copies of the Akali. So far, not a lot of either one.
Yeah, unfortunately, finding more Dianas than Akalis right now. There's not a whole lot of those 2 costs in the shop that he wants. Yeah, it's only 2 Akalis so far, and only 3 Emilios on top. So not feeling the greatest about that Exalted Adventure. That adventure is looking pretty mediocre so far. Only 4 Emilios with all that gold spent to roll down with a gain 21 gold. Gotta feel pretty rough for that augment. You're basically playing down an augment at that point.
Yeah, my inclination is to say that the Emilio ends up being a unit that's not all that great as a standalone carry, but a unit that is really successful when you have it as a duo carry. Hitting the Akali 3 is going to be nice in terms of, like, when you cash out your Exalted Adventure, you are going to be able to use that other unit as a duo carry, but we know that Akali doesn't have the best scaling, isn't a top tier carry by any means.
Absolutely. I think especially without the sort of perfect board for either of those 2, I think in the right kind of board, you can have Emilio do quite a decent chunk of damage with that sort of the Lulu Emilio reroll that we've seen a lot of, which is kind of what Silencer is trying to make happen with this Pantheon as well. So that's an option, but lacking the Lulu in that case, like you said, Lulu's the main carrier in that case. As we see, wait a second, 2 tanky on Minhe's board. And the items look perfect for Samira Orin. This looks like a Samira Orin angle. Look at the items here. Those Urgot items are definitely Samira items.
Yeah, I do think that is the direction we're going to be going in, but I don't know if Minhee has the gold to do this very effectively either. At least we are going to, like, this round does look like one that we get a chance to win. If Urgot doesn't do anything crazy, end up getting hit by too many Emilio abilities, I feel like Oh,
Oh
I might have
man.
called that too soon.
Ole! Feels like we're watching some soccer action here as Emilio just goes kick, kick, kick. Soccer ball after soccer ball going right into Minnie's health bar. And Minnie
I
down
guess
to
I'm
a
a little
dangerous low
surprised by
level of
how
health.
little damage that Urgot did, and how untanky the 2 tanky looked.
Yeah, they did nerf the 2 tanky augment a bit in this patch, but that was still quite rough of a performance from it there. As we see, okay, Scuttle Party is an option for 4 cost and a 3 cost, kind of an okay reward if you definitely know what you want, but if there's a lot of chances to miss as compared to that Scuttle Party, gonna give quite an injection of either gold or components or even sometimes some other cool stuff like duplicators. Maybe the duplicators will be helpful for all those reroll players looking for extra copies if we get that duplicator in the loot.
We will have to. I think that that's little pretty always feels like really, I feel like the Bears often are mostly good when you have, like, you just need money or, like, it actually provides indicators as of right now. That full cost of the cost, I think, feel like keep your feeling and just liquidity that it's likely to get a amount of gold.
Mm-hmm. I wonder what the play is here with Greya's board. I mean, it is Tactician's Kitchen. We do have that extra... I guess we just use the Spatulas for now to just create an extra unit on our board for now, almost like a new recruit. Yeah, I mean, okay, we get the Tactician Cape. We got the random emblem. It was a Primordian emblem, so we're playing around that for now. Are we just going to try to find a way to get to higher levels here? But there's not a lot of gold either, so maybe it's just a reroll on Primordians at this point with Jinx. Yeah, Jinx reroll with Challenger seems to be the call for now with some extra brawlers in there.
Yeah, I'm on board with that read as well. I think that because also Silencer is playing around the Exalted Adventure, they are also taking some of those 2 costs out of the pool. That reinforces my belief that Greya is in the right to reroll at the same time.
Mm-hmm. It's certainly a ton easier to go for those 2 cost rerolls when someone else is playing 2 costs at the same time. Although, if some of those units are held the same way, then things get awkward as you see both these 2 copies of the Akali on Greya's board. Definitely not what Silencer wants to see as he rolls for those copies of Akali and Melio.
Yeah. I will say I feel like Greya has access to a lot of value over the course of this game. Like, we're not necessarily going to be seeing anything crazy like the Exalted Adventure cash out, but having the care package, having 3 Primordian for free, and having the Tom Kench at this early stage of the game, these are all impactful things that are going to mean that Greya, I feel like, has a good chance of reaching his cap.
Definitely has a chance of reaching the cap, but it's going to have to preserve some HP here. Definitely getting low on the HP bar as we see. Going to lose another fight here to Basso, who has just a reasonable, an interesting combination of a utility mage, you might even say, for Karma with that Morello and that Void Staff, as well as the Meeple emblem for now sitting there. But Minhee, oh boy, Minhee is down to 21 health. Has not found any Samira's Orns, finds the Nami, now finds a Samira, starting to try to roll down, saying, look, I need to find something at this point. Still 0 Orns, there's the first Orn, so at least a good holder. Gonna need at least 2 to make it too tanky, though. Moves the items over to the Samira. Those are indeed Samira Orn items, but goodness gracious, gonna be quite behind in terms of tempo here.
Yeah, I think Minhee really needs a bailout in terms of that 3rd augment. Whether that is something like a grab bag situation, whether it is a ticket situation, I'm not necessarily sure what we're going to be able to get. But there are 2 copies of Orn. I feel like rolling further is necessary but risky. If you happen to hit another Orn at this juncture, is it worth rolling below our current gold interval to even find like the 4th Orn?
Minhee says so. Going all the way down to 0 here. There's the 4th
another
Orn,
Orn!
so Luck's out on the last possible gold. And it does have good items for this Orn, so hey, surviving for now. That Orn will be quite tanky with the 2 tanky, but my goodness, We are basically bankrupt at this point. We need some sort of crazy econ augment as our last augment, otherwise we will never hit the units we need here, even with some stability. And remember, this 2 tanky is weaker than it once was. It's not just going to win out for free. Already that Ornn is a lot less tanky than it was in previous patches.
Yeah, and do I dare say, I feel like our items have become awkward. Whether that, oh wow, there are a lot of Ornns being taken away from by Philip, and friendship is being tested. These two players definitely want the same pool of units, and I think that Philip is going to have priority access because of the whole prismatic ticket situation.
And Philip is
Oh,
one
the
off here.
Blitzcrank!
Oh my goodness!
And the Shen!
The Shen pair and the Blitzcrank here. What a huge grab for Philip off the augment. Only needs one more Ornn to hit the 3-star Ornn, which I dare say is probably the most important part of this composition. You can survive with a 2-star Samira just fine. What really matters is seeing that 3-star Ornn that is sort of the centerpiece of this composition, as we see wants to hit that last Ornn just to try to finish things off and potentially get Minhee out of the pool, right? If you can get Minhee out of the pool, all those copies suddenly free up. Man, holding all these Samiras as well. So 7 Samiras, 8 Ornns with the Prismatic Ticket, trying to hit ahead of schedule because you really got to make use of that augment for it to have value. Minhee also has a Blitzcrank, by the way, so it's actually not all done and dusted. That Blitzcrank unit is quite useful.
Yeah, my fear is that I think Minhee maybe caps out around a 7th this game. There's just nowhere to go at this point. And I think as soon as we start fighting players who have like well-built level 8 boards, this is going to start to become a really big problem.
Yeah, Minhee needed to preserve a bit more HP or just hit more of the units a bit earlier, maybe in late stage 3, to really feel like the HP would be in an okay spot. But basically, this is supposed to be Minhee's spike, and there's not a whole lot further to go from here, unless if you hit the 3 stars, which isn't happening given that Philip just hit that 3-star Ornn. Yeah, there it is with a Brawler emblem. Oh my goodness. I mean, that is one beefy Ornn, and it's only going to be beefier once that item turns Radiant every single fight.
Really tough position now for Minhee. I think that the main question for Philip is, do we have enough damage with our sort of makeshift items to provide stuff? And I think that are like in this fight with Basso Skills, if you imagine Basso Skills fighting Philip, there's a chance that this Sona could outscale the amount of tankiness that Ornn has by sort of splashing damage onto the backline. And that's something that I am a little concerned about because Philip does need to outlive Minhee.
Absolutely. I don't think we're going to see the Lulu reroll in this game, for instance, but if in later games, keep an eye out for Lulu reroll boards. They do really want the Samira Ornn matchup for that exact reason, because of that splash damage on the backline, which gets past that Ornn, bypasses the Ornn, and it doesn't matter if a big tank like that, right? If you just get past it immediately. It's like wrapping without wrapping. No melee carries needed. Minhee only down to 8 health here, didn't indeed lose one of those fights, so on the last life here, does get the access to a 5 cost if wanted, but neither 5 cost is really going to save the game at this point, especially if your comp is pretty much definitely just going to be a 2 tanky. Would have hoped for a second Blitzcrank or something for a 2 tanky Blitzcrank. Maybe that would have been a better situation to be in.
Yeah, it's very, very tough. Yeah, and the lovers just didn't quite work out there. We do have 7 copies of Samira, but in my mind, this really just ends up hurting Philip in the interim period before Minhee is out of the game. Silencer has ended up in an interesting position where the Melio ended up getting the Gragas frontline as well as this Akali. I think that it does seem like Silencer has hit with quite a fair amount of gold left, and in terms of capping out the board, I think that is very relevant.
Yeah, definitely. And the reward seems to be these radiant items. That radiant Warmongs on Gragas, by the way, Gragas tends to be not as tanky, but with a radiant item or with enough health, that Gragas will sort of live forever sometimes. And this Melio is actually surprisingly doing a decent chunk of damage. The Thieves Gloves added to the Akali is also not a bad pick. Yeah, all in all, looking pretty decent here as we see Mini on the last life, needs the Samira to cast one more time for the Sun, not going to get it, and Mini already out of the first lobby.
Philip is taking some rough losses as well, and wow, that is not the ideal Samira itemization. We're really relying on the Treasure Dragon to be able to provide something of value, whether that is a mana item or whether that is raw AD. But now that Philip's out of the pool, or now that Philip's Samiras are back, sorry, mini Samiras are back in the pool. So Philip is trying to use those prismatic ticket rolls to find the Samira 3. And we do have 8 copies. We are very close, but we are not quite there. And we have basically hit almost everything else.
Yeah, temporary usage of the Void Staff on the Samira just as a whatchamacallit, as a mana generation item. In the end, all 3 items actually just coming over to the Nami saying, look, the Samira without the Death Blade, without some attack damage, not going to be so strong. Maybe this Nami will do a better job. But yeah, Philip also in a dire spot because of the contested lines that they took with the 2 tanky from Minhee. I will say though,
Yeah,
this
it's gonna have to be a
survived for
no
long
hard
time.
feeling situation, huh?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the Nami's been taking so much chip damage from the Karma and from the Alawi, which ended up wrapping around the Ornn, that it doesn't look like this fight is going Philip's way either. And a lot of credit due to Bosso's skills being able to find the Karma 2 upgrade. I think that was really relevant this fight.
Alright, well, so far that's not a useful Treasure Dragon. We're gonna need something that really provides items to either Samira or just some option here. Some sort of sword is needed, or is this good enough? I don't know if that's good enough. Gonna need some sort of help here to make the board stronger, or just extra gold to try to find that last Samira copy. Although Prismatic Ticket means that, okay, yeah, there it is. Oh my goodness, first shop. So maybe surviving here, but the items are just so poor for the Samira, as in we just don't have Samira items for the most part.
Yeah, a really tough decision to make. I think that Philip prioritizing some form of anti-heal makes a little bit of sense to me. That is one of the big things that our board is missing. But I am curious now what it ends up being the case that like we itemize for Ornn. And this feels really bad, right? We only have the last whisper on the Samira.
I'm almost tempted to just put a Thieves Gloves onto the Samira in a crazy world, like where you just want extra item value for the Samira right now, but not a great matchup here for Phil. I mean, I think that this, well, let's see if the melee can actually break through this Ornn. That's I think, going to be difficult as well. Maybe this is going to be fine for Philip for this round at least. Although if the Kali Rap's going to start to get scary, but that Nami's doing good damage.
Yeah, Ornn is standing very strong, but Gragas is as well. Emilio, I feel like Emilio is surviving much longer. That next cast could be a team wrecker, and Philip is on the... Oh, wow. Okay. A fight that was very hard to cast in terms of the expectations for me, but no, the Emilio ended up not having the soccer ball bounce enough to win that fight.
Just can't quite get the ball to bounce way. So, it's going to end up being Mini's still out. Bosso down to 1 health here as we see a sort of makeshift Meeple-ish, AP-ish board with a Bard and a Sona. Does have the Shepherd, so it's kind of an interesting adaptation, right? Typically, when you think Meeple emblem, you're thinking something like a Corki Riven type composition. But this is an interesting change to try to use the Meeple as a way to augment your AP carry. Is it going to be enough damage though? This Karma is going to cast a decent chunk of times, but already the Melio has broken through the front line with the Sakali, and this front line is just not holding up long enough despite having this Bard and this Karma. I think that Bosso also will go down here.
Yeah, I guess the big trouble in this fight is I'm not sure that Bosso skills had a main carry, so to speak. I feel like Bosso skills had 2 second tier carries. And Bard and Karma are both great on a variety of AP flex boards, but neither of them do the kind of damage that ends up being decisive in the fight. Whereas if you look at a board like Babzera's, I feel like the consistent damage of the Xayah is matched with the boards, like the AoE damage of the Jhin.
Absolutely. The Xayah has been increasing in priority over the course of the patch. We've been seeing a lot more folks playing it. It just caps out so well when you get to level 9 with that Jhin, and feels quite nice as we see over here. Okay, Challenger reroll indeed from Greya. It is the Jinx and Bel'Veth and the Akali, which probably caused some issues for Silencer, but that's all fine and dandy as Greya's board is starting to cap. But watch out for this Pike. It did get on the back line, but no big damage to speak of. This Nami trying to put splashes on the back line, but this Jinx is going ham. Who's going to live on this one? One last cast, though. The Nami did get a final cast off just before dying. Can this Bel'Veth do it? No, can this Rek'Sai do enough with the summoning Primordians? Oh my goodness. Does have a Crown Guard, doesn't even a Shroud. Trying to survive, but yes, one last cast from Lissandra will do it. Greya now down to 1 life as well.
Yeah, really the reroll options in this lobby did not seem to fare well when you consider just the impact that Ego was able to have with this Veigar. I think we've been watching people fight on their last legs for so long that we've forgotten what it really looks like for someone to build an advantage with a reroll position. And that's sort of the magic that you were talking about with Veigar earlier on, where we know that Veigar does have the ability to play from ahead in such a way that it can be a little bit oppressive. When you think about what Ego has been able to do this game, I'm not even sure that he had to put to put 7 Meeple in order to print his last copy of Veigar. And all this time, that Veigar has been gaining AP with the Deadlier Caps situation.
Absolutely. Deadlier Caps stacking almost like a phenomenal evil would stack in a regular game of League of Legends. As we see Silencer here, that Amelia board not going to do so hot against Greya's board with all the challengers, and in the end, the Primordian's going to reign supreme. Silencer goes down, but I think Greya also went down, so that must have been a ghost fight actually. So both Greya and Silencer going down in this fight.
Yeah, very tough stuff. And it's maybe like a frustrating start for the day for some of our players, but if you look at a player like Ego, like, this is the kind of game that you wish you had been given like the spot for almost 10 times out of 10, because I feel like this game really just played itself. We had Veigars offered to us early, we had augments that worked with our units, we ended up seeing Bard early, and that means that we sort of have the 5 Meeple board of our dreams here. Nothing really went wrong.
Yeah, just a sort of smooth path where the game plays itself in some ways. But knowing that path is one step to success, as we see success from this Veigar. I will say, I mentioned earlier that the anomaly item is a great way to add burn to your board for casters, even though most of the time people use it for tank item. Look at that Bard itemization, has that anomaly there, just as I mentioned, just needed that extra burn and said, hey, it's a good burn item, it's good for a caster, I'll put it there and it'll provide mana burn. And there it is.
Now I'm going to be curious about how our players spend the rest of their money. I think Babzera does have some very compelling reasons to roll down here on level 9, whereas Ego, with Sona being sort of the only hit left, doesn't have quite as much gold as Babzera, but I feel like they have a bigger incentive to go to level 10. And I think a lot is going to come down to how much does Babzera hit right now. There's the Blitzcrank. I think the Jhin is going to be the really important one. It's the one that we can put 3 items on. The Tahm Kench is a big hit as well. And I think if we see this Nunu, wow, that is going to be a lot of frontline. So Nunu I think that all Blitz of this coming together...
Jhin 2 as well.
Not bad item choices either. The Striker's Flail is maybe the best one. It's not ideal, but yeah, you'll take it. You'll take it.
I think that Babzera's board is just going to be stronger now, because the biggest thing is that this Blitz 2 is such a fight changer. Look at them yeeting this Rammus back to the back line, getting past it, and basically saying, hey, we're going to wrap immediately, right? And now the Xayah has free reign near the back line. The Jhin also doing quite a bit of damage, as mentioned. The entire board is upgraded, although it's quite close, actually. It actually ended up being quite a bit closer, despite all the 2 stars that Babsera just made. We're going to see, can Ego upgrade the board further and come right back, although Tom, right, has spit out some extra stuff for Babsera as well.
Yeah, I have to say a lot seems to be riding on which items Babzera gets from the Thieves' Gloves. So far, these items have been really beneficial. Last round, it was Adaptive Nashers, and this round, we're going to have the Shojin. These are items that end up making the difference in terms of how often and how quickly that Blitzcrank is able to move the front line of Egos further back. And you can see just how much value the snipers are able to get off of their trait when this happens.
One thing here, though, with positioning mattered quite a bit. This Blitzcrank might not actually get to yeet the Rammus this time, as you see, instead moving the Meepsy, which actually means this Rammus gets to stay in place, so that might change the outcome of the fight here. Although this Nunu doing quite a bit well with these ultimates, but hey, here comes the Bard cast, and it's still pretty close, but still, wow. Babsera's board is still clearing Ego at this point, but Ego hasn't spent the gold. If you look, I think Ego was saving some of that gold. There it is, and now going to move to level 10, and here comes the rolls on 10. Just deciding to add the Ross for now, but trying to see if there's anything else that he can add that's even better. I think one of the issues with Eagle's board is that the front line is just a bit weaker, right? Having to keep this Poppy on the board is just not as strong as having, like you said, that Nunu on the front line. That's a 2-star for Babsera, along with a bunch of the other strong frontliners. I think, for instance, Alawi 2-star actually does quite a bit, right? Although I don't see Alawi here, but it's actually that Tom Kench in this case, right? So a lot of good units for frontline for Babsera, not as many for Ego, despite having the great carries. Although, let's see if the Sona can do some work here.
Yeah, the Rammus is in a much safer position in this fight, and I think that that could make a very big difference. Rammus is still alive, still kicking, and Blitzcrank didn't necessarily have all of that extra cast from those good TG rolls in previous fights, and you can see that it's really still anyone's game. Babsera is going to have to make some adjustments in terms of where that Blitzcrank goes and try to reduce the impact of the Rammus, of the front line, of Ego.
It's all mind games now, because really it's going to be that Rammus positioning, Blitzcrank positioning, and the battle between that, like you mentioned before. The Thieves' Gloves rolls will matter, but that's not something you can control. What you can control is definitely going to be where you put this Rammus and where you put that Blitzcrank for either side. One tricky part for Ego, gonna have to maintain that best friends value, which makes the amount of options to sort of jumble things around a bit tougher. Last minute swap incoming here. Let's see, moves the Rammus last second. Did Babsera adjust here? Okay,
no, the Blitzcrank is still on that side. I feel like Rammus is under quite a bit of threat. Is Nunu going to be a problem for the backline of Ego? He is. Nunu's snowball is finding its way over there. I feel like this fight, if I had to guess, it's going to go Babsera's way. The positioning just seems slightly advantageous, and now you can see that Xayah falls down.
Yeah, I think the value of the Sona 2 is actually quite massive as an upgrade compared to the Karma we had earlier. It's actually dishing out quite a bit of damage, I think, in these fights. And the Blitzcrank not immediately getting to that frontliner on that Rammus is actually making quite a difference, right? If we had this Blitz immediately basically tossing the Rammus out of the way, the fight would look very different. Right now, that Blitzcrank is very often not getting that first toss off. And what's happening is that's putting Blitzcrank in sort of the stasis state. Not good enough. Although we see last minute motions, swapping right back. It's a little bit of a cheesy play. Let's see. Oh, Blitzcrank is still on the wrong side, I think. This might be bad for Babsera. Although that additional Shen might make a difference with the extra shielding. We'll see.
Well, Blitzcrank is actually not in play at all. These 11 units, 9 of them frontliners, are crowding up the works a little bit. Here's Babsera on his last legs, on that last life with 6 HP, trying to put down a last stand, leveled up to level 10.
Good Blitz ulti.
There's so much damage coming out of Ego's board that Veigar has had way too many successful fights in this game. You can see the one reroll option that did prevail was the Lord of Evil himself, the one cost meeple, Veigar, taking the victory in the first game of the day.
How phenomenally evil genius indeed from Veigar there with a nice combo for the meatballs. Going to come out on first is Ego. Very well played. The deadlier caps, like as mentioned before, charging up over the course of the game, doing quite a bit of damage, keeping on tempo, and my goodness, it looked pretty bad when the Blitz 2, the Jin 2, the Nunu 2 all came in at the same time for Babsera, but Ego manages to find the out with the Sona 2 and good positioning, and manages to make things work by leveling up.
Yeah, I'm very compelled by how Eagle was able to navigate that game. And I guess one of my concerns that I have for Babzera's game is that as we continue to level up in the late game, as we added more units, I feel like we lost a little bit of value as our frontline positioning ended up becoming very, very crowded, both with the boar, with all of the units that we were fielding. We were only fielding two backliners. And I know that, this set is not the most flexible set ever in terms of the units that you were able to deploy in the end game, but I am a little bit sad that it didn't seem like Babzera had the tools to make a board that had that third backline carry in the way that Ego was able to activate Sona.
Yeah, I think the best option for Rapzera as a sort of last idea might have been to add something like a. You could try to find a Rage Blade and try to add something like a Vex to the board or something like this that's different. But yeah, without access to like a third big sniper or a third big carry, they're gonna be difficult to make a cap out happen. As we see in the other lobby, Reddy also went first. Spam that confetti, as we mentioned, doing quite well in that first game. So on track to have a chance at qualifying early potentially if games continue to go his way. For now, what a game for our first lobby. Not bad all around. Prismatic start definitely livening things up quite a bit and leading to some very high cap boards in the end, but that really spelled doom for some of these reroll boards.
Yeah, someone else I want to keep an eye on this weekend is going to be Jungle Book, off to a really great start in game one as well with a second place. And Jungle Book, just as a personal friend, I think he's someone who wants to get back into tier one and prove that the first go around was a bit of a fluke. I feel like Jungle Book has been working really, really hard, studying very consistently throughout his tenure in tier two, and to try to prove himself, to try to get his get back. That's something that can happen this weekend, and it starts in the play-in.
Absolutely, a very good start. Top two is nothing to scoff at. Going to put yourself in a great position, especially with only I think what is it, 7 games total at most, right? Or 8 games at total, something like this. So very much a top two in your first game is the best place to be in, as compared to some of our worst performers here in the bottom half. We mentioned earlier that study group, right? Of Basso, Mini, Philip, all in the same study group, I believe is what you mentioned. And I think that might have done them in this game because two folks contesting the same Samira Orin and both coming in the bottom 3 here. Gonna feel hard pressed after that game to try to make big results in the next games and try to avoid contested lines.
Yeah, I think that it just ended up being a very difficult position where Philip felt like his best line was the Samira. Minhee also felt like his best line was the Samira, and maybe one of them had a wrong perception of the strength that they would have in this game. For example, if Minnie took too tanky, thought that was his best option, but then ended up in a situation where that Urgot Cho'Gath Belveth setup in that mid game wasn't actually enough to save some HP. That really could have made a big difference if it was the other way around, if his read on his board strength had been different. I think that conversely, I'm not sure Philip predicted when he took Prismatic Ticket that his items would end up working out in that way, despite planning around playing Orin for all of that time. It ended up being the case that Samira 3, which we hit, didn't end up having 3 strong items.
Absolutely, yeah. I think the tough part is, two tanky is such a cool augment, it's so useful, but in that spot without the Orins and the Samiras, it gets really challenging, especially with the nerf version of it. And I think maybe Mini was thinking back to sort of the caps that we've seen with 2 tanky in the past, but just not, the power wasn't just quite there. All right, we were probably gonna take a quick short little break here before we move on to our second game of the day. Don't go anywhere for more action coming right your way after this short break from the TPC play-ins for regionals for Space Gods. See you in just a second.
Hi everyone, welcome back to week one and the play-in of the regional finals here for Space Gods. I'm Invective, joined again by Hanabi. We're very pleased to bring you another game of wonderful TFT action.
Absolutely. We just had a pretty cool first game where we saw a very nice Vagar game. But hey, another game incoming here, Lobby 2, a chance for some of those players that did worse in the first Lobby to make a bigger dent in the second game as we see. Oh, immediate pause here as we see. It looks like, or I guess we're just checking on some quick technical things. But as we see right away, this is actually helpful to see what the 3-cost unit each person got was. I see 2 Orns in there. Are we gonna with another Orn contest situation? We'll see. But also a couple of Victors. Victor, by the way, did get buffed in this patch. I don't think the Victor reroll is back, but I do think the Victor is still a much better conduit unit you can play around with, something like a Zoe and a sort of, or like a Mordekaiser in a more generic role, sort of a random tempo unit you can use to sort of add to the conduit trait. So definitely better than it used to be, not the pushover that was before. That's for unique pulls. We see chance for Mini to maybe play for Anima here, has that immediate Aurora. If you can find that what is it, the Jinx and the Briar, maybe Anima is on the table, and we know that Anima can be very, very, very good with those 400 and 500 cash outs, can basically win lobbies, unless if that Anima loss streak gets griefed. So there's options here as well, as we are still debugging what's happening here. And then finally, okay, game is resumed as we get into the game and see Misfortune sort of just T-posing on everyone's boards.
Yeah, I feel like, as far as the Victor goes, we saw that Ego last game was able to use the Victor really well on the late game board to provide Conduit with Bard as well as Psionic with Sona, and then put the Sympathetic Implant on the Sona as part of that 3-item combination that won him the game. I think in the late game, Victor really does make quite a lot of sense because that splash damage is damage that other units can capitalize on. But I have a big problem with playing Victor reliably in the early game because that splash damage sometimes doesn't hit quite the same way.
Absolutely. Definitely not as consistent early on, but can definitely be useful later in later stages once you have a front line. I will say here, I like Ego's situation here. Has the early Primordian, by the way, but also has a potential 2-star Leona. So we're going to have some choices to make here. I will say, with the Urgot drop, you immediately get Brawler Marauder at level 4. So I'm almost tempted to kind of just ignore the Leona 2, despite Leona 2 being so good. It's a tough choice because honestly, this Urgot is going to slot in perfectly to make a perfect trait web. And then just, if the Psionic is good, I don't know what the Psionic is this game, but if Psionic is good, you could basically just play this into a Brawler Yi type game and feel pretty happy about your spot.
Yeah, the time breakers are also here available for Ego. I do like what you're talking about, just playing this into the Master Yi. Ego, here's the thing about the way that this set has progressed. A lot of the comps that have been good this set have continued to be quite playable throughout the rest of the set. Master Yi is a composition that players have a lot of experience with. I think that Ego could definitely go with the Master Yi here, but it's very interesting to see him pick worth the wait, and then now we have the Cho'Gath situation. Because we have Cho'Gath available to us, is this a situation where we are going to end up playing around something like 6 Darkstar?
Absolutely possible. I mean, at this point, you're basically guaranteeing yourself the Cho part of the Cho list composition. So Cho list is possible. There's just one problem over here. I think that's a Loot Singularity from Basso skills. Loot Singularity did get reworked a bit in this patch, so the cash outs are at a little bit different points, and the power is less backloaded in some ways. So it's gonna be interesting to see with a 2-star Cho, 2-star list. Honestly, it's possible that you even just play, instead of going for the reroll version here, that that Basso just goes for a just, you know, Cho'Gath Lissandra that just gives tempo, and said, look, I get a free Cho, I get a free list, it's going to be useful enough for me to just hit 2 stars, just have a board immediately, that I'll take it just to upgrade my board immediately and just play tempo. So, not sure exactly how Boss wants to use it. In previous patches, this Loot Singularity augment has not been the strongest, so we're going to see if he can make it work.
Yeah, another player that I would love to have a look at and read the augment for is Babzera. I believe Babzera took Time Stream, which is an augment that has been widely panned over the course of this set for being something that's just really bad. I'm not sure what the change might be to this augment that makes it better. Maybe the 100 health for your entire team. But I do have some pretty big concerns about what the right game plan is going to be for Babzera.
I think if you can find a world where you can, let's say, get a Space Groove emblem, and you can go into sort of a Time Breaker plus Space Groove Ribbon type situation, maybe that's a good situation. But otherwise, it's really hard. Yeah, I agree that this time stream augment is definitely an interesting choice. But I will say I've been proven wrong on augment choices before. I remember there was a game last set where the Golden Dragon, which was basically untakeable for a good number of patches, was suddenly taken by Weijin, and then Weijin had an absolute masterclass with it. So there's always a chance for these players to prove us wrong in some unusual way. Gonna see what that way is though, because I don't know. I don't see the path, but I'm curious. I'm very curious.
Yeah, I think part of the concern with the Golden Dragon is just the way that it alters your board to have a -1 that
Mhm.
made I feel like a lot of people very concerned about what it would do. But as far as it went, I feel like the Golden Dragon ended up being like a consensus strong pick later on in last set. So I am very interested to see to be proved wrong about Time Stream, and any concerns that I might have outstanding with Time Stream. But yeah, uh, as of right now, I'm still a little skeptical.
It
This
would be
is
cool to see
no,
it work. That would be pretty awesome.
yeah, this is a bit of a situation. I feel like, is it possible that both of these players want to play around Vigar?
Possible, but if you look at, look at Philip's augment. I believe that is if that's not late game scaling, I think that is.
No, there's no way it's late game scaling. I think it's early learnings.
Is it early learnings? Because if it's early learnings, it's early learnings. Oh my goodness. Okay, definitely gonna be the Vigar reroll then in that case. You know, there's Lysandras on the board there. There's another variation of the Meeple board. Instead of going for the 7 Meeple and playing around the 7 Meeple cloning version, you instead just do a hyper roll on low levels and go for Lysandra 3, Vagar 3, and then maybe another like 3-star 1-cost tank and play around that, and then just play a sort of combination of shepherds, replicators, and don't play 7 Meeple, just play sort of that way. But you have a 3-star list and a 3-star Vagar, and they just sort of create instant nukes on frontliners together. I've seen that version before, with early learnings being buffed back to sort of where it was in earlier patches of the set. There's a chance that that's the angle that we're going for here for Philip. I'm not certain yet because, again, there's a chance we could also just go for the cloning route. I think it also depends on like whether you see a ton of Lysandra copies for Philip or not. But the problem is, we saw earlier that I think who was it? Ego that had the worth the wait Cho'Gath. So also probably rolling for Lysandras, as we see another reroller here, but this time Mini playing. Okay, this is old school Stargazer here. Stargazer reroll with a 3-star Caitlyn, who also got buffed on headshot damage, trying to find the 3-star on the Talon, and also maybe going for 3-star TF. So this is the old school TF reroll. Maybe shout out to Just Hummy-kun, who has some pretty good guides on this one from old patches.
Could we get a Stargazer check? I'm curious to see if this is not like okay, it is the medallion. This is starting to make sense to me. I feel like it's entirely possible that Mini could have tried to capitalize on having a lot of copies of Caitlyn, and it is not the medallion, but I feel like the medallion really does bring this all together. As far as Koala's spot, I feel like Koala is really incentivized not to play around Vigar 3. But then, as far as who holds these kinds of items, I suppose Aurelion Soul could be one unit that would do it well. I just don't know how I feel about the blue buff.
Yeah, the Mighty Mech Aurelion Soul version can totally be completely fine. I think Mighty Mech has seen a return. Be interesting to play it from ahead. Typically, it's still been played more with sort of things like Forged in Strength or, or Anima or things like this where you have extra stuff that will help the board. I do think there's a chance you could just play around a Nami unit. Like, just put these items on a Nami, call it a day, and say, that's good enough, and just have a 2-star Nami and then go to level 9. We saw, I think, other players going for a similar strategy last game, and I would not be too surprised with that as an approach. So we'll see. As we see, Mini, yeah,
Yeah.
still rolling for those one costs, has now 6 copies of TF, 7 copies of Talon. So it's really coming along for Mini with I think this Hustler.
Yeah. As for the players I'm most concerned with Basso skills. I feel like Basso skills is in a situation where he's gonna get pinched on Cho'Gath really hard. And I know that loot singularity is an augment where the loot table will give you copies of Lysandra and Cho'Gath, but it's not like all that significant. And I think the biggest concern is that you actually don't tend to see the things that like get you to Lysandra and Cho'Gath 3 before you're supposed to hit Lysandra and Cho'Gath 3. So this is going to be difficult in my opinion to manage.
The only thing that I can think of that would work is maybe like going for a Kaisa 3, because like you said, yeah, the duplicators that you get sort of arrive too late in the game to be useful, unless if you're streaking quite well and basically getting a maximum number of executions with the Dark Star every single turn. As we see Basso rolling down for extra copies, so is going to just roll for the Cho'Lis here for a little while. How far do we roll is the question. Trying to find copies here, I guess, before things run out. Does have 7 copies, so not faring too badly, but yeah, like you said before, definitely gonna run low in terms of Cho'Gath copies. I wonder if Cho'Gath 3 is gonna be even possible to make before even the end of stage 3 because of how hotly contested it's gonna be with the worth the wait. As we see, yep, there's on our screen 7 copies of Cho'Gath for Ego with the worth the wait, but 7 copies of Lysandra for Basso skills and 6 copies of Cho'Gath. So yeah, gonna be interesting to see how that plays out.
For sure. Um, Another concern that I have in this lobby is going to be the contest on Jax and the Stargazer frontline between Babzera and between Minhee. Babzera does look like he's committed to playing around Lulu with the medallion, and I think that Lulu with the medallion can be very strong, but it's just so hard to play these kinds of lines contested. Silencer, we also know Silencer is going to be playing around that Jinx Challenger reroll with Treasure Hunt, with the Jinx itemized. A lot of our players are playing around reroll this lobby, and I genuinely feel like not all of them can succeed in this game plan.
Yeah, they can't all have the same cake. There's only so much cake to go around. I will say, by the way, I just realized Babster was the one that took that time stream augment, right? So if it's time stream is the plan, maybe the new idea that Lulu reroll on Medallion with time stream can actually be an interesting way to augment these other timebreaker units, right? We often play this Pantheon, we often play this Melio, and if you're gonna play those timebreaker units anyway, then maybe this is a way to sort of like have early tempo and sort of late game value at the same time until you get to that Lulu 2 and get the rest of the board online, especially in a non-mountain situation, right? If we had mountain, we just play Lulu regularly. We just keep amassing those emblems for Stargazer and keep playing it that way. But with Medallion, maybe this is an angle where you can just play Timebreaker early, get to that Lulu peak. Once you get Lulu 2, you have you sort of then stabilize that way, but until then you sort of stay alive and stay okay and even augment yourself late game with these time breakers. There's a chance that's the idea. I've never seen it, but I'm very curious to see how this works.
Yeah. Another thing that I'm curious about is whether Babzera is going to feel like it's a good decision to roll on level 6. I think that outside of hitting the Lulu 2 earlier, will in part pay for itself because of the way that Medallion scales, or Medallion Lulu scales the amount of gold that you get every so often with the amount of casts that Lulu does. But that being said, like, it can be hard to field a really compelling version of the Lulu board at earlier levels because of the way that the trait web doesn't quite fit together until level 7. That's a compromise that Lulu players in general have to learn how to make, and this upcoming turn could be really impactful in that regard.
Alright, so we'll see what happens on this 3-2 as we see. I think also augments were selected, so it's me curious to see. Gray, I went with the, oh my goodness. 2 tanky, find your center. Imagine the Ornn with find your center and 2 tanky involved. That could be what takes the sort of the 2 tanky over the top, right? Because 2 tanky did lose some power in this patch. But if you add find your center to a board that already is basically playing around the one tank in the middle being that Ornn that just goes massive, I mean, Finder Center with that is going to be insane value. I like this idea from Greya here. It's going to get a lot more value than just a silver augment typically will get. That's pretty awesome. Yeah, as we see, I think that's just a charge transfer for a minion in terms of damage, which makes sense trying to make the board stronger, given that he's just hitting a bunch of the 3 stars now. And then item grab back for Silencer. I think we see some... Is that just a cognitive tax from Bosso skills in terms of just money? Or is that late game specialist? Let's see. Cognitive tax, yep. So gold, some XP. Just, I think, trying to get extra money just to roll for Alessandras and Cho'Gaths would be my theory here. As I just, that's basically... You're paying 12 gold. You're basically paying for 6 rerolls with the augment, is my theory. If I had to guess. Unless if he wants to save it and move on to higher levels and just try to go to higher Dark Star levels immediately.
Yeah, I think as soon as you see the Kaisa, you are very, very happy. Loot Singularity does improve the amount of rewards that you get based on your Dark Star level. So having 4 Dark Star in at an earlier breakpoint can be really impactful. I think if Bosso Skills doesn't see that, this game may as well be over. I fear that at 6 copies of Cho'Gath, while Ego is going to get number 8 very soon, number 9 shortly after, and has the potential to grief him straight up. I think that those are those are considerations that Bosso Skills has to make, and so it doesn't surprise me that we're taking a little bit more gold, and we might end up playing a little desperately, so to speak.
I think that makes sense. Yeah, maybe even just level quickly to level 6 or so and just try to roll down for a few Kaisas, or just even for 1 Kaisa, just to get to that, start scaling that Loot Singularity up. Because you're going to get those tiny duplicators anyway from Loot Singularity, and those champ duplicators, so probably that's good enough to hit the Cho in the list. Actually, I think just on that board just now we saw a Cho in the list being held by a different competitor that wasn't Ego, I think, or was that Ego? No, it was not Ego, so someone else is also holding Cho lists, causing both situations to be rough. I think in that spot. Gonna be interesting to see how that plays out. As we see over here. Yeah, see, more chosen lists is being held by a number of players, knowing that you can really force these other players into a rough spot with that. Bosso gonna be in a tough position if you have to not roll, as we see. I think Eagle might be stuck on the augment selection, I guess, and here we go. Yeah, Eagle was in augment selection, but I'm wondering if something happened there. Options, I guess Ego has the worth the wait. I mean,
the ready checks are coming through.
Alright, ready checks, yep, coming through. And we'll see.
And I think it was Babzera who had the tech issue and had to disconnect, but yeah, there is still a little bit of a wait for the 8th player, I think.
Alright, we're going right back to the action in just a couple seconds here, and we are back. You had a lot of time to think about the augment selection there. Hopefully, and still thinking about the augment selection there, is going to end up going to reroll all of those. What are we going to take? Also, another Find Your Center, but this time it's for Cho'Gath, also a good option. So Find Your Center, more than a silver augment for a number of these players when you have that one big tank you want to make bigger. Not a bad call. Yeah. By the way, Eagle also has some of these time breakers that Babzera wants to have. So everyone's just kind of holding everyone else's stuff right now. Rough situation to be in. Loot Singularity here for the other side on Bosso's skills.
I'm a much bigger fan of Ego's position. Yeah. Now that we are leveled up to level 6, we're about to have Cho'Gath 3, and our position also lets us farm 2 EXP a turn with 3 time breaker. This is much more compelling to me. I also have to say, like, most likely Bosso Skills just selected Loot Singularity before, like, was scouting during the first augment round, selected Loot Singularity, and then just got completely blindsided by this worth the wait situation. I think that it's not something that I would ever take, imagining that there was a Cho'Gath 3 in the lobby already. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. It's just very unfortunate. I wouldn't really know how to navigate the spot.
Yeah, definitely a rough spot to be in. From here, really gonna be like, just, how do you navigate the spot is gonna be all up to Bosso. It's gonna be very tricky because you're not really ever gonna make that Cho 3 at this point. It might just be a go next angle at this rate. There's not a whole lot to do except for just maybe try to level high and try to get to more dark stars and stabilize that way for something like a top 6, right? Maybe opting to take. I think that's the idea here. Just gonna take some losses, right? Take some losses, wait a little while, and try to basically roll on 8 or something for a, some sort of like a Karma Dark Star 6 angle or something.
Yeah, I'm not really sure either way. To me it seems like Basso Skill's contester Ego is in a situation where he's gonna be able to reach level 8 a little bit sooner. So is Basso Skills in a situation where we have to roll back down for both Lissandra and Cho'Gath? And really, like, is there a world in which Basso Skills is going to be able to find items that make Lissandra powerful? Because right
Yeah.
now we're committed to Lissandra and Cho'Gath without necessarily having Lissandra Cho items. And
I
that
think.
just
Oh,
seems
there's
really
the rolls. There's
frustrating
the
to
rolls.
me.
We are just gonna roll. I was gonna say that with these items, Lissandra is not the happiest. Um, okay, another pause, but hey, we do see 2 Kaisas here, so at least we saw the Kaisas. That will help us. Um, hopefully not another tech issue for Babzera. Fingers are crossed.
Yeah, it looks to
Babzera
just be
has
like
better items here.
a ping issue.
Mm.
And it does seem like Babzera spent the rolls on level 6, but just the free rolls that we were able to get from Timebreaker 3 in Stage 2. As of right now, not so sure what the plan is in regards to going to level 7 or continuing to roll on level 6. I feel like these 3 Lulu items are very strong together, but I can't imagine that this board wins against something like Rhea's board, so avoiding that might just be like a matter of luck.
Yeah, avoiding those matchups is gonna be pretty important for trying to get some sort of streak going here. Would definitely love to have a Lulu 2. If we had a Lulu 2, I think we'd definitely feel quite stable here. Unless if I'm misreading this, but I think that is just a Lulu 1 on the board. As we wait here for what's going on, I do think that, yeah, it's a very tough game for Basso to navigate now. Even if you do hit the Cho'Gath, I think maybe the idea is if we hit Cho'Gath 3 and Lissandra 3, we're definitely a little bit too late to aim for a really high cap finish, but just trying to preserve HP enough to maybe, squeak by a couple placements, right? Because every point's going to matter when it comes to trying to qualify. And so even if you're like avoiding 8th and you're getting like a 6th or maybe even potentially a 5th somehow, right? By preserving HP by spiking a little bit now, that might be enough to get you, the points you need to qualify with better positioning and better game, better results in later games, right? So it isn't just this one game. If we can preserve a little bit of HP somehow and get a couple placements of difference here in this game, that could be all the difference for later games.
Yeah, and I believe that after 5 games, both the top 4 and the bot 4 in this play-in are going to be out, leaving the remaining 8 players in the middle to duke it out for a continued spot in this weekend of competition. So Basso Skills does have to try to avoid being in that bot 4. Currently with 2 points, that is a risk. So Basso Skills has to find a way to turn this game around, or the pressure is really going to be on in the games subsequent to this one.
Absolutely. I will say, as we mentioned earlier, Grea's spot, very, very, very good. I think the 2 tanky with the Orin 2 already and the Finder Center. This is the situation that you want to be in for Samir Orin, as compared to the previous games where you just do have that tempo and you have copies that you want. Very honestly, I think Grea could just, if Grea wants, could play to reroll around the Samira and the Ornn, or could just try to opt to find more Namis and Blitzcranks. All possible, really. With that much gold and HP, the world is the oyster, right? I'm gonna guess it's just gonna be a standard reroll on 7, given that we have this Vendor Center looking for that Ornn, and then moving on once we hit the Ornn is my theory. But we'll see.
Yeah, I think a lot's going to come down to the items that Grea is given. As of right now, if I remember correctly, Grea's items are really just centered around having 3 items on Ornn. And yeah, we do have the Spear of Shojin, which is currently being held by the Samira. That's probably the item that I would say is most flexible between Samira and Nami.
Mm.
So if we happen to get some rods, I totally agree with your read of the situation, where maybe we could spend some time trying to hit Orin 3, but our ultimate goal is going to be to play around Nami. Conversely, if we get some AD items, very, very happy to stay on level 7 here.
And I do think that Greya's item prioritization as a result is really great, because it's really important to have this Gargoyle and this Warmogs on this Orin. If you don't get those, this Orin just doesn't feel nearly as crazy, because the Radiant versions of those items are so good for him in that spot. That last item can be some sort of tank item, hopefully an HP item, but something like Spirit Visage is kind of perfect here. Or I guess, is it Anima Visage, Spirit Visage? I forget which one it is now. But in any case, it's really good for Orin to have those combos, and it is Spirit Visage now. Okay, great. But regenerating the health, pretty awesome. All good stuff for Orin. And so, yeah, the Spear of Shojin is the mana item you typically put on Samira, but it can just as easily go over to Nami and be completely fine as a mana generation item. Nami just really needs a little bit of mana generation, whether it's blue buff, Nashor's JG combo, or the Shojin. I mean, Shojin isn't the best version, but it's still good enough, and can be good enough to work for this Nami. So we'll see how that goes. As for now, I'm gonna expect the Samira Orin reroll, but we'll see. We'll see. It just depends on the shops that are given and the items that are given, like you're mentioning. All right, we see all the chat messages coming in from the players, which gives me the sound and theory that we're slowly heading back into the game here in just a second. Yep, game is on pause, and we're about ready to come back to the game, and we are looking at Bosso's board. Does pick up those Kaisas, is looking for that last copy of Lissandra, trying to hit desperately, just needs one copy. There's a Kaisa 2. There's a Cho'Gath. One more copy will do it. Hits both in this shot.
Both of them!
Just barely misses on getting it in time, but that's okay. The Cho'Gath 2 is at least there. And alright, we've at least hit 4 Darkstar and the 3-star units. And 4 Darkstar is quite a spike for this board, right? The Kaisa 2 also decent chunk of damage. So I will say that, you know, Bosso will hopefully at least get to scam around here, although, man, the APM difference might be the difference here. Not getting that Lissandra 3 might be a few extra HP loss, and gonna go down to 47 HP there.
Yeah, it strikes me as being a tremendous difference. Because Bosso was also not able to remove the Anima Visage. That could have played a role in that fight as well. Something that I did want to call out is that, yeah, Greya, as some of these other players start to get their 1-stars or 1-cost 3-stars online, I feel like Greya is going to fall off just a little bit. Oh no.
Looks
so
like
maybe a few more tech problems for Ego. Yeah, I was just going to say, because Greya is going to start fighting these 1-cost 3-stars now, I think that the win streak cannot last forever, but we'll have to see whether Greya is able to sort of steer the ship through these shaky waters, as I think my expectation is, yeah, now Bosso Skills has both Lissandra and Cho'Gath. Ego has Cho'Gath. Minhie, we know, has Caitlyn, Twisted Fate, and Aatrox. Oh wow. Aatrox and Talon. So this is shaping up to be really good, but we are sort of capped by the fact that we don't have a chance to play around Jax 3 this game.
Jax 3 not yet in the cards. I will say though, Mini Spot feels quite nice. I think the buffs that they gave to TF and Caitlyn this patch will matter quite a bit for Mini here. This Jax unit is actually, like, for this comp to work in a lot of ways, Jax 3 kind of has to be a really strong tank. In this situation, Mini is saying maybe the Aatrox 3 can be good enough for now. So we'll see if that's going to be good enough. Definitely playing the Hustler style decently well here. I will say that also, I will think that one small thing is that if you do manage to find that Nashor's JG combo for Lissandra, you can sometimes get the situation where Cho'Gath and Lissandra can just chomp an Ornn. Even an Ornn 3. It can be quite good to, like, there's two ways to get around the Ornn in the current meta. You either just rain down stars from afar, like Lulu, and just hit the backline without hitting the Ornn, or you can chomp the Ornn in one shot with a big enough Cho'Gath and a big enough Lissandra, right? So those are the two ways you typically get around this big Ornn. I don't know that Bosso has scaled the Cho enough, or that the Lissandra items are good enough yet for it to work. But we'll see. That JG is gonna be quite important if we can get it onto Lissandra.
I think my real concern is that the Lissandra items may never be good enough.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I believe the items right now are Shojin and Adaptive. I think that this is simply not enough damage to get through an Ornn 3. Basso skills is, in my mind, going to have to count on Greya just having a run of bad luck. All of these one-cost players are doing a great job holding the units that the other ones don't need, and I think that as of right now, after Basso skills has hit, the prayer that he has to be making right now to Mortdog or whatever powers that be, whatever space gods are listening, the prayer is gonna have to be, just don't let Greya hit. And that's about as much as the tools that his board is going to be able to field.
Yeah, the lobby has to sort of just pray.
Yeah, I mean, I would say like the third option is displacing Ornn, right? If you're a board that can field Blitzcrank, it could be really valuable to be able to move that Ornn around. But I don't think that Basso Skills is in a position where Blitzcrank 2 is in the cards.
Absolutely. They're gonna be tough to see how this goes through for Basso or some of these other players. But we'll see. Crazier things have happened. We've seen some incredible comebacks in TFT history, so gonna be curious to see if it's still possible. I wonder if Basso can eventually move some items over, maybe even to a Karma. If you can get to level 8 and have 6 Darkstar, maybe that could be a way to play for it. Gonna be tough, not gonna be simple, but we'll see if that's an option as we see Basso on the other side of this board. Alright, we see Kaisa doing some work. The Cho'Gath staying alive for quite a bit, right? And this Lissandra working through the front line. Watch out for that TF though. It's about to cast me up. Oh goodness, how much is the headshot damage? Not quite enough, and Mini's gonna lose that one to Basso here. The Basso does get to stabilize a little bit here after that long loss streak.
It's a necessary win for Basso, but I fear that it's also a win that dooms his friend Minhee, because I feel like Minhee is really counting on the viability of his win streak in order to generate any kind of gold for the rest of this game. And if Minhee is already starting to lose rounds with 4 1-cost 3-stars, as well as Hustler, which does not give him any interest, this position starts to look a little bit more dire to me.
Absolutely. Also, checking in on this time stream, I'm curious to see if this pans out. I know that we're going to be looking for these Lulus now. We're going to get that gold injection here, so there's a chance to look for the Lulus. I'm actually curious about not holding the Ornn in the Samira just to try to deny Greya some tempo, because it also helps your pool out to sort of, you know, thin the pool by holding those. But there it is, the Lulu 2, and that's a stable point now. And I guess Babsera's saying, all right, I can just slow roll from here. Yeah, I'm hoping to just slow roll, saying, look, I have 2 stars on my units, and this Lulu 3 is about to go crazy. There's the Warmogs for that size matters. The red buff as well for Emilio, who's a great spreader of the red buff. And now we're feeling pretty decent about our spot if we're Babsera. At least for now, against everyone but Greya, I think this is quite a decent board.
Yeah, everything looks really good, but this is...
Oh, goodness.
I'm concerned.
That's a
Zoe
strong board.
does have the ability to spread a lot of damage. The Yona 3 in the front line is going to be standing very strong. And you can see that Koala seems like they have a disposition to go straight to level 9, because the Cluttered Mind is still well in effect on the bench. The Zoe is doing quite a lot of damage. I don't know if it's going to win this fight, but it is.
Yeah, just barely able to win there. I will say, yeah, Koala's position looks fantastic, right? 92 HP on stage 4-2. And has the option to just literally, like you said, go fast 9 and start looking to replace this Zoe with a Bard, start looking for Sona, all these other units, and doesn't really have to roll, right? You can afford to just take a 5 loss and be completely fine. Yeah, but gonna even take the Crash Test Dummies up there and gets the Leona 2. I mean, sorry, not the Leona 2, the Illaoi 2. So quite stable once you get that Illaoi 2. Gonna feel quite great. I mean, the AP Fast 9 is well and alive this game for Koala. Over here,
Yeah,
this choice.
another player that I do want to keep an eye on is Silencer. I think Silencer is really committed to a reroll set, like a reroll line this weekend, where last game they were very happy to take the Exalted Adventure, and this game we do already have the Jinx 3 and the Akali 3, We're waiting on things like the Rek'Sai and like the Bel'Veth, but this is going to be a critical matchup. We do have, I would say, this itemization, all of the rewards that we've gotten from Treasure Hunt, this looks really good in the matchup versus Ornn and Samira, because Samira does not have 3 items, whereas both our frontline tank and our backline damage have those 3 items.
Yeah, Silencer has that Jinx 3, and she is dishing out damage arcane style here. Bel'Veth also slapping and slapping away. Gotta do quite a chunk there to the health bar. As we see another Primordial popping up on the board. Yeah, just if we can hit that Bel'Veth 3, we can feel really, really solid. It's funny. I feel like Silencer is the type of player so far that if too much value was still an augment, would be very happy to play that augment in this spot. As we see, the size matters now, gonna be on the docket for Babsera, who also managed to, oh my goodness, that's 2 free duplicators from the augment, so very, very close to Lulu 3. And the thing about Lulu 3 is she will print so much gold in Medallion, right? If you have the Medallion active for Stargazer, Lulu will just print gold over and over and over again and basically refresh that gold pouch, as we see. Also, I think that's 8 Jaxes, if I'm not mistaken. Is it 5 Jaxes or 8 Jaxes?
It's 8 Jaxes. So Babzera is definitely very close to being strong, but I fear that the adjustment that Babzera made in this fight ends up dooming him against Philip. By moving the Pantheon over to the right-hand side, I believe Babzera was looking at a matchup that didn't end up being the one that he fought, and it's a really bad loss to take because he is the lowest HP in the lobby, potentially 2 lives here, but definitely dire straits. And unfortunately, it's that Lulu copy that he really needs to see.
I definitely might even roll down quite a bit here to just finally finish off some of these options. I mean, there's a time-old question of, do you save these duplicators for the sort of the last copies that you can't find and just hope that you can see more Lulus, or do you just, as soon as you see one Lulu, immediately just go for a spike with a Lulu? It's a good question to ask. There is Emilio. We're very close to being bench locked here if we're not careful. There's the Lulu, just as I said. There it is. And this is where
I think you actually
tricky.
have to spend I feel like you actually have to spend a duplicator in order to make space.
Makes sense.
It's a moment where I'd be comfortable. Yeah, doing it on the Jax seems fine to me. But the rest of the rolls didn't pan out so much either. I think it is wise to move these items for now. Oh, but this matchup, like you were saying earlier, I feel like this is one way of getting around the Ornn. I do have the premonition that Lulu's can be very useful in this fight against the Samira and the Ornn.
Yeah, if we can just kill some of these external random units, we can start bashing on that Samira even when the Ornn is still alive. Let's see if the cast get to go. Also, getting the bird onto that Samira there was very helpful. This Jax lived for so long. 3-star Jax really is the hero of this composition when it comes to this, but can we stay alive long enough? One more cast, not quite enough, so Babster are gonna fall down in the health bar. Down to maybe 2 lives, probably 1 life. Really needs to see another Lulu now. Doesn't see it.
15 HP is enough, but it's not another Lulu.
The Jax 3 was definitely the right call. I think you have to have that Jax 3 to stabilize the composition. Alright, now we're going to give up on the Melio even. And still no Lulu copy. This is getting really rough for Babzera at this point.
Yeah, just gonna have to do our best with a fight that does end up playing out. And we're fighting against Ego, who has chosen to itemize the Karma with these 3 items for now. I think ultimately that makes a lot of sense to me. With the Darkstar providing so much of these base AD and AP stats means that completely fine with putting an Infinity Edge on a Karma too, and relying on Cho'Gath to do so much of the work for us. You can see that Karma does a tremendous amount of damage to the backline, despite the itemization not being perfect, and Cho'Gath doesn't necessarily have a single problem winning this fight.
Well, Babzera does live for now, but down to 1 more life here. Really needs to see the Lulu on this roll. Gonna try to find, yeah, I think this is a void. Oh, no, I'm gonna take the void stuff. Just says I need gold. There's the Lulu copy. There's the Pantheon. Maybe back in business. There's the Lulu. Yeah, just opts to make it for now and says, all right, that's good enough. Now we have the stars. Now we have units. Maybe there's a chance this could work. It's gonna be tricky though. Every fight needs to be won for Babzera. Let's look at Basso skills this spot. Basso does manage to get a Sona on the board, potentially, but also just stuck on 4 Dark Star, which isn't the greatest spot to be in. Might even try to reforge for items. Finds an Edge of Night. That's not terrible for Riven, but you really wanted something probably for this Kaisa is my theory. Does manage to have decent items for the Cho'Gath, but yeah, not the greatest spot here for Basso. Does get another Kaisa. Okay, I wonder if Kaisa 3 is going to be the angle here. Because you do have the duplicator, and if you get items there, maybe you just move items over to from this Lissandra over to the Kaisa instead. Doesn't opt to make the Shojin for now.
To me, it has to be a consideration. Because of how many 3 costs are out in this lobby, as well as because these items are really just very neutral items. Kaisa 3 does have to be on the table, but when you look at our itemization in this fight versus the itemization of Silencer, I feel like Silencer, it just has to be said, the item quality is so much higher. You can see how much work Akali is doing, how much work Jinx is doing, and in this position, Basso Skills has his back against the wall yet again.
Adversary needs one more cast from this Lulu to stay alive. Does manage to get it. Does manage to beat the Koala board, who did go fast 9. Koala down to 43 HP, but in a pretty comfortable spot. There's the Meeple Printer Vagar doesn't come through for Philip, who we haven't seen that much of this game, but also on 1 life here. Gonna start cloning Poppies instead. Really could use the Rammus too. The tank situation is not great for the front lines. We see Ornn 3 is online. Samira 3 is online. Greya in a great position with this lobby now. Feeling quite good with the spot. Has both the big units and 2 tanky version and find your center. This is a great spot as we see Basso versus Philip. One of these two might be going out immediately in this lobby.
Friendship being tested yet again. And Babzera, if he survives, you know, the loser of this matchup would be the one going 8th. Vigar is doing a tremendous amount of damage to Cho'Gath, who doesn't seem quite as strong as he ought to be, but Riven was able to find a tremendous angle onto the backline where Vigar's one-shot ability is going to be tempered by both the Rogue proc as well as the Edge of Night. Philip is out, as well as Babzera.
Philip out and Babzera
really
out.
Tough result for Philip. And Minhee and Basso Skills are both on their last legs here. Really, this study group doesn't seem to have had the right read on even just the dynamics of this lobby. I hope that for their sake, they're able to start turning it around in the subsequent lobbies, because I would really like to see them keep their hopes alive this weekend.
Yeah, definitely a rough start for their study group. I will say, though, from that spot, Basso Skills managing to get a top 6 is kind of a miracle. I think really that finding that Cho, finding Lissandra just to preserve some HP, end up making a difference as we see. Looks like it's Silencer here on the Jinx. Really great item quality. Playing against Ego, another strong board with the Cho list. The Cho and the Karma. Although I will say, we're breaking through most of this front line besides the Cho'Gath quite well. The Belleth just gets chomped down though. Oh boy. Yep. Oh, wait. Hold on. Oh my goodness. It came down to 1 HP. It really did. And there goes Basso Skills and Minhee. So Basso Skills manages to get a 5th at least from that spot, which is kind of the max cap that he could from that position. Honestly, pretty well navigated given the unluckiness of this worth the wait happening on the other side of the board. Minhee, in that case, is going to go 6th here. As we see the 3 of them all getting bot 4 yet again.
Yeah, having a game plan that works with the tempo of the lobby seems to be something that it's like going to be a really big challenge with the way that these games have gone. I feel like so far we've seen one player really come out to a dominant start in terms of Greya this lobby and Ego in the previous lobby. And if you don't have a position that allows you to, you know, take the loss streak in stride and then turn it into a win streak, I feel like you're really just putting yourself in a very rough position. So I feel like, for example, a player like Minhee was not able to really maximize like the benefit of hitting all of those 3-star 1 costs, because all of these other players were also hitting 3-star 1 costs. And when all of them hit 3-star 1 costs, the fights ended up being on very slim margins. Like in that mid game, we saw the battle between the Aatrox 3 frontline and the TF backline versus Basso Skills, Lissandra, and Cho'Gath. And you know what? Like, I don't know how to guarantee that that spot is going to play out any better than it did.
Absolutely. Like the problem is when, like you're saying, right? The 3-star 1 costs are supposed to be this big spike where you preserve HP and do some damage to other players. But if everyone else is doing the exact same thing, now you really miss out on that window. And when you miss out on that timing, you're not gonna feel that great. Speaking of windows and
I will
timing,
say, well, I feel like Silencer's window is really good, and then Koala was also trying to find a way to win the game with the level 9 positioning. But if you look at what happened with Akali in this fight, I think she really made a huge difference.
Akali doing a little around the world, gonna work through the entire board clockwise and make it happen. And only one Maokai away from 3-star Maokai, which is a huge tank, by the way. This 3-star Maokai unit, it can sometimes really make or break some of these boards. I think it could be a huge boon here to have, honestly, another one. Also, there's a chance you still hit that Rek'Sai 3 as well. Definitely not a nothing burger of a unit. Still a useful unit, especially with the Primordian trait active. So gonna be cool to see if this ends up helping out for Silencer. Silencer very close to making this work. We'll see. There's a Cork. Yeah, it's at least some gold. Here comes the rolls. There's Maokai 3. Fantastic stuff there, and probably now just has a chance to level and try to play for that Kindred 2 as the last out. As we see Koala made it to level 10, trying to find an upgrade for that. There's the Blitzcrank 2. That's the big one. Also finds the Karma 2 here, feeling quite good about the situation there. No crit on this Blitzcrank, instead just opting to be to use the spellcast as a spread of the burn. Not a bad option. Putting the Ginzus for now onto the Sona. Probably that Ginzus would have been on a Vex if we had a Vex, but that's totally fine. And we're going to see this Blitzcrank in action as it just goes super speed with the little Sona buff that's being provided.
Yeah, Victor and Sona yet again are being shown on these late game boards. I think that is an adaptation that we're going to be continuing to see throughout this weekend, as most of the psionic items are now really good with late game AP holders. Even in this case, it happens to be the biomatter preserver. That's just a great item for this Nunu. Generic tank value is going to go quite a long way. Now, I don't know what this board is going to match up against how this board is going to match up against the 2 tanky board from Greya. I feel like that board is the other board that's in contention to win the lobby, and you can see that Greya is on the cusp of leveling to level 9 as well. I think that makes a big difference because it enables Greya to play in a position for Blitzcrank, and Blitzcrank and 7 Space Groove is absolutely one of the ways you could see this board turn into an undefeatable monster.
Absolutely. I think there's still also not the Jin, right? The Jin also reducing the armor and magic resist of enemies would also help quite a bit. So I think Jin Blitzcrank, good cap out for Greya, but one tough part is going to be that a lot of those Blitzcranks are gone from the pool because of Koala finding that Blitzcrank too, right? And there goes Silencer, who had a pretty good run. Also Eagle going down as well. Both of them had pretty good runs here, but I will say, those two not surviving for longer does bode well for Koala, because I think Greya would have wanted a bit more time here to sort of wait on goal to try to push 10 before pushing to 9, but now probably have to move a bit faster, because I think in the current state, Koala's board probably wins for the moment, right? Until you get maybe another a Blitzcrank or 2 Blitzcranks or something like this, you're not gonna have you're gonna not have quite the power of this crazy fast 10 board, I would call it, that Koala has. And look, oh, what an idea! So Rhea has moved the good Ornn to not the center spot, and instead just buffs the other Ornn as a sort of way to try to get this Blitzcrank to yeet the wrong unit. It's a cool idea. In the end, though, I think the lost value was too much, because look at this Blitzcrank go. The entire board of Koala pretty much staying alive, and Greya taking quite a chunk of damage, only has a couple more turns to make it happen.
Yeah, I think it's not for certain that Greya is going to be able to live the rest of the stage if he sacks both rounds, but it's possible that he could sack just one.
Yes.
Because we are getting 2 extra XP per round because of Ari's boon, I do believe next turn will still be on the same interval, and it's entirely possible that we could play around that. But Yeah, I mean, like you did call out the positioning change. I feel like it isn't enough value, like you said. Um, I think Grea really does need to see like game-changing stuff on level 9 in order for this fight dynamic to be different. Because there's there are so many frontline targets from Koala, including these two target dummies, that I don't think Samira, Nami, and Ornn do the damage profile that deals with the Fast 9 board.
Absolutely. And now down to one life for certain. Gonna have to move up here and roll. Yeah. And that's what I was saying earlier about Ego. If Ego and Silencer live for one extra turn, maybe Koala can sort of, luck into a matchup and have time to get to level 9 after the 6-6 fight and just not have to roll right now. But now is last life, right? So does
Oh,
find the
that's a
Shen
really
2.
big shot.
That does help a little bit here. And the Blitzcrank as well. So, wow, what a game changer. This could be... I'm not sure if it's enough, but it could be helpful. The Shen does add extra front line, adding buffs to Nami and Samira for damage, and will also be quite impactful. Let's see if it's enough. The Crash Test Nami's doing so much work, though. Immediately starting the back line, the Bard on one of the Orns, the Blitzcrank eating the other Orn, and look at the backline access immediate. This Nami's almost dead already. Another yeet, and there goes the rest of the team. Samira and Ornn, the last two to stand in the way. This Ornn also going to fall, and that's going to be it. Grea loses on this one, and Koala going to take it in style with level 10 and lots of AP units.
Yeah, that was pretty awesome. I gotta shout out the play overall from players like Ego, who performed really well with a first in game 1, a third here in game 2, as well as the consistency of Silencer to play these 2-cost rerolls 2 games in a row. But ultimately, the most tremendous congratulations do have to go to Koala for this game, where I feel like finding this path to Fast 9, as well as, ultimately level 10, it's not something that every player has the ability to sort of work out. But, we were able to get a Leona 3 at some point this game, leverage that into the Fast 9 situation, and then we ultimately didn't even play the Leona on our final board.
Yeah, definitely a really cool adaptation. Finding a way to sort of work that Leona out of the way, but still use it for tempo, the cluttered mind to get extra XP all the time, and just, making it up to those higher levels enough to outcap Grea's board, which looked quite strong for most of the game, but we can definitely tell that 2 tanky nerf is definitely playing paying a price for all these 2 tanky players. Not quite the cap out you once had with the last patch for Samira Ornn, but still pretty good performance there. So as we see the standings after 2 games, Ready on top with a first place and the second place. All that experience in tier 1 is really proving vital in these games, but Koala after that finish moves on to second place.
Yeah, an incredible performance for Ready so far. I don't want to jinx it too much, but I would absolutely love to watch whatever lobby Ready is in after the short break that we are going to be heading to right now. Hello, hello, hello. I'm Invective, joined one more time by Hanabi, and we're here to bring you the third game of our play-in today.
Yeah, new lobbies, new opponents, and a lot of new matchups here. We're seeing this lobby. We got Jungle Book, Kiyun, Ready, Jukyu, Upset Max, Lucas, Silencer, and Philip still joining us from that last lobby. It's a reshuffling depending on the points from the first couple of games, as we see Jukyu here holding on to some of those AP units. Tour of the Galaxy, interesting option. Woven Magic, a bit slow, but Patient Study, also an interesting option. There's a lot of options here. I'm not sure if I'm very convinced by a ton of them, honestly. We actually are quite strong. Patient Study is hard to lose, and maybe Tour of the Galaxy is the one that you could consider, given that you already have the Vagar and some other useful AP units. Nope.
I guess I would say, like, I have maybe the greatest aversion to picking an augment that locks me into a composition on 2-1.
Mm-hmm.
I think Woven Magic allows Jukyu to stay very flexible here, when I think being flexible is to his advantage. He certainly can play around Vygar, but I feel like he can also play around any of the other AP carries like Aurelion Sol and like LeBlanc.
Yeah, and attesting to that, I'm just gonna go ahead and immediately make that Morello's item onto the Vagar for now. Holding on to these poppies for the moment, along with also these Cho'Gaths for the moment, kind of just very open to anything at this point. Not too concerned about making gold here, just making it to level 4 and just immediately pleading for power, and going into Lucas, who I think had a worth the wait option there. So it'd be interesting to see what that was. Kiyun had a booster pack. Let's see what the booster pack gave. Did give a Cho'Gath too, as well as a Gwen and looks like a Urgot. So gonna be interesting to see what you play from here. I think there's a world where we could just go into sort of tempo with rogues and brawlers into a sort of Master Yi type game, possibly. Fountain for the Stargazer, not gonna be the craziest impact for the game plan here, we'll see, but there's always a world where you could try to play Lulu with out of the brawlers, especially with multiple copies of this Pantheon here. We'll see what happens. The Rod also has a chance of turning into that, so there's multiple options, as Ready just has another tempo board. I think is going to lose out here. These rogues do so much in stage 2. They just do so much. The blasting damage over time makes a big difference. Although this Jinx, gets one more cast, could be enough. Just barely. And Ready on level 5, aggressive leveling in 2-2, manages to actually break the streak for Kiyun and gonna push Kiyun down here. So Ready and Juke are the only ones that will keep their streaks for now.
Yeah, it's very impactful that Ready was able to break Kiyun's streak here, because I feel like Kiyun was really contending for a tempo spot in this lobby. And Ready, on the other hand, gets to keep a very valuable amount of income as we try to play for a fast 9. I think that as long as Ready is able to keep this win streak going, the odds of making it to a fast 9 board that can win out increase dramatically.
Is that a
particularly, I'm sorry?
Is that a Warpath, by the way?
I think it's a birthday reunion.
Is it a birthday reunion? Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, as you were saying, and sorry to interrupt earlier, yeah, just got to keep that win streak going to have a chance to play for that tempo. It is the birthday reunion, does manage to get at level 5. That's why the level 5 happened so aggressively early on. But yeah, got to get to level 9, got to feel that 2-star 5 cost on level 9 and figure out how to play around it. And having that sort of Primordian board is just kind of a nice way to stay flexible. Keep printing some gold, have a board that can sort of transition into anything, and a lot of item holders that are good.
Yep, I'm with you there. I think that another Econ Augment would be really tremendous for Ready, because I feel like the faster we're able to get to level 9, given that we have a Rageblade slammed, I really feel like we're playing for this Graves Vex duo that we've seen all set, and I think that this Graves Vex duo really benefits tremendously from being able to find Graves as quickly as possible. And because, of course, it is the birthday reunion, we will, upon leveling to level 9, get that 2-star 5 cost.
2-star 5 cost. And at level 7, we'll still get a little injection of power with Thieves' Gloves, right? Always a helpful little item to have, just get the extra 2 items on the board and some crit onto units. And there's a lot of units in the birthday reunion comp in a Fast 9 that can use the Thieves' Gloves, right? I think towards, units like that Fiora, or we can put on the Graves temporarily if you don't have good items. Although I think, yeah, as you mentioned, Reddy does have good items slammed for the Graves, so it will probably be some other holder that holds the Thieves' Gloves at that point. But hey, a Blitzcrank can also use the Thieves' Gloves quite effectively. There's a lot of good outs, so it's a good game plan with the early streak, trying to maintain it, and does manage to win another one, I think, unless if I'm mistaken. Yep, here it is. So Luca's going to lose another one here, as Kiyun also manages to preserve quite a bit of HP.
Yeah, Kyun's in a really awesome Master Yi spot now, with getting a bow off of the most recent Pengu's treasure, I think is very significant. In addition to that, like, the Tom Kench is just such a valuable pickup at this part of the game.
Tom Kench stage 2. I will say they, compared to sort of PvE Tom Kench, where he'd print you some crazy stuff and crazy amounts of gold from his very first digestion, shall I say. I will say that even still, just having this Tom Kench in from stage 2 onwards means that you're going to get free rewards throughout the game, and you just have a really nice tank, right? A 1-star Tom to start off the game means you have, a pretty bulky unit for most of these early fights, and that's very helpful in these early fights where effective HP means a bit more than the damage itself. A lot of times it means more damage effectively over time by having this extra brawler in there. So very nice spot, I think, for Kiyun. I'm going to feel quite happy about that early Yi.
Yeah, Reddy did take the loss here. Very tough, but it's ultimately expected to a certain extent. This isn't like a world-beating board. You can see that other players are coming online in a way that contests the win streak. So, yeah, Reddy, I think, really does need to see some econ augment here to improve the chances of getting to Fast 9. Whereas, if we go back to Silencer really quick, I would like to take a look at their game plan, and it is going to be the Cho'Gath and Lysandra. So, yeah, I mean, we're locked into reroll, but this is a different flavor of reroll than we've had a chance to play earlier on. Mostly as a result of the fact that Upset Max is the one taking the Challengers line this game.
If Challenger is being taken and accounted for already, means that Silencer's saying, alright, I'll just reroll something else. Gonna roll down here looking for more Cho'Gaths, more Lysandras. Did take that trade sector, I believe, so gonna get a few extra rerolls every single turn. Finds an Alawi too. That's a useful unit for the Shepherds if you can manage to slot the Shepherds in somehow. So definitely an option here for Silencer to take, because that Alawi too is quite a stabilizing force. This unit is actually really tanky in early stages, and even in late stages. I've seen boards in Fast 9 that play Alawi 2 as a main tank and do completely fine just by the sheer number of frontliners. So there's a world where, this Alawi 2 can figure into the late game plans that Silencer has.
Yeah. On the other hand, I do feel like these items are very frustrating to play around. If we don't have a way of getting additional components from our upcoming augment selection, I think it's in my opinion very difficult to use 2 gloves and a sword, because ultimately you do want to, you do want to build around those 2 gloves, but you're not willing to slam Thieves' Gloves at all.
A JG. A Jewel Gauntlet would be very helpful, so our Rod could really help. Honestly, an augment with a bunch of rods would be really, really nice to see in that spot. Big grab bag could be an option, honestly. Yeah. Oh, actually, it's just.
That is atrocious. I'm sorry.
Oh goodness! I mean, there is a Reforger on the board, so there's a chance to change your fate a little bit, but oof. Anima now, not really gonna do that much.
I like the Rogue Emblem, and it's valuable for us to get it. The Timebreaker as well. These are ultimately good options for us, but I just don't like taking that when you do have the option to complete Lysandra and Cho'Gath items.
Yeah, I really think the items were pretty important here, and just our item situation was so tough. I don't know, like, maybe Silencer was playing for sort of a Giga out with some crazy emblems, maybe a Darkstar emblem, and the idea was, hey, I'm not hitting the chosen lists the way I really would like to. Maybe I can play for a Darkstar emblem and go for Darkstar 6 on level, and level a little bit quicker, but opts to just, rolls the dice, doesn't quite get rewarded for it. Timebreaker is gonna be some sort of help to the board, and the Rogue Emblem will help, add some crit to Lysandra once we play this Kaisa as our 4th Darkstar. That would be nice. But my goodness, we could have had definitely some better emblems here. Shepherd would have been nice. There's a lot of other options that would have been nice.
I mean, ultimately, if we see something like Kaisa Riven materialize in our shops, then suddenly spreading roots becomes much better. But as of right now, and in terms of the expected value, I just simply cannot get on board. And Silencer is someone who's played really consistently so far in these 2 games that we've been able to watch. This game, can't say I feel the same way. Philip has 2 Space Groove emblems, so that is certainly something that we should pay attention to as the lobby starts to heat up and as he starts to spend his resources.
And definitely a sort of sleeper agent for, I mean, there's Anima as well, so this could turn into kind of a sort of Space Groove Anima combo eventually. If we, like, imagine if we get the cash out for this, the Jinx 3, but it's Space Groove Jinx or something, that might be a really interesting combination. I'm not sure if, like, Space Groove Battle Bunny Crossbow Jinx could be a very funny cash out, I will say.
You have a crazy mind. I think that would be really awesome. I don't know, however, if Philip has the HP to reach a 400 cash.
Yeah, might be too weak now. 33 health only is a little scary. Soraka, though, might give some health. Okay.
I'm in.
I mean, Mort Dog said, here you go. Have some HP and maybe even some extra gold if people take this. Although I don't think they will. I think the rest of the lobby knows that Philip's only option is to take this, and if you give him more gold, that's kind of scary as we see some parting gifts coming in here for some of the players. Silencer's still stuck on 7 Cho'Gath, 7 lists. I love this new graphic, by the way. I'm very happy that they added this because it really helps viewers understand the state of the boards for other boards for the big win conditions. All right. Not going to take that one. At least going to go for 300 or higher. Does take this. So, yeah. I wonder if this becomes like a Xayah combo as well. Or like, so a Xayah Samira combo board with the Space Groove is not a bad idea either, depending on the items you get. So, it really depends on what Anima cash out happens here. And if maybe Philip is going to play for the 400 cash out and just get down to 1 life and try to transition. I mean, it's not impossible. It's definitely plausible, but we'll see.
Yeah, I think that now it does appear possible for Philip to cash out on 4-2, and that is a round where you do have enough time to make a board pivot if that's something that you need to do.
Oh, because the augment
it doesn't look like he's killing any units. That's really troublesome for me because, well, now he's down to 27 HP. I feel like one of these rounds he's gonna have to kill some units, or otherwise that final round that he sacks is gonna be really nerve-wracking.
Really spicy. Very, very spicy. Like, you kind of want to be around 20 HP at the least, I would say, in my opinion. Maybe like 17, 18 if you're cutting it close, I think. Does make the Ornn 2, so that'll be at least a little bit of help. Maybe the Ornn 2 lives long enough that you can sort of just, like, kill some units, but you definitely don't want to win. If you win, your game is over, right? If you win, your game is potentially over with a 300 cash out. So it's living on the edge. But if you make it work, could be extremely glorious rewards in it for you, right? So it's been very tricky here as we see Kiyun keeping up that tempo, has 55 gold to his name, and just, you know, gonna probably try to push level 9 as fast as possible. A little bit lower HP than he'd like to be in for that fast 9 situation, right? You kind of want to be, you know, as healthy as possible in that spot. But good items onto this this Belveth for now. They can be good Yi items. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm actually like pleasantly surprised by how durable this frontline seems to be. Kiyun seems like he has an advantageous fast 9 position compared to Ready now. Maybe if Kiyun gets some extra econ, that would also be a tremendous boon. Well, the good thing for Philip is that if he wins the next round, I believe he's also guaranteed to kill enough units to cash out.
Yeah, he can roll. He can absolutely roll here and like at least try to make a board that kills some units, if not wins the fight. If you win the fight, you can still get to 400 and be completely fine because you get 2 per unit killed. So, and everyone in the... Well, actually... Hold the phone. Silencer is only level 5.
Silencer has a space dog on the board. Has Bia.
Okay. Does that count? As long as that counts for the 2 for the anima, that would be enough. Because
I
if
think it
Silencer
counts.
plays,
But there's like a high chance that if Silencer hits Cho on this turn, they just level.
right? You love, but like, is there a world where you ever say, "Hey, look, okay, Silencer did level, so now Philip is always allowed
Well,
to
it's also not clear that Philip's trying to win.
win."
I think it's potentially just gonna try to lose this round as well.
Okay,
It,
yeah.
it puts
If
a big
only
burden on
Soraka
his
buffed him a little
APM next
earlier.
turn. I would love to watch his next turn.
Yeah,
It's
we
gonna
must
stress
see
me
Philip's
out.
next turn. Philip's next turn will be basically a lobby deciding turn for a lot of things, honestly. As for now, Silencer playing around the Cho list, didn't manage to find the units. You know, has the Rogue in now, and hey, this board at this point in the game is gonna be pretty fine, right? So did manage to find a JG. The red buff's actually fine. You know what? I actually kind of like the spot now. It's not as bad as I thought it was in the past. Although the HP is a little bit scary. All right, Philip's big turn. Here we go. Quick Ahmed selection. Just gotta
Have
go,
to
go, go,
pick
go.
quickly. Yep.
All right. Oh, Ooh, Blaster is a well with 3 dupes. There's a chance you can. Okay, we must roll. Let's see. Reforging,
Back to
leveling,
blasters.
leveling. Whoa. Okay, leveling. All right. Rolling down, looking for Samiras and Namis. I think is the plan.
Yep.
There's
Really hard committed to this.
Samira. Really has to hit a lot on this turn. There's Orin.
We have 3
Gotta find more
duplicators.
than
Are
this.
we willing to use them this turn if we have enough copies of Ornn or Samira? We do have
I think
3
we
copies
have
of
to,
Samira.
right?
We could, right? We could duplicate her.
Or for Orin. One more Orin, I would say, and you just
Oh
go. You
God,
just go for
we
Orin 3.
need
Or Orin 3.
time.
Orin 3. Just go for Orin 3. You just go for Orin 3. You must. Not gonna have time though. I think he just said he doesn't have enough time. If he had enough time, I think we'd absolutely go for it. Without enough time, it gets pretty scary. This anima item has to do a ton of work here, otherwise it's going to be a very scary. It's a very scary matchup. It is the Cho list, which can chomp the Orin in one bite. Here we go.
Yeah, the Uwu Blasters, I feel like I'm high enough on their value. This fight seems like it's a fight that we can win.
It's close. It's really close. Good splash on the Nami. This is the scariest turn. If you survive this turn, you're completely fine. Does manage to win. And that means the countdown begins for the rest lobby. Yes, the Uwu Blasters is not the best cash out. It is still a cash out though, and on the Samira can go insane. That's another Samira. I would at least spend 1 on the Samira here if I'm, or just go for Orin 3. I think you just go for Orin. Well, okay, let's spend 1 on the Samira for now. So that's at least an option. And yeah, 7 Space Crew on the board as well. 7 Space Crew with the Samira 3, with an Anima cash out. It's gotta be good, right? Right?
Yeah, I think I'm confident in this. If you take a look around at the rest of the lobby, there are 2 players going fast 9. I would say that, you know, because the rest of the lobby is not spiking super hard right now, these duplicators got us over the benchmark to survive for the rest of this stage. Now, it would be a tremendous insurance policy to see the 12 health out of Soraka here for our upcoming boon. But if we don't see it, I still feel like Philip has a spot that wins out the lobby.
Potentially. Okay, Blessing Size isn't even that bad. Because it's good for Orin. It's actually really good for Orin. It kind of alleviates some of the situations that Orin is in. I think it's not a bad option. You could also take the cash and say, look, we already used all our cash, we need more cash. Maybe Philip just takes the cash. Also possible, since we already have the Soraka boon secured. We'll see.
Yeah, it does look like Philip took the cash. I am overall in agreement with that because I feel like our Orin is really indexed towards HP. And to me, it would be troublesome to take more HP in a situation where really the ideal third item for our Orin would be to get like a Gargoyles.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think I'm with you, or I'm with Philip.
Mm-hmm.
But this was a really cool roll down to see from Reddy. I feel like he's been really decisive here on level 9, getting the Graves in as well. I think that this is enough. I think Reddy has enough HP to scale this board.
Yeah, there's time now to make this happen. I believe the Vex 2 also is quite a good find. And this is where, you know, it starts the clock ticking for other players as well, because Reddy's going to start to find more, to complete more of these pairs on these 5-cost units and just have that beautiful 5-cost soup. Very tasty. There we go. More damage onto Jungle Book, who's going to lose quite a bit of health here. Silencer also loses that one to Upset Max, who, by the way, is quietly building a nice streak with 6-7 health going in. Has a nice 6-win streak as well on level 7. Now a 7-win streak, unfortunately. But yeah, feeling pretty good about his HP, pretty good about his spot. Basically took the challenger line and ran with it. And yeah, was strong in the stage where he needs to be strong. Basically feeling pretty good, as we see Philip still needs one more Ornn for that Ornn 3. For now, just putting the items onto the Tahm Kench, saying, look, that's actually a better tank just for now, and more dependable given that the Ornn is still not 3 stars.
Yeah, I don't mind that at all. Hitting the Blitzcrank is also a huge weight off of our shoulders. I feel like our front line is so stable, but we are of course still rolling for the Ornn 3. The Ornn 3 takes us over the finish line, I think.
I absolutely. Ooh, Blaster's doing a decent amount of work here, and yeah, the Space Groove emblems with 7 Space Groove and the Blitz now added in are going to do quite a bit of damage. Lucas here was playing around that TF reroll, I think, but it's starting to fall off, whereas Silencer also... Kiyun with this Vex is almost... Oh my goodness, it just pops the Lissandra last minute, and the Karma doesn't get the last cast off, so Kiyun also going to take another win here. So both those 1-cost rerolls starting to lose their luster here as we head into this Treasure Dragon.
Yeah, it's interesting to see what this ended up doing with this probably great. This core Fate Weaver business is the kind of business that I'm not super familiar with. But I have to imagine that Lucas is going to start falling behind the last 9 years as well as he's just in a really big.
Yeah, here it is. Philip now on that last life, but might be 1 HP is all you need. In this case, he's got 6 and now has an Ornn 3 to the name, along with a Primordian Even Shroud Space Groove emblemed up Tahm Kench too. All you need now, realistically, is this Blitzcrank 2, and you'll feel quite good about this. The spot feels fantastic. And yeah, with the Anima cash out, Philip is in a strong position now to take away all the momentum that the others had and keep moving on up towards the top of the leaderboard. And guess what? Soraka Boon is in play now. We are going to heal up a little bit of HP every single round.
Yeah, I'm not convinced that the Soraka Boon ever has a breakpoint this game where it saves a life. I think the Soraka Boon just exists. Like, maybe if we happen to have a disastrous loss where something crazy happened with the fight RNG, like, it might save us a placement, but I have a hard time believing that it ever becomes like equal to the stage plus player damage.
I wonder if you actually ever fit in a Fiora, just to have a Fiora. Like, because Fiora, if you win the fight, also gets your HP, and so even if you like while you don't, like, for instance, let's say you have a board that you're going to probably win most fights, but then late game there's a chance you might lose a very late fight, for instance. So you play the Fiora until you get to those late fights to combine with the Soraka Boon to heal, like, maybe a little bit of HP per turn. Combine with the Soraka, maybe that's good enough. I don't know.
There's a Corki 3 angle.
Oh my goodness. Does anyone spot it? Is anyone ping it? I don't know if anyone realizes this.
I think they know by now.
It must be pinged, yes? Someone has to be saying something here. They have to play defense, because that would actually win the lobby over the Anima in that case. As we see over here, the Vex with the Anomaly, applying that burn to the rest of the board. The Bard also trying to launch the whole UFOs, but the Blitzcrank eating this Leona out of the way. Good damage from the Corki Riven combo. Sorry, the Corki Rammus combo. And yeah, Lucas stays alive and has more time to roll for these Corkis. Still rolling for them. Has the cash flow, so definitely going to keep getting enough gold to find. There's a Rammus. Is it yeah, is that the angle there? I guess that's all from that side of things. As we see Reddy's board now. Anomaly on the graves for now is the idea. Going to try to find a last item after this from the item chest. Is only on 11 HP, so has to win this. Really hoping not to run to Philip here, because Philip is very strong right now.
Yeah, I wanted to say that it looked quite favorable before, but now I'm really concerned that Reddy hasn't been able to upgrade a frontliner, and that's what's stopping this board from being as strong as it ought to be. But Silencer, the Philip is knocking on the door. This Ornn and Samira combo is not the person that you want to see through the peephole, because Silencer is on the lowest HP in the lobby, and it's all over.
Curtains for Silencer, who has been silenced that time. Philip does manage to stay alive with that fight. Lucas still alive as well. Really has to find the Corki 3 on this turn. This is kind of the last chance. No Corkis to be found. That might be kind of the end here for Lucas. This 4 Fate Weaver board was interesting, but I don't think it's going to be enough compared to some of the boards that these players have found. Running into a point of Jungle Book, Kiyun, or Philip next. If you're into Philip, it's definitely Curtains. And Jungle Book is also on 1 life. Does hit the Maokai 3. That's bad news for Lucas, so Lucas really hoping not to run into either of those two.
I believe this is Jungle Book. They are fighting for each other's lives. But the Maokai with the Anomaly and with the Dragon's Claw, I have to imagine this is a tremendous challenge for Twisted Fate to overcome. Corki might have the damage for it though, that concentrated AD damage, but look at how much HP is on this big old tree. Nunu did do a lot of work to frontline for this fight, and the Maokai's HP is getting lower and lower, but it's over for you, Lucas.
Lucas going down, and Reddy also managed to go down in that fight. Like you said, the lack of upgraded frontline really making the difference there. So unable to continue that streak of top 2s that he had, as we see Jukyu on a last life as well. And so, yeah, lots of low HP bars here. Kiyun also is... I think Kiyun stays alive. And has a... Oh my goodness, that's a Graves 2, Vex 2, Fiora 2, Tom 2, Shen 2. Lots of 2s to the name. This looks like a better version of Reddy's board almost, with the Vex Graves combination looking quite good. And I see again that Anomaly on Graves seems to be the plan for a lot of those Vex Graves players. But wait a second, running right into Philip. Has to avoid a big loss here. Needs to kill a few units to stay alive.
With Q not playing the Blitzcrank version of this board, I have a really hard time believing that this Ornn is going to fall in this fight. The Radiant Gargoyles is of such tremendous value, and I'm not even sure Kyun killed the unit. He's dead.
Kiyun perishes, Jungle Book perishes, and Jukyu stays alive with 2 HP. So Jukyu gonna actually manage to make it in to the top 3 here with this Vex 1, with the Bard 2, and the triple Gargoyle Leona. $3 tank strikes yet again, or is it $9 this time? I don't know. Either way,
$9.
$9 is all you need.
As far as Jukyu's game went, I'm like not convinced I know how we got here. I feel like with several players playing for Fast 9, it does make a little bit of sense to go for units like Bard and Sona, which were not the ones being contested. But I wasn't tapped into how quickly we were able to get sorry, how quickly we were able to get the Leona, or what the path was to this level 9. I really admire that Jukyu was able to find a way through this position, and with 12 points already on the day, Jukyu may look like a front runner after this game.
Absolutely, very close to advancing after this one. Gonna need a reasonable finish in the last one, but feeling quite good about the spot. That being said, ready to upset Max's board here. Lots of challengers on the board and pretty great items. Look at that artifact on the Belveth, that Hellfire Hatchet. Death Stance doing a lot of work. Let's see if it's enough, though. This Bard trying to put that UFO damage on. The Blitzcrank also eating the front line. It's going to be very, very close. We know the last cast here. Blitzcrank, does he get a last cast off? Not quite, and Jukyu will go down.
Well, I'm not convinced I have enough copium in me to hype up this final matchup between Upset Max and Phil.
If you're Upset Max, do you actually just consider... Well, actually, the worst part is Upset Max is only level 7. So, like, it's not even like you can go for a 3-star forecast here. I think Upset Max just has to be really happy with the placement, right? Really good usage of tempo. Just plays the uncontested line. Has the reroll. Trying to play the right positionings. And just maintaining enough HP preservation over the course of the game. While everyone else tried to go fast 9 and make high cap. He's staying alive, playing the tempo, just sort of leeching off people's HPs, and doing just fine for himself. Yeah, gonna make a top 2 out here, and it's not, you know, it's a humble 2-cost reroll. You said earlier that the 2-cost reroll Jinx Challenger line looked pretty good. I agree now. I think this is a great way to maintain tempo. It's looking like it's doing wonders here. Adding in the next an extra little Nova unit just to see if it can make a difference, moving the items around. It might be the end of this game. We'll see if another Challenger. 5 Challenger? I'm curious to just see 5 Challenger. I know it won't make a difference because this Anima cash out is massive, but my goodness. Will be cool to see what the effect would be. But yeah, kudos to Philip for navigating that. That HP boon from Soraka, truly a godly boon. The space gods really proving their favor, bestowing a divine blessing onto Philip, although I guess that's a different one from Kale.
Yeah, I believe that Philip actually cashed out with 6 HP left, which I think is the amount of HP that he received from the Better Together boon. I think that Soraka was extremely clutch in that regard. At the same time, like, when you are playing a lobby like this with two or three Fast 9 players, like, it is all a bit of a gamble. It's a bit of a gamble on whether a player like Philip is going to be able to turn that bus around at such low HP. And in some regards, it's a gamble on whether Soraka is going to do some kind of divine intervention. As of the end of this lobby, though, Philip has resurged with 13 points. That keeps him in contention on the day. On the other hand, I would have to say that Yusa Lucas taking a 7th in this game with only 2 points heading into it is in a position that might almost be impossible to come back from. I do believe, though, that this is going to be it for you and I, Hanabi.
Yeah, I think that's it for us. Very fantastic action from all the players so far, but coming up right after this game, you can catch more action as Domino and Robin will be joining you in just a second here on Guardian Angel League. But I think that's it for us today, and we'll see you next time around. But yes, still don't go anywhere. Hold on just a second, because we got more games ahead for the play-ins today, as Domino Robin will take you into those games in just a second after this break. Thank you so much for casting with me today, Invective.
Yeah, it was a real pleasure, Hanabi. I'm glad that we got to do this again. And happy Pride weekend to those who celebrate.
Absolutely happy Pride.
we are back. It is now I, Domino. I am here with the wonderful Robin, and we will be your casters for the next couple games. And I'm excited to see what happens here because I watched those first few, and it was quite exciting.
Yes, I'm super duper excited to be here. Thank you ever so much for having me once again. And kicking it off, we get a Belveth encounter here. Now, I've not seen a Belveth encounter before, I don't think.
Really?
What does it do?
Well, it's a champion duplicator.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's kind of nice. So, we might be seeing some more rerolls this time around. I know we've seen quite a few of them in the past few games. So that might be something we're seeing
here,
again.
Probably.
Yeah. Oh, especially with something like the altar as well.
Yeah.
That would just help later down the line as well. And right off the bat, we're already seeing like the 2 Primordian on the board. Yeah, there we go. Oh, this is actually a really nice start. Having 3 Stargazer right off the bat, just being able to start stacking that altar immediately. That is really, really nice to see for Jungle Book. And just, Jax is a really, really strong tank as well. Like, you can't go wrong with him.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, early on, it's definitely one of the stronger units you can have.
Mm-hmm. For sure. Especially if you're playing for that low reroll, like, champions. Like, it goes really, really well into things like Nova or into things like Fate Weaver as well. Obviously, you've got your TF and you've got your Caitlyn, you've got the Jax, and you've got your Aatrox, so you can get the Nova on the field really easily as well. And looking at things like this, what are we wanting here?
Not too sure. I mean, late game scaling is probably a no unless you move off of the Stargazer here. I don't mind Savings account necessarily.
It is what we opt for. We get another Jax as well. Seeing a few people opting for some artifact anvils though. That's always nice to see.
Oh yeah, very nice.
Oh, and a 2-star Cho'Gath. So, what sort of things are you hoping to see? Like, as we're now beginning to see, like, our PvP rounds, like, we're now at 2-1, what sort of things are we hoping to see now that people are starting to look into what they're planning on building? They've got their first augment. What are you, like, hoping for people to roll into? Or to pivot into?
I will say that we have seen a lot of rerolls in the past couple games, and I would like to see a little bit more, you know, like fast 8 boards. I think out of like a specific comps, I want to see some like nice like Arbiter laws come in, like some good Arbiter comps, and then also playing a bit around like emblems, because there's a lot of really strong emblems we can get right now for comps. I mean, whether it's, you know, Space Groove Nami, or we can get like a Challenger spat on Jinx. There's a lot of pretty decent options out there. I think that's what I'm looking for.
For sure. And we're seeing that we've got an emblem already, the Bastion emblem being placed upon the Talon. And already having that 2 Nova, 2 Rogue as well.
Well,
that's quite nice to see, yeah. And lots of potentials for upgrades on that bench. And we're seeing here, we're looking to go for something like a Meeple line, potentially. We've got the 2 Vigars on the bench from Kiyun. And there we go, there it is. Oh, but we immediately take 1 off for the Timebreaker instead.
The music on this board always gets me.
Yeah, really?
So
also, this is a Fishbones Caitlyn that we are seeing here. That's
oh yeah, that's terrifying.
That's kind of funny. Especially with like the crit as well from the headshot. If you're like getting that onto like the back line, we're not seeing it all too much right now. But we see the headshot is procced. We're seeing here, this is
Neck to neck, and there we go.
yeah, neck and neck, but the Nah from Silencer came out on top here. Alrighty, and we get to see an Echo Ari game here. I think this is the first Echo I have seen.
I think so. Yeah, that's probably right. I think Echo is like such an interesting like boon to play around. The anomaly is very nice, but I think it's a little harder maybe to play around the Echo buffs.
Maybe, but I don't know. I see the free 6 XP and I'm just like, oh, I kind of want that. I want it. Here we go. We throw in a sniper. We've got our Primordian on the field as well from Silencer. This is a really, really scary looking board. 2-star Nah, 2-5 with an Infinity Edge, as well as
oh yes,
pretty decent items on that Rek'Sai as well. Going up against a relatively similar board, but opting for Challenger instead of our snipers here. But again, against the mass HP and bulk of this Rek'Sai, there's just not much to do against it. And that's a Diana on the field. With a blighting... Yeah. That's a blighting Jewel Teemo. That's a blighting Jewel Teemo that I saw at the very end there. Oh no!
With the void staff already slapped on there, it's like you're taking max damage.
You don't even, at this point, you don't even need something like a Rage Blade for this Teemo. Like, he's gonna be casting all the time, and we get the drone uplink as well from our 2 Psionic, immediately placing it onto the Teemo. This is a scary board to see, and we have like Arbiter ready to go should we need it. With that Diana on the bench. We can see here we've got so many items on this Teemo, but the front line doesn't seem to be holding up as well. But on the flip side, we've got Philip, who doesn't have any backline damage. Oh, now this is scary.
Yeah.
We've got the Shepherd online now.
Having the...
wait, this is the rare level 5 LeBlanc, by the way.
Yeah. Oh my.
The 2% forecast, which just so happens to be... You know what? Just hit. You know? Just hit. I respect it.
Ooh, what?
Ooh, Tom Kench.
That is nice.
We do lose the Bastion for it, whether or not we opt to go for level 5 just to put the Poppy back in, or even that Gragas for the Brawler, sorry.
I think I would keep the Kenshin just for loot. If we're lost streaking already, I mean, why not make it more profitable?
It's very fair, very fair. And we've got a really strong looking rogue board here from Upset Matt. Especially with the Bastion on this Talon. Yeah, pretty sizable victory there. from Upset Mac.
Absolutely, yeah.
And Silencer taking the loss from Ready as well. Ready was, in fact, ready for that. Oh, a Apotheotic Forge as well, with gain 21
nice.
gold and a Sunfire board. Sunfire board I really like, but at the same... Oh, but Invader Z!
Oh, that's tempting.
Oh, but Invader Z!
Imagine, though.
Imagine indeed. Now, I know I'm not playing this game, but I'm seeing this and I'm just like, I'm thinking about it. I hope they're
100%.
thinking about it too. They instead, they go for Epic Rolldown instead. I think, maybe? Is that Epic Rolldown?
I believe so.
It was Epic Rolldown, so upon hitting level 8, they're going to be getting a bunch of rerolls. So we might be seeing, I don't know, maybe something like a Corky Riven. We've got the Meeple on board already. That's a 3-star Cho'Gath, by the way.
It certainly is.
That certainly is. Does get the bite as well, so it does get plus 70 max HP from the kill. We're seeing here as everyone else falls. Oh, Jukyu has the Arbiter Augment.
Is that right?
I just saw it as I was like
Oh,
looking
yeah.
over, and that is Divine Amendment, so they get in a second law. If we could take a
look
peek at
these
that.
laws.
Oh, armor and magic resist and AP,
AP.
as well. On
Overall buff.
probably the best LeBlanc one possible outside of dealing 10 damage. This is actually so good for Jukyu here. This is going to be such a tanky backline towards the end of these fights that like, I don't know if anyone's going to be able to compete. Like, the stacking AP as well as armor and magic resist. Like, what do you do against a board like this?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Oh, and the Zoe's going crazy here. We get a little Zoe dance. Let's go. We go into our second god round here. Now, okay, if I'm someone like Jukyu, I'm thinking of going for that Echo God of Time just for that increase in attack speed, especially for someone like LeBlanc who really, really likes having attack speed. Plus, with the Arbiter Law as well, this, again, that LeBlanc will just never die.
Ooh, do we pick up this
Yoga Book
Morgana?
also up for it, and we get, oh, and Tom Kench giving us a 2-star Kaiser as well. That's quite nice to see. Kyun getting a 2-star Na. Philip going to level 7. Kyun's getting quite a few upgrades here, actually. Yeah, there's the Pantheon.
Yeah, look at the money
well.
go down. We're rolling.
Yeah, we were rolling heavy just to get any amount of upgrades. Now we're only 3 away from that 3-star Na, though. Oh, and a Quicksilver upon the LeBlanc for Jukyu. If it wasn't scary before, it definitely is now.
Oof.
You can see it
Not
already
much to be done
happening.
here.
There is not much that Jungle Book can do. Oh, and that's a fresh lantern. We go for level 7. We max out the amount of hexes that Stargazer will give us, and just look at this. I love the Altars one so much. We've got a Morgana on the bench as a just in case as well. We were thinking about putting it in, but opted for the Riven instead. And we get to see Kiyun's board here. This scary LeBlanc versus this scary looking Gnar as well.
Oh. Oh.
Oh, it's gonna be close! And the
Okay.
Gnar just gets it. Not able to get as much armor in MR as we were hoping. And this Pantheon as well survived for so long. Silencer's board has the potential to turn out strong, but is kind of missing a few key components like that Rage Blade.
Yeah.
Missing a bow for the Rage Blade for the Gnar. Gnar desperately wants that Rage Blade. But maybe we'll see it in this PvE round with Grom. We are definitely... Then there it is. We immediately go for it.
Yeah. No hesitation there.
None whatsoever. We also get another bow as well. Maybe going for that last Whisper. And there it is.
That's pretty stacked.
That is a very stacked
Definitely
looking
a better
Gnar.
spot to be.
Unfortunately, is in a very, very good spot, but a lot of people are contesting these Gnars. We've got Kiyun, obviously, with 7 of 9. And Silencer here with 4 of them from the pool.
Yep.
And also, I'm pretty sure I saw Jungle Book getting a 2-star Tahm Kench. And there it is. Here's that Corky Riven I was talking about earlier. I was fully expecting something like this to come out from one of our epic roll-down players, and here we are. We do get to see it.
Oh my god.
Not just any Corky Riven. This is Bastion Riven Corky Riven. Going on into our last augment round here. Another gold. So golds across the board. Gilded Steel and Duo Q.
Yeah. I don't mind Arcane Victory here either, though.
For sure. Having a field-wide stun would be really, really nice.
Oh, we hit the bar.
Sorry. Ooh. We sell the Vex.
Yeah.
The thing is, what do we take out for this Bard?
Nothing for now, I guess. Hold on to it tight.
I guess so. Our front line isn't as beefy as we're probably hoping. Also, we've got Fresh Lantern, so it makes sense that we want our bulkier units to be pulled in, but also at the same time, there's a Bard.
Yeah. I mean, you make a solid point.
I guess due to the redirection properties of Fresh Lantern, that having the tanky unit just keeps him alive for a lot longer, didn't seem to work out this time around as Kiyun takes a loss. And Upset Max's victory just seems to be increasing exponentially here. Just a lot of our reroll players not finding the units we want. Like, even Silencer now has 6 of the 9 Gnars that we need. Upset Max is holding on to 1 of them, and Kiyun has the other 7.
I was gonna say, there's no way we have a 2-star Mighty Mech on bench.
I didn't even notice that, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, we did, and then we swapped it out for the Ornn, which makes a lot of sense, because I was like, what in the world?
Ooh, this is a 3-star Jinx as well. No Rage Blade, but does have the... Oh, Kahuna Huna as well, though. Not going to be doing much here against Silencer's board. Silencer's board very scary now, and is also going to be printing Gnars as well with Meeple 7. And we see the altar paying off, and we are swapping around.
Yeah.
More of our stronger...
Lots of shared wealth takers.
Mm-hmm. Still got some undecided on what they want.
Yeah.
Oh! I didn't even realize this was a no scout, no pivot.
Oh, wow. Me neither. I was like, okay, cool board. This is fine.
Yeah, I saw the chains pop up. I was like, oh my goodness, okay, that makes sense. We've got that Shen
really
on
need
the
to
bench.
hit
We
these.
sell it,
Okay,
but
there
there
we
is
go.
our Belveth. Buying some rusts as well. We are still missing just a couple more Briars. Or one more Briar and a couple more Rek'Sais, and then this board might end up being very scary. We do have that tiny champion duplicator still as well.
That's true.
And it looks like we have a disconnect.
Oh, that's not good.
That's not good at all.
I get a feeling we're gonna pause any second here. Yeah.
And there it is.
Comes in.
This game has been kind of insane so far. We made the prediction that we were going to see a lot of rerolls here, and that definitely turned out to be the case for a lot of people. Especially down at the very bottom, unfortunately, Lucas with 28 HP. Getting the no scout, no pivot, and going for that Primordian board hasn't quite paid off. Probably hasn't been getting the
That's true, but we just
champions that they want.
We just
That is
hit
true.
The
We did just get
Belveth.
that
We
Belveth.
are just about to get the Rek'Sai and the the Briar. There we go.
Yeah, we are. I mean, we're all but guaranteed to get the Briar here with that tiny champion duplicator on our in our inventory, and then it is just very much hoping we can hit these Rek'Sais quickly, hoping we can't get something from our Primordian trait to just help us even more. And just looking at this board, this is a Varus's Obsession, Blighted Jewel, Quicksilver, LeBlanc from Duke You here.
I mean, look at those items, though. That's insanity. I also want to note the bench. We are holding on. We are holding on to the Sona pair. We do have Morgana pair as well. The Nunu pair over there.
We've also got a Lysandra. And we're just hoping to get our last two Leonas as well.
Oh,
Looks like
player
Lucas
has
has reconnected as well. This is... I know we've mentioned, or at least I've mentioned already, just how scary this LeBlanc is.
Yeah.
But I just want to reiterate how, to me, just how terrifying this LeBlanc is. Because, again, every free attack, she's getting MR, armor, and AP. On top of that, she is shredding MR, healing the strongest tank, which at this point I'm guessing would be our Leona, as well as getting a stacking AD AP every few seconds as well.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, disconnected. Reconnect. Oh, a lot of people are disconnecting and reconnecting.
Oh no.
Oh, this looks rough. It seems that we have unfortunately been having some technical issues during tournament today. Okay, that's two back. Wow, we can move around the boards and pause screen. That's kind of fun.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Oh, this Aurelion is kind of scary as well. This 2-star Aurelion.
You can see the
Doesn't
laser
look
coming
like-
through right at the
Yeah,
second.
I see the laser. Not just the Aurelion laser, but also the Karma cast as well.
Yeah.
And there we go. We are back. Again, this Aurelion is very scary. It doesn't seem to be holding up right this instance. Philip taking the loss from Silencer there. But that's scary. Oh, and there is our 3-star Samira as well. Duke, you getting a 2-star Lysandra. Jungle Book getting a 2-star Zaya on the field as well.
Getting close to this Nar as well.
We're so close to the Nar. We
Printing.
are printing it as well. There's another pause.
Oh, well, you know. I like
Me either.
our director coming through.
Everyone say hi.
Everyone say
in
hi,
the background.
Catherine. Player has reconnected.
Doing some ready checks here as well now.
Oh. Okay.
There we go.
And we are coming back in. Lovely.
Lovely jubbly indeed. That is a loss of a round though, really.
That is true.
All depends on whether or not people were able to get what they needed and ready here with the 3-star Ornn fully itemized. Got to be getting the Radiant Gargoyles here against this Samira fully
Ornn.
itemized again with fish bones.
Reddy's board looks so incredibly strong, I'll be
This
honest
is
with
so
you.
incredibly scary, and even with this Nami only being a 1-cost, the items are scary as well. That's a Death Cap with an Archangel Star.
Yeah. Let's see.
And based on what we're seeing from the other item as well, we're potentially looking at something like a Jewel Gauntlet. But we do get to go into our God Boons, and oh my goodness, look at this Cho'Gath.
Oh, he's a chunker, and he is big.
He is big. We've got the 6 Dark Star buff on him as well, making him even bigger. Getting that extra 45% effectiveness from Dark Star 4. We've got the extra tankiness.
Looking for that gen.
We're
find
really
it.
looking
now
for
we
it.
need another one. Come on. Unfortunate.
Truly indeed. And did Lucas manage to get the Rek'Sai? I'm not seeing it show up on his side of the board either. He
Yes.
did. That's an insane find. We did end up using that tiny champion duplicator for it though, so we are again just hoping on this Briar. We've been needing this last Briar for going on like 2
surely-
stages now.
Yeah. I mean, surely the Primordian print will get us that. I would hope
Eventually.
so, at least.
Eventually.
Yeah.
One thing I am very scared of, though, is just how frail this front line looks.
I know, right?
Like, the only thing we've
kind
got
of feels
going
like
in
we need
terms...
to pump out max damage very, very quickly.
It does look like that's what we're going for, especially with the Even Shroud on this Rek'Sai. But again, if the front
It's just
line
not
can't
enough.
hold up, it's not enough indeed, and Lucas does fall here.
Alright. 7 HP for Kyun. 16 for Jungle Book. Starting to look rough.
But Kyun does get that 3-star Nah. Hopefully that will be a turning point for him. He gets it and then
Yeah.
immediately puts Riven there as well. We've got, again, a very tanky looking front line. And the Varus'
true.
obsession. Never mind,
Never
taking off the
know.
Varus' obsession. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Then do we have the Deathblade? You know what? Yeah, I can see that happening. We get the scaling
Yeah, I
AD
agree.
from Varus' obsession as well, and just having that extra survivability for the front line as well, especially that strongest tank.
Yeah,
Like
especially
this,
having
we're
Precious
already
Lantern
seeing this
and
Rammus
an
is
extra
not
unit.
dying.
Yeah, but neither is the Ornn.
That's true. This Ornn is also refusing to die.
Wow.
And the rest of the board falls in Kiyun, as well as Jungle Book.
As well as Jungle Book, yeah.
Both fall.
I mean, this Samira Ornn board is disgusting. And
It's
this as
very
well.
scary,
I mean,
for
Silencer
sure.
has hit, you know, all the units that everybody else was kind of running for.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this is... I mean, you don't... The funny part is, like, Reddy has the 3-star Ornn and the 3-star Samira, and they're completely decked out, and the rest of the board looks awful. You know what I mean? Like, it's just...
Yeah, the rest
there's no
of the board
upgrades, there's no
just
items,
does
there's nothing going on. Like, it's just those two and their NPCs, you know?
Mm-hmm. Hey, it looks like it doesn't even need anyone else.
Yeah.
Like, just having that... Like, the really strong front line, that really strong back line that no one's able to get through, just doesn't really matter much, you know? Even here, we've got that really, really big Karma now that just pumps out insane amount of damage that makes it so that you're effectively playing 2 tanks down right off the rip.
Yeah.
Off
Alright,
tanks,
take
what
back
are
what I
those?
said. The Nami's online.
Nami is in fact online now, has the Morellos for the burn, Nash's tooth just to cast a bit more, and then that Death Blade. Oh, not Death Blade, sorry, Death Cap.
I was
Wrong
gonna
item.
say Deathblade, are we sure?
Death Blade, it's the new meta, didn't you hear? AD Nami.
Yeah, I like it. I'm here for it. I'm
Mhm,
gonna
mhm,
let
mhm.
into a solo queue ranked game and play AD Nami after this. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
100%.
Mm-hmm.
It's how I climbed to Challenger in Tarkus Trials.
Oh, I see.
Oh, but even Silence's board also incredibly scary, having the combined damage of both this Na and this Corki here under the effects of the Shen sword. Like, that's... Oh my goodness, that's scary. And Philip getting the 2-star Jin. We've got the anomaly onto Zoe now. We've taken the items off of our Leona from Jukyu and putting it onto our Morgana
the
instead.
Anomaly on Zoe choice a little curious here.
What does the anomaly do?
It's just a buff, and depending on the type of champion it is, you know, like an AP unit will like apply burn, for example, or a tank unit will grow in size and gain health. I feel like we have a 2-item Nunu. I would have probably prioritized that.
Maybe, but maybe we're also wanting the Morgana to be guaranteed as our strongest tank, so that LeBlanc's
That is true.
Varus' obsession
Put it that
could
way.
last a bit longer.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem to matter here, unfortunately, as GQ does fall.
Along with
For
Philip.
such
and
a
this is gonna be your
strong
top 3.
start. Oh, yeah, for sure. And Silence is now on a 9-win streak as well.
Oof.
Going to 5 Meeple, throwing in another Bastion just for some extra bulk. Going on into our Elder Dragon 5-7. And you can see just how quickly it got shredded as soon as that Samira
Yeah.
cast. Silencer also goes to level 10, ready at 8.
Wow.
Throws in an extra sniper and a replicator as well. Oh, we're missing. Go to 9. Throw in another Stargazer and we can start stacking the altar. Why not? 6-1 stacking the altar. Let's go.
Oh yeah. Definitely worth it.
100%. And we are swapping around our board a little bit. It has become a positioning war. The ready and upset max. We get to see that we do seem to be on the right side here. Are we going to be able to get through this Riven though? The Blitzcrank cast insane there just to get the Riven away from the back line.
Oh, the
Gives the Samira more time. As we can see that the rest of the team does manage to pull.
orange just does not die.
Ornn
Those
doesn't
shields are
die.
incredible.
The Ornn refuses to die, as well as constantly being in the groove when a shield breaks, getting that extra healing as well. This is some insane games. And Silencer now at a 10 win streak as well. Still missing one Jhin.
We've been holding on to that Jhin pair for ages, too.
We've been holding on to this Jhin for ages, it's true. But will Reddy's board be ready for this? That is the question here. Silencer on that 10 win streak against the unkillable Ornn and the unstoppable Samira. We can already see...
Oh, the Samira's dead.
But the Samira is dead, and Silence takes the win, and
Reddy
Reddy
goes
is
down.
out.
Oh.
We are now down to our final two, Silencer and Upset Max.
Who do you think goes away with this? It has to be
I
Silencer,
mean,
right?
I'm looking at the 11 win streak here, and
Yeah.
I'm kind of inclined to agree on the Silencer pick. I am very inclined to agree there.
For sure.
But even still, if Upset Max is able to do something, it's going to be one hell of an uphill battle. That's 31 HP to break through. We are at 6-3, so that won't be too much. It's on, what, 2-3 rounds at most, depending on how strong of a victory it is. But already seeing that the front line is all but dead already.
Oh my goodness.
And there it is, Silencer. The 12 win streak.
Big win.
To end it off. That's an insane win.
Yeah, absolutely.
With the Chibi Gwen. I love this so
cute.
much. She's so cute.
It's amazing.
Chibis represent. We love to see it. And we get to see those post-game stats here as well. You can see just how strong some of these boards could have been if they were able to hit. Like
To make
Lucas's
it
board, for
through,
instance. Yeah, that no scout, no pivot. Just if we got a bit luckier with that Primordian trait giving us the units we wanted. Maybe if we had some more frontline instead of opting to fully invest into our backline. Like, it was a good idea, don't get me wrong. Like, having that even shroud to guarantee, like, we've got that Sunder. We're doing as much damage as we can from our challenges. But without the frontline to back it up, where are we going?
It was definitely not survivable. I mean, the only option there for Lucas is to get luckier with Primordian hits. Hit earlier the 3 stars, because we hit the Rek'Sai and the Briar so late. So very late. It was, I mean, there's nothing
we never even hit the Briar.
Right? That's true. We never even hit the Briar. I mean, at that point, what can you do, right? I mean, it's unlucky.
It's,
you know?
Definitely... When you're taking one of those traits or, like, Bard from the prior sets, like, getting those extra units at the end of the combat, it's definitely a risk you have to be willing to take. And unfortunately, it just didn't pay off this time around. One thing I am surprised to see, though, is Jukyu's position. Jukyu's board seemed so incredibly strong to start off with, and then ended up with a 4th.
That's true. I mean,
Maybe
we
not
started
being
off
able
so
to...
strong, but then at the same time, like, I feel like the damage output was very low. Our items for both LeBlanc and Zoe are kind of... they're a little off balance. It's a bit off kilter, and it feels like while the units are there and the front line was there, the output was just lacking, right? I mean, we tried to help by picking up, you know, the Varus item and the Anomaly, but it wasn't enough.
I could definitely see why they didn't choose to go for that high output and instead went for something different. Like, we had the Arbiter augment to get the second law. Like, we were stacking a lot of AP, AD AP, MR and magic, MR and armor, but again, the fights just didn't last long enough for them to make a difference.
Yeah. Taking a look at our scores, though, now that we're at the end of Game 4, we've had a bit of a chance to see everybody play. Yeah.
Oh, there we go. We had a quick
Taking a
peek
look
at the
at
scores. I
lobbies
hope
as
you took a
well.
screenshot. You're blinking, you missed it.
Blinking, you missed it. But what kind of lobby do you think you want to head for?
See, I didn't blink and I didn't miss the scores a little bit, and we did see that Super Pino. I'm gonna say Pino. I'm probably wrong there. Sitting pretty at the top there. I'm kind of curious to see how well they do for Game 5 and into Game 6. See if they can extend their lead, if you will.
Yeah, I tend to agree. So I think Lobby 1 is probably going to be the most interesting one for us.
On the flip side, though, we are seeing a lot of the same players that we saw from the last game.
That is true.
Like Reddy, Silencer, Junglebook Kiyun, and Lucas were all part of that last game.
We will also have a chance to see them on Game 6. So I think we stick to our first lobby for Game 5 and take a look at these scores.
And there we go.
Blink
now
and
it's
you
no
miss
longer
it, so yeah.
a blink and you miss it. We're now getting a proper look. Again, that Super Pino
Koala,
or Pino, sorry. 27 points, sitting pretty. 2 firsts back to back actually is kind of insane to see. That's
you see,
why
like
I'm
the
super
6 and
curious.
the 5 just like warming up, getting ready.
Definitely got into the groove, the space groove, if you will.
Yeah. Amazing. Always here for the puns, Robin.
Always.
I am a little afraid for Quintanilla and Bustle Skills, who are 2 of my personally favorite players, so I'm really hoping that these next 2 games go really well for them.
For sure.
Yeah, yeah.
But that is going to be it from us for right now. We're going to go on a quick break, and we will see you all back here for Game 5.
Welcome back, I guess. Enjoy my snacks. No warning. I'm just having dinner, y'all. Welcome back to game. We have a Lysandra encounter. Gain 5 units to fight for you on the Howling Abyss.
The Howling Abyss, that's ARAMs. We're not on the Howling Abyss. Well, welcome back,
I was in my
everyone.
noodles, I'm so confused.
Welcome back, everyone, for Game 6. You are joining both myself, Robin, and Domino once again, as well as Domino's dinner being a cardboard box of Chinese food. But we did get to see the Lysandra encounter, which I have mentioned time and time again, is probably my favorite encounter to see because it does open up a lot of possibilities going on into the later game.
Sorry,
Later
I'm
rounds.
trying to recenter myself. I was like really mid-bite as well. It wasn't like I'm chewing a little. I've got like my mouth open, my chopstick up in my face. It was amazing. Someone needs to clip that. Anyways. Find your center if you will. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. I need the augment right now. Oh my goodness, okay. I'm alive. Are you? Oh no. We broke Robin.
I'm fine. Okay, taking a quick peek at our current Stargazer as well, we have the Boar. It's not one of the more popular ones that you do see people opting to go for Arbiter for, or not Arbiter, sorry, Stargazer for, but it's still probably one of my favorite ones as well. I just like having the gold on victory. It definitely helps, and we get to see a gold augment for our first augment here as well. Ooh, Heat Death. I know it's not a strong hero augment, but Heat Death is there. That is a hero augment. We unfortunately do not go for it. We go for birthday present or birthday gift. And we throw in some Arbiter as well. There is the chance to gain a Leona at combat end there, which is a pretty popular one to go for. What did Pino decide to go for? Oh, that's a Shield of Molten Core on this Cho'Gath here. Unfortunately, not going to be paying off against this very AP heavy start from Super Pino. Kiyun is definitely going to feel the burn there. But going on, it will definitely help. Shield of Molten Core is really strong in my opinion. The extra, is it extra healing that it gets based on armor? For the Shield of Molten Core on that Cho'Gath that we saw. But Super Pino's Arbiter is in fact to go for that extra Leona.
The Leona printing, yeah.
Again, a very, very popular one, and we get free time breaker right off rip from Ready.
That's
hoping
very
to
nice.
get the
And
win
20
streak.
gold too.
Yes, heals 20% of the holder's armor. So this Cho'Gath is gonna be very tanky if it's able to stay alive long enough. But again, going into a very heavy AP comp with the Zoe and the Lysandra here isn't going to be taking much from it. And you can see it's immediately gone.
Yeah.
We sell to hit 20 as well. Oh, and there's some more Ezreals as well. We're now at 6 Ezreals at 2 free. Several Ezreals. And even Ego with the 6 Leonas as well. Now, Super Pino has immediately shifted from that Arbiter lore for the Leonas into more of a Brawler Marauder comp with the Cho'Gath and Urgot. Do like to see a quick pivot. With the Fate Weaver as well for this Milio. Definitely paying off to get the extra bounces.
Yeah.
I feel like Milio is like a sleeper unit. Like, doesn't really get seen all too much, but is able to output a ton of damage if left unchecked. And we have Aurelion Sol and Kale. Ooh. We do love some quests.
Yeah. ASOL is always such a fun choice.
Now Lucas is opting for a lost streak here. We're definitely seeing it with the frontline Jinx.
Oh yeah.
And we have the 2-star Briar in the shop. We're probably waiting for round to start before buying it. Just to guarantee our lost streak a little bit more.
Ooh,
oh, never mind. We're selling everything
50.
to go for 50 to get that anvil.
We'll get that quest immediately.
Yeah. Really wanted to make sure they lost here. And it's a good spot to lose on. Yeah, we're taking a bit of damage, but Kiyun is level 4. It ruins Kiyun's lost streak.
Yep.
Oh, but this Lysandra. This is Seraphim Staff Lysandra with 2 Archangels. So that's going to be a lot of extra mana regen on top of just stacking a ton of AP. Seeing all of our Aurelion Sol players getting to their 50 gold threshold. And we've seen another pivot from Super Pino into Timebreaker this time.
Did Ego just hit through? No, I'm sorry. I misread the little thingy. 6 out of 9. So Ego and Kyun are both 3 off, heading some 3-star 1 costs. These bounces are doing so much work.
Yeah, and it's spreading so much damage across the board, but unfortunately the front line isn't able to hold up.
Keep up, yeah.
Against Ego's double Seraphim Staff, Lysandra, and it looks like we're trying to get a, not an Archangel Staff, a Void Staff onto that Lysandra as well with the Replicator buff. Already picked savings account. Okay. Do love to see it. Now with savings account, we're already. Yeah, let's not. It doesn't look like we're going to, especially with the stuns here. It looks spooky for a little bit, but we are fine, and we opted for Kale despite having the savings account.
Mm-hmm.
I guess wanting that item economy just was a little stronger than having to wait for 50 gold. But we are at 70 now, so we're getting full value from our savings account. We're going to be getting a bunch of gold once it procs too. Whenever I pick savings account, I always end up forgetting that I have savings account, so I'll always be at 50 anyway. So it's like, oh, I shouldn't be picking this. And Kiyun now is missing 3 Cho'Gaths of the 9. And 2 of the Ezreals. Oh, but that is a Master Yi from Silencer. Now that's scary.
The tempo in this game is very fast comparatively to the ones that we've had so far.
for sure. And we get a prismatic here as well. Something like min-max is really, really interesting to me. Being able to get a golden item remover, not having to rely on having the removers that are given to you. But we do roll past it, and we go for invested here as well. I love to see it.
Lots
It's
of
a bunch
cash
of extra
money.
gold. Seeing a few people picking up Jeweled Lotus. Free players going for... no, sorry, free players going for Trait Tree. We've also got some... Oh, and Soul Awakening.
Very nice.
Very nice indeed. Now, what did we get from some of these units? We have Sniper, Lysandra. I saw a Shepherd. Sorry, I'm losing my train of thought there.
No, you're good.
Shepherd Pantheon. And we're also seeing Bruiser Rogue Akali here as well.
She's just cosplaying.
I mean, it paid off for sure. There is our 2-star Akali as well. We are beginning to roll down. It's a rather early roll down, or we may have been going for our treasure chest instead.
Yeah.
Ooh, Sniper Bastion. Yeah, Kiyun's getting very close to a lot of things that are needed. We've now got the two 2-star Lysandras. We're 1 away from the Cho'Gath now.
2 away from the Ezreal.
2 away from the Ezreal and 3 away from the
Armand,
Lysandras. Now, this is a very bulky Cho'Gath. It looks like we did re-roll our Shield of Molten Core as well. We've now got the Void Gauntlet. So we do get the explosion. And it does pay off!
Ooh.
That was very scary, though.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, some of these Trait Tree players are going to be laughing their way to the bank here with that one online, with that Aurelian quest.
That is true.
The music in these areas as well for our God rounds really gives me Splatoon vibes. Now, I know we're not playing Splatoon. We're playing TFT. But it gives me Splatoon vibes, and I love the Splatoon games. It is very groovy. I won't make another Space Groove joke, though. I've already made one of those. And there's our 3-star Ezreal. We're still 1 away from our Cho'Gath. We get an upgrade for our Mordekaiser. 2 away from Lysandra. That's a Tahm Kench. There's our Cho'Gath as well. Now, is there a world where we take off the Mordekaiser for a bit? Because we're not gaining anything from Darkstar because we're at 3. We're in the middle of a threshold. So is there a world just to get that extra bruiser? Again, there's no threshold, but that still is a bunch of extra tankiness.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Oh, but this Lysandra is... Yeah, and we do sell the Tahm Kench instead, though. Lucas going to level 7. There's a bunch of similar units, so it makes me think that there is an augment they have for it. And the Vanguard emblem, honestly, without having the Vanguard is still pretty decent because of its passive, but unfortunately Tahm Kench did just immediately die. And we've got triple trait Akali now as well.
Oh, this Zoe is all stacked up.
Yeah, that Zoe is very scary, and we have free conduit as well, so it doesn't even need a mana item to put out work. We put in a Nova as well. We've now gone for Darkstar 4 with the Karma at level 6, by the way. We're still missing the 2 for Lysandra, and we're keeping the Shepherd. Looks like we're trying to get a 3rd Shepherd on the field as well, just to get Beer and buy-in out. Oh, especially with a Voyager emblem on this Ezreal too. Well, it's an Ezreal free, but if we can find Meepsy, and there it is in the shop, we immediately buy it. There we go. Both Voyager and Shepherd.
Amazing, yeah.
Now it's just leveling up to put it into the fray. We're getting a bit of a change around here. We've got the Stargazer online. Got some Vanguard as well, some Bruiser, Nova.
Getting our items spread.
Ruler, sorry. For sure. And we've still got items that we can put on as well. You can already see this Xayah putting in work here as well.
Oh, yeah.
Now, Minnie is a player we've not taken a look at, but look how close they are to a lot of free stars here. And we also get a silver augment as well. We get a full rainbow. We love to see it. Misconnections is there, but we do go for the healing orbs, and we are selling everything.
Ooh. Big changes incoming.
Very big changes, but look at this roll down. We are already at 7 Orns.
Mm-hmm.
Throw in a team where there's another Samira. There's another 2-star Samira. There's the Gwen 2-star as well.
Alright, that's all we get.
That is all we get for right now, but we've got Space Groove 5 online too. Off of that roll down, we are now 3 Gwens, 3 Samiras, and 2 Orns away. I'm guessing this is something like too tanky on the field, right?
I think so.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the explosion nuked
Wow.
everything.
That was so much.
That was such a strong-looking board, and it just got wiped off the face of the earth, and Lucas is now on 2 HP. Alright, we're 1 on away. We pick up Jax. We sell the Jack. Wait, we're 1 on away. There's a champion duplicator.
Oh.
And there it is.
We get another
we do
2-star.
opt to use it, and we do get another 2-star on. And there we go. We've got Meepsy on the field now as well. So we've got that Shepherd and the free Voyager. This is actually such a scary team. But is Lucas going to be able to survive a little bit from this?
Oh.
Oh. The Fiora is on the back line, but the Fiora does fall, but the Vex is beginning to stack, especially with that extra burn as well. The Blitzcrank is refusing. That's a Blitzcrank too, by the way, at 4-3. I just realized that.
Oh, Jesus.
But this
yes,
Ornn is also refusing to die, whether or not they're able to get through, and they are on the back line. Oh, but the Samira does go down.
Blitzcrank
It's time for the
Ornn.
It's this is
I mean, yeah.
Blitzcrank versus the immovable object. Unfortunately, I'm guessing the health advantage gave the win.
Yeah.
Low health quest. Someone
Oh,
like Lucas
interesting.
is definitely picking that, I think.
I would assume so, yeah.
Everyone under that threshold of 30 HP ought to be immediately clicking
I mean, it
it.
seems like most players have clicked it.
By the looks of things, yeah. We've got Ego
Yeah.
and Jungle Book with our Kale item.
Sure.
Oh, and that's a 2-star Nami now as well.
Unfortunate, no
There's a
items for
Blitzcrank.
it.
Unfortunately, no items for the fish, but we do get a bunch of gold. We're looking at this Blitzcrank. We're
We
putting
need
it
to
in.
roll.
We do need to roll. We need to find these Samiras, and Silencer now
Yeah.
has a 2-star Shen and a 2-star Vex.
Oh my god,
And
this
Reddy
is good
just got
soup!
This is amazing soup!
This is delicious soup!
This is soup. I'm looking at all these 5 costs here. I think they're only 5 costs here. We've got Bulwark, we've got Divine Duelist, Doomer, Factory New, Party Animal. We've got Redeemer, but you know what? It's close enough.
Yeah.
We've decided to go all out on the greatest soup the world has
Wow.
ever seen. And it is paying off. And we can see that Lucas is now beginning to get a bit of a win streak going, is on a 2-win streak now. Mini playing around a lot of those Thieves gloves. Got a pretty decent item set on that Belveth, though. Super Pino going to level 9.
Had the Graves online.
But the Graves, indeed. Frozen a Kindred. Buying a bunch of 4 and 5 cost to try and find what they need. Goes up
Gotta
against
move
Kyun.
items as quick as possible.
We've seen just how scary Kyun's board is, especially with all the extra traits.
Yeah. I get the feeling that Super Pino might be a little in a bit of danger here.
Truly, and the Cho'Gath
There
nuke
goes
to
boom.
end it off. Cho'Gath goes boom.
That's gonna be the end for
And
Lucas.
Lucas falls as well. Was not ready for the good soup. I'm sorry, I made another one.
What's the best kind of soup?
That's a good question. My go-to
Yeah,
is
I know.
minestrone.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. That's my choice of good soup. Silencer now getting a 2-star Graves as well. I'm seeing a broccoli cheddar from our voice of God right now, and I just want to say that it's okay to be wrong.
I see, I don't hear the voice of God. Interesting.
Oh, now this board is truly terrifying. So many items, so many 2-star 5 costs, and then some Nova just to, just add it into it, Here we go, we get our Shepherd online for Ego as well.
Minhee
Dark
and
Star.
Kyun are getting very close to their units.
Kyun has been very close to that unit for so
Yeah.
long, though.
You make a good point.
Now we get to see Seraphim Staff, Aurelian Soul here. Gonna be ignoring 30% of that MR, so it doesn't even need the shred. And was able to melt through that Cho'Gath so incredibly quickly that the Void Gauntlet just wasn't able to take effect. I'm seeing a few people rolling down here, a few people staying with the
Yeah.
gold they have. Now Kyun is joining in on the roll down, or not the roll down, but opting to go to level 8 here. Mini now at 1 gold, was really looking for this Rek'Sai.
Oof.
Doesn't look like we were able to find it though. And Reddy going up against Silence's board. Again, such an incredibly scary board, but with the Nunu being able to stun so many of these units, are we able to get through enough of these stuns just to disrupt the flow of play, the rest of the board to take effect? And it looks like we are doing a good enough job, especially with the stun.
Yes.
Oh.
Got some very
may
low
have-
HPs here.
Yeah, it may have looked decisive with the amount of units we had left, but that was a close fight. The 2-star Graves from Super Pino as well. Puts in. And there we go. Is it going to be enough for Mini, though?
Well, we're going to find
With
out.
that 3-star Rek'Sai. We're still missing 2 Lissandras for Kiyun. We are sitting at 47 gold, though. So we have money to play around with.
Yeah.
But this Aurelion Soul, once it gets going, is going to be unstoppable. Especially being able to keep the front line alive a little bit as well. But the Vex is onto the Aurelion Soul. And
The Vex
oh my
went
goodness.
onto the Aurelion Soul like immediately as well.
Yeah, that was such a quick swap onto that A Soul. And just did not want to see it. Getting a bunch of gold here as well. Going to level 10. Now, what do we throw in here? We've got the Samira for a 3rd sniper, and it looks like we do up for it.
Mm-hmm.
Getting some items as well. From a damage standpoint, we're looking pretty decent. As well as from a frontline standpoint. So what do you pick there? And then Silencer now has 2 Rage Blades on this Vex.
Let's see how Ready and Jungle Book fight this out.
We do have the mech upgraded A-Soul as well. We're just going to be flying around, is immune to CC while in this state, but
Oof,
the damage
that was
output
a
isn't
slam.
there and just gone. Jungle Book, Super Pino as well. Both fall this round. This is pretty scary for most of our players here. Ready on 6, Silencer on 12, Kiyun on 19. Mini and Ego are on 31, but we are about to go into stage 6, so that 31 health isn't as healthy as we might think. For all we know, we could be losing 2, maybe 3 players here. This Vanguard Cho'Gath is so incredibly tanky, though.
I mean, yeah, and the explosion does so
The
much
explosion
damage.
as well. We say that, though, he is falling.
Oh,
Wasn't
feels
able
like
to
it didn't do
store
anything.
as much. Yeah. Obviously, Cho'Gath wants to be alive for as long as possible to store as much
Yeah.
HP as possible as well. The Silencer does fall.
we're down to our top 4, and Mini, Kiyun, Ego, and Ready. Ready, who's been holding on very little HP for a very long time at this point.
For sure. That extra sniper has definitely helped just with some more damage output. Getting through some of these bulkier boards. The Ego is now on very low HP as well, dropping from 33 to 13 in that one fight. Getting a bunch of champions, but does get a completed item anvil. Is immediately going for level 9. Throws in the mighty mech.
Oh, yeah. Get that extra Voyager in.
For sure. Unfortunately, even with the Voyager, none of our Voyagers are actually itemized in any sort of way.
Yeah. Oh. Decisions.
We opt to itemize our
Alright.
Sona instead. So we've got the Voyager, but we're not really making much use of the added buff that they get.
Well, I do believe they get some health as well, though, right?
They get a shield, I think. They get a
Oh,
shield and
yeah.
some
Oh, wow.
damage
Okay.
amp, but again, it did not matter. Ego is immediately gone and is out.
Alright, this could be the last round.
It very well could be, but Tom Kench giving Minnie a Tom Kench. As if that isn't creepy at all. And then getting 5 Nova on the field, making Akali our Nova striker. So it's going to be a full map-wide bleed for the enemy team. It's just whether or not they can survive long enough to tick through and let the bleed take effect.
Let's see. I love seeing this Cho'Gath every round, by the way.
This Cho'Gath is so incredibly big, and Mini did roll the Ghost as well. And the Cho'Gath is already out. The Flicker Blade Jinx, though, is beginning to ramp up, though.
Oh.
Is it going to be enough?
Ooh. It was incredibly close.
Was so incredibly close. Kiyun takes a loss.
No
Mini and
here.
Reddy survives. I think if Mini was against Kiyun and not the Ghost, I think we may have seen Reddy lose there, potentially.
It's entirely possible. I mean, Reddy is going to be fighting Mini here, but the question is it going to be real board or is it going to be Ghost board?
That is true.
Seems to
they
be
do pick
real
up the
board.
2-star Fiora.
So Kiyun will be fighting somebody's Ghost.
There we go, Mini versus Reddy. If this Jinx is able to stack enough, well, depends on how long this front line can
Flicker
survive.
Blades online.
It's beginning, we're at 17, 8, 20 stacks here. Oh, but the Jinx goes down!
Oh.
And Mini does
Mini's
full
out.
Kiyun and Reddy, both still alive.
On the
6
5
and
win
3
streak.
HP, respectively. And Reddy with a ton of gold to work with here. Goes to Dark Star 6.
This is going to be our last fight no matter what.
No matter what. Reddy does have numbers advantage, and also did just get a 2-star Shen. Is 3 away from a 3-star Shen. Obviously not going to be enough time to go for it. Again, this Cho'Gath is big, and this Karma hits hard.
Oh, yeah. Sniper Emblem on the range is doing a lot of work.
As well as having the Voyager as well.
Though.
It is true. The explosion does go off. The front line is down.
And it's not enough. And Reddy gets away with it on 6 HP in a dream.
You only need one after all. He just had
true.
1 6 times. Don't laugh at that. That was terrible.
Sometimes you just have to, you know?
But again, some really, really impressive boards as well. I'm really sad to see Lucas fall so low, getting another 8 there.
Yeah,
with the 2 tanky board with that Ornn Samira. Just wasn't able to hold up.
It was shaping up to be
other.
so fun and so good as well.
It was definitely in the midst of something. We also got to see that both Super Pino and Silencer had some pretty good looking soup. They had identical boards, basically. Only really swapping out the Morgana for that Nunu and Willem.
Yep. Same thing all around.
Same thing all around, but unfortunately was not able to pay off, going 5th for Silencer, 7th for Pino. Hopefully those 2 first places are able to keep him in the running, in that top 4, but we will see in just a moment when we go over to our standings. But Reddy's board, as well as Kiyun's board, both so incredibly strong.
Yeah,
the Ezreal Cho'Gath just were able to put out so much damage early on with the Void Gauntlet from that Cho'Gath, as well as the Vanguard emblem for added AP.
It really shows, you know, how strong these emblems are. I mean, there's a reason why our top 3 are the 3 who clicked the world tree. I mean, we had this conversation, you know, a while ago now, about the strength of these emblems, and for a while they seem to be overtuned, but even at this point, like, it might not be busted, but it's definitely something you want to have available to you.
For sure, and just like being able to make use of them in the ways that they can, like Reddy with the Bastion Nunu Willem pairing really nicely with that Aatrox Jax and Shen. And then Kiyun with the Sniper Voyager as well. Like, so incredibly strong, was able to feed into the boards that they were running so effectively, getting what they needed from that trait tree or from their reforges, should they have needed to reforge. But we get to see, like, it was just so very impressive. And we get to see the last round as well. Potentially, Bapzera is looking very healthy from what I can see.
That is true. 9 win streak, though.
That's also, yeah, 9 win streak. So incredibly healthy. And we can already see just how quick...
Oh my goodness.
That Jukyu's board is being dismantled.
A huge win for Bapzera there.
Huge win for Bapzera.
Oh, I love the Janna chibi. Amazing.
Me too. I just love the chibis, and seeing that when chibis win, like, it's just like, yes. But
yeah.
Looking at
Agreed.
this, though, Super Pino was able to stick into the top 4. That 7th place, not so much detrimental as we thought it may have been, but joining him in the top 4 is Reddy, Ego, and Koala. Only Reddy getting in a top 4 spot, really. Ego getting 4th itself.
Yep, that's true.
This goes to show just how strong those early first places can be. Unfortunately, we are going to be losing Bosso Skills and Lucas for sure. Lucas getting 2 8th places back to... Sorry.
Oh, that hurts.
That must hurt. I just saw the rest of their scoreline. That
it's
has to be so painful to see.
Yeah.
But hey, they're in the TPC nonetheless. We're not.
That is true.
So.
We have a very long ways to go before we make it there.
For sure. But seeing
On that
some
note,
of these others... Oh, yeah, sorry. Go on.
Oh, I thought you're good. I was just going to say, on that note, we are missing a little bit of scores, though, for everyone else, and I think it's going to make a difference for Bapzera and Quintanilla for sure. And we will absolutely get back to those. But in the meantime, we are going to take a short break before we head into Game 6, our very last game of the day.
And
We are
are
back.
back. Oh. Jinx, you owe me a soda.
Okay, what kind of soda do you like? Because I like the Soraka soda. She probably makes amazing soda. Like, she probably... No, but like, genuinely, like, she probably makes kombucha in her
it
yard.
is Pride Month. Jokes aside, we have a Belveth encounter here for Game 6 from us. And I'm super duper excited to see if we do get some more duplicators. So that does mean more rerolls.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
Oh no. You're great. You're good. You're great. You're amazing.
But we are seeing some board potentials here. Koala has that 2-star TF already. 1 free with Emilio for that Fate Weaver. We've also got some Psyops here as well with that Gragas and Pike. We sell the Pike, never mind. Pick up some Brawlers instead, and a Leona always looking to go for that Arbiter if it does help in the long run. Now, I'm seeing the 2 Twisted Fates here, for Koala as well. Immediately going to be able to go to 5 if we opt for it, and it looks like we do.
What is our... Did I blank, and what's our Stargazer? Fountain.
The Fountain. Ooh,
okay. I mean... It's not everybody's favorite, but it's serviceable.
Definitely having that extra bit of HP regen can definitely help. And we get to start off with a silver augment. Branching out risky moves and patience is a virtue. Looking at now iron assets and makeshift armor. And we go for patience is a virtue. Looking at some of these others now, I'm not seeing many that I recognize here.
It's true. Caretaker's chosen, AFK, whatever the actual name of the Expedition 33 augment is.
What?
Slice of life? No, but that augment is like, you know, you need to put champions on the slot on the bench, and it needs to like absorb 33 gold worth. Yeah, essentially, but it's like 33 gold worth. And I think the augment is called like Expedition or something.
Okay.
It's a nice little cool reference. Yeah.
Yeah.
I quite like it.
We're seeing that Jungle Book already has free meeple on the field. That's kind of nice to see. Yoon getting a 2-star Vigar. Gria with a 2-star Rek'Sai. Obviously, Jungle Book is locked out for the next few turns with that AFK.
Yeah.
But just with a win already is really nice to see.
That's true.
Ooh. But Philip with the Kai'Sa and the 2-star Cho'Gath. We've got the Lissandra as well on the bench for when we hit 2. We'll get Replicator. Buying a few other units here. And we're seeing this Cho'Gath already begin to stack insanely hard with that Protector's Vow, just being able to get so much extra mana to chomp and grow. Now, I know it may not be, like, best in slot items, but seeing a Cho'Gath with, like, Protector's Vow, Adaptive Helm, and, like, a Spirit Visage is always really funny to me. He just stacks so incredibly well, and he does get quite a lot of armor and magic resist from the items, too.
Yeah, that's very true. I'm curious as to why we're not putting units in our little cubby.
We might be holding for a later point in time when we have a bit more gold to work with. Obviously wanting to go for that 20 gold threshold for... Oh, and there we go. We just buy a Rek'Sai to sell to it. It looks like we're going to win.
Yeah.
Do we get another chomp, though? We do. And Cho'Gath even survives. So that's going to be max damage to Koala here. There you go, and now we get to see our first god round. It is Soraka and Yasuo with the Acceleration Hex and Blessing Prosperity. Now, we do see that they have the Cho'Gath, so Blessing Prosperity here would be really, really nice to have.
It's quite true. It seems there's only one person so far that has clicked on the Blessing of Prosperity, though.
Mm-hmm. Looks like Philip opts for Yasuo. A lot of people opting for Yasuo, like you said, only one going for that Soraka.
Yep.
Oh, but that's an insane find as well. Level 4, 2-5 at a 2-star Kai'Sa.
Oh, wow. We can put that Acceleration Hex down right away, too.
That is true, and we do put it on to the Kai'Sa as well, and we throw in a Talon full of Rogue, so we're getting some extra AD and AP. We've got a bunch of attack speed already. And it's not like Kai'Sa really needs a mana item either, because of her passive. And Upset Max going for a Lost Streak here does have the free Primordian.
I mean, this 2-star Kai'Sa on 2-5 is going to pump out so much damage.
For sure. It's definitely going to help bankroll Philip into the later rounds to start off with. But getting the 1 does have a death cap, though. Is it going to be enough, though? Will we get the cast? It doesn't look like we will.
No, not quite.
Not quite. Getting that 1 is just so unfortunate to see. The lowest of rolls. Even threw in a giant spell at the very end to just try and eke out some extra health for the win. But unfortunately, without the Fate Weaver, you're just kind of hoping the rolls are good for you. We do have the Caitlyn, but we just don't have the slots to throw her in just yet. We can also see that Kiyun is opting to go for a Lost Streak here as well. This time the rolls were a bit more favorable, but obviously not really wanting to win from Kiyun's side. And this Kai'Sa again is throwing out so much damage, and the Gwen being ignored because of the rogue passive.
Huge pull.
There's our Primordian free from Upset Max. Has some sniper in as well with that Samira and Ezreal.
Yeah. Gonna be likely making
Takes out the
50 gold
Ezreal.
right here.
Does look it, is maybe hoping not to sell the Rek'Sai, so maybe hoping for some gold from this PvE round. Whether or not we get it, though, is the question. But we do get quite a lot of units at the very least, and we do sell. We did sell the Belveth, though. Oh, no, we didn't, sorry.
No,
We
just
opted
didn't
not
buy
to
the one
buy
in the
another
shop.
one, though.
Yeah.
So maybe we're not planning on staying with the Primordian.
I don't think so, because it's a little late to slot it in if we're planning on re-rolling.
Mm-hmm.
Generally, you'd want to have it by like 2-3, 2-4, probably.
Speaking of re-rolling, though, Koala getting a bunch of upgrades here is only 1 Jax away already at level 5, and is 3 TFs away. Now we get to see Philip against Silencer. Silencer does have the numbers advantage, as well as having some challenger with this Belveth Misfortune in her challenger slot. But again, the Kaiser pumps out so much insane damage. And did Koala sell some Jaxes? They've gone down to 6.
Oh, what?
Unless I was wrong and misread the 8 as a 6, but we are getting an artifact anvil. We get the Mogul's Mail. Kiyun with a big grab bag. Greya with Tactician's Gambit? Or Kitchen?
Earth's Gambit.
Earth's Gambit, sorry. So we're going to be getting a spatula or a frying pan. Philip also getting a Tactician's item as well. Jungle Book with the Sunfire board. Yeah, just gets Earth. I'm entirely sure what Philip wants to go for with this spatula, though.
Yeah,
Does throw it onto the Cho'Gath to get some mana regen. Does fall, though. We're now beginning to see the downfall as the rest of the players catch up. Does have that Darkstar 4, so he's going to be getting quite a bit of AD and AP, and we're seeing a lot of people with some 4 costs already, despite being at level 6 at stage 3-3. Like we've
Just
got the
hitting left
Master
and right.
Yi there. Yeah, everyone's hitting. We saw the Master Yi. We saw... There's a Corki now as well. We saw someone with a Mighty Mech. Except Max has a 2-star Samira now as well. And the Mogul Mail is already fully stacked up for our Jax here. And we get the 9 from our TF.
Double 6s as well.
Double 6s.
go.
That's still pretty sizable damage. Is able to take out the rest of Upset Max's board. We get to see our next god roll here as well. A Starlight Hex and...
Soraka's Embrace.
I didn't see what the other one was. Soraka's Embrace. And we're seeing a bit more of an even mix this time around. And then Jungle Book decides on Yasuo as well. So incredibly close to some of those units that we so desperately want. 2 Caitlyn's, 3 Twisted Fates, 2 Jaxes as well at level 5.
Oh, yeah.
We've got 4 Fate Weaver on the bench with that Milio and Corki as well.
We're rolling deep here. We're not quite hitting
Rolling
out. The TF comes
very
out.
deep. There is a TF. We are 1 TF
Oh,
away,
oh,
and there
oh.
is our
There we
TF.
go.
We sold the Milio for it. And then we use our tiny champion duplicator to get the Caitlyn as well. We are still sitting on our lesser champion duplicator for when we find that last Jax. And we're going to be seeing some insane items here, hoping maybe for some Nash's teeth for our TF. This Jax is refusing to dive, but doesn't survive long enough. The cast from the TF does come out.
Let's go. Perfect. Incredible.
Perfect indeed. That's a Jhin. That's no longer a Jhin, but that was a Jhin.
It really was. It's a shocking thing to see in a shop at this point.
Seeing here, Philip now has the spatula onto the Kai'Sa. Getting some more mana regen onto her. Upset Max now has 5 Space Groove here with a Blitzcrank at level 7. Especially with the Samira, that knock-up is going to be doing some insane extra damage. And even still, Blitzcrank isn't out yet. In the groove permanently. And a bunch of extra gold here for Koala, getting 2 from the Mogul's Mail, and an extra 1 from TF. Almost got a second from the TF that pulled another 9. And then Kiyun here has some Arbiter online. What was the Arbiter lore they opted to go for? And we've got an Ornn here for Philip. Looking for some more Leonas.
Good old Leona printing.
When an Arbiter attacks 3 times, though, unfortunately doesn't have either Diana or LeBlanc, it would really be helping for that. So we're just looking at base rates. And there's our Diana. We sell the Diana, though. We didn't get a Leona out of it, unfortunately.
Yeah, Diana doesn't seem to make it on a lot of the final Arbiter boards, which is understandable, but shame.
Yeah, it doesn't really go well because of that secondary trait being Challenger. You're not really going for Challenger with many Vanguard boards. You're wanting that Shepherd because you've got the Arbiter Shepherd in LeBlanc, you've got the Arbiter, the Shepherd Vanguard in Alawi, things like that. And then even with Zoe, she's got Conduit, so she pairs really well with like Mordekaiser, who is also quite prominent in those kind of boards. We can see just how quick this Misfortune is casting with that Spear of Shojin as well. 2 shots and a cast each and every time. Obviously, she does more damage to marked units. We get a last gold augment here. Salvage Bin, Plot Armor, and Kahuna Huna. Kahuna Huna for Silencer would be really, really good, especially with our main carry being Misfortune. And Silencer does seem to be holding on to some Dianas here. Looking for that extra Challenger, and I say that as he immediately sells them. I will be quiet now. Now we're only 2 Misfortunes away. Philip gets a freestar Lissandra as Jungle Book gets and there's the duplicator. We get the freestar Misfortune.
Very big.
Very, very big. Babsera also got a freestar. What's her name? Lulu.
Yeah,
with some really, really good items. That's the one. Making use of the replicator and the boar to just output some insane amounts of damage here. But is it going to be enough? It's just the MF again. Oh. MF with the Kahuna Huna with that Rage Blade as well. It just does so much damage. And we've also got a Shen here. We're still at level 7. This is a 1%.
Wow.
We've got 2 5 costs on the board. We get a second 2-star Samira. We've got Nami on the bench as well. We do throw it in, go for 7 Space Groove. So now, as long as they're in the groove, they are stacking AD and AP. And it's increased effectiveness as well. I think only by like 10%, but that does stack up. And this Ornn has a Radiant Warmogs for this fight. And going into this heavy AD team, this Bramble Vest is going to go insane.
Oh yeah, I mean, that HP is barely moving, and it's covered in people. There we go.
Truly. And again, while being in the groove is going to be gaining that HP back, has max health regen. As we go into our third and final God round here, Blessing Size and Cryogenic Hex. We do have a really big looking Ornn, so whether or not we go for that, it doesn't look like anyone is going for that last Soraka boon. Unfortunate.
No Soraka soda for them.
No Soraka soda.
No. No? Sells it immediately.
We're holding on to some Malawis here. Why do you think that is?
I'm not too sure. Yep.
Also,
I think
Infinity
maybe
Edge,
just holding
Milio. Maybe just holding some free cost to try and find the Maokais.
That would be my best guess.
And the salvage bin coming out to get rid of the IE and make a Thieves Glove. And then give Milio the BF sword as well. 80 Milio. You never know. It could work.
That is true.
Oh, and Hull Crusher Rammus here as well. TF
It's a lot of
rolls
HP.
a 9. It is a lot of HP, but this Lulu is constantly casting, and it doesn't seem to matter. The Rammus is not able to break through.
Streetside Leona comes in. That took a while.
Leona. It did take quite a bit, but at least he hit it this time. Unfortunately, wasn't able to last time. And Bapzera here with a lot of units close to being Freestar in that Pantheon, Milio, and the Maokai. We've got Jungle Book here printing off some more Nars as well. So 6 rounds if he's able to live, and he gets that Nar if he doesn't buy any whatsoever. But is on a 6-loss streak going into stage 5. So it's looking a little rough. But this Rammus, obviously loving the armor and going up against this AD team. Definitely looking happy here, but the MF still outputting so much damage.
Is it going to be enough?
The MF is still alive. Is it going to be enough? The targeting. The MF takes
close,
it.
But not quite.
That was so incredibly close. Now I'm seeing some decent items here for Jungle Book, especially for Corki. Getting that Spear of Shojin. Goes against it though. Opts for this one instead. We can get a Rage Blade or... yeah, no, a Rage Blade.
Yeah, Rage Blade sounds pretty good.
Taking some items off. Obviously, we don't need to buy any amount of burn because we've got that Sunfire board. Bapzera now 1 Maokai away.
Ooh, getting real close.
Getting very,
2
very
off
close.
the Pantheon as well.
2 off of Pantheon. 3 off of Milio.
I don't know if we're actually going to go for the Milio, to be fair.
We shall see.
Yeah.
Upset Max does go to level 8. I'm really hoping that Jungle Book is able to get this Gnar online, especially now that he's got a Rage Blade. Gnar really likes having that Rage Blade. We get to see Lulu constantly casting, constantly dealing damage. But again, this Ornn refuses to die.
It's always the Ornns.
It's always the Ornns getting that extra Rage Blade. Oh, not Rage Blade, sorry, Radiant item.
Yes.
Which truly makes him a force to be reckoned with. And Jungle Book now on 2 HP is missing 2 Nas now. There's another Na, only missing the 1.
Okay.
Are we able to... We do have the champion duplicator if absolutely necessary as well.
I mean, I feel like it is. No, like, what else are we using it on? Fizz? I think not. Oh.
Oh, we didn't even need it. We sold a unit. We got the Na. Now we're 1 person down. We do throw in that Rasp for the Redeemer. Only going to be getting 6 MR and armor and MR.
True.
And some attack speed. Not really giving us much. But it might be enough. That extra amount of stat might be what we need here.
It's gonna depend on how long this Rammus can live. Oh, that heal
That
came
is
in.
true. It come in, but
Oh, it's so close.
doesn't look like it's gonna be enough. Maybe.
Oh!
Unfortunately not. Jungle Book falls. That is so incredibly rough.
Yeah.
And we've got Yi Marula here as well. With some Timebreaker on the line as well. 4 Timebreaker. So that's a lot of attack speed. Timebreakers get 50% additional attack speed at Timebreaker 4. Still missing that 1 Maokai though. And we get to see another AUD caster here with our Karma with a Kraken Slayer.
Ah, yes. AD Nami, now AD Karma. Got 2 things on my list.
We had AD Nami, AD Karma, AD Milio. We do get to see some items here. We do opt for the Spirit Visage.
You're so close to this Maokai.
So
It hurts my
incredibly
soul.
close. Oh.
Okay, we're online.
We are online. Look at this Cho'Gath.
I
The
know,
Radiant
right?
Warmogs.
Gigantic.
Is it going to be enough to withhold against this Kahuna Huna MF though?
I guess we'll find out.
We will indeed. But not this
First,
round.
Can it get through the Lulu?
Can it get through the Lulu? Has so much armor from the Crown Guard. Gets a little bit of MR from the Protector's Vow, but is it going to be enough? It's just a walking hitbox though, so it may not even
damage
matter,
out from this
especially with the
Lissandra's.
huge Lissandra.
Whew. Oh,
And we
it's
see
gonna be Babzera out.
Gria and Babzera fall here. Do we
Ian
think
down to
having that
7
3-star
HP.
Maokai would have mattered? The Maokai didn't have any
I
items.
think so.
You think so?
But I guess, like, if it's 3-star, you move the items, right?
I guess so, especially with the passive as well.
Yeah.
Seeing 3 players fall before stage 6.
Can we take a minute to acknowledge that Upset Max is on an 11 win streak right now?
That is true. Again, that MF doing so much for some of these players. Doing so much against some of these players. Sorry, Upset Max is running our Space Groove board at Samira Ornn. The
That
Nunu
was
does get
very
a
big
cast off.
snowball.
Was the biggest snowball ever, even. But
It's gonna be
isn't
Kia now as
able
well.
to stop the rampage long enough. And now we've got a wet noodle fight here between tanks. You can see just
Wow.
how long this is
Oh,
taking,
the
that we
eat.
got 2 gold and the Chomp takes it.
And Silencer's down to 5 HP. Hona Misfortune.
Beginning to fall off a little bit. Deathcap, Deathblade, Rageblade, Kindred. Well, now I've seen it all. I've seen AD Nami, I've seen AD Karma, but I ain't ever seen mixed attacker Kindred.
Alright, just give it the Nashes.
Yes, give her the Nash's too. There is another Kindred there.
Ooh.
But there is our 2-star Kindred.
Wonderful. Yeah.
Now we're swapping some items around, giving Death
Yeah,
Cap
this makes
to our
sense.
Maokai.
I like this.
And
I
some
like this
really
much
nice
more.
items onto
We
our
are going to
Kindred
be
here.
fighting Koala, so let's see how that goes.
That is true. Both these players on a loss streak currently. Silencer did have a bit of gold to work with. So whether or not it'll, like, not using it is gonna pay off.
Okay, this is a lot of damage.
Oh, but
out
the
from this
Kahuna Huna
Misfortune, and the
immediately
targeting.
onto the back line.
Wow.
TF
okay.
didn't stand a chance.
Oh, Koala just goes down.
Yeah, Koala is out of here. Oh my goodness, the species is already going extinct, and this MF is making sure of it.
Oh yes.
I said that. I don't even know if koalas are an endangered species.
I think so. I feel like we were told that as children. I hope they aren't anymore.
They are on the endangered list.
Oh dear.
Oh dear, indeed.
Well, that's one less.
Well, actually,
koala.
they're marsupials, not deers.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
But we do get to see Silencer going up against Philip here. Those 2 extra black holes from the Darkstar is going to be keeping the MF's attention for a little bit. Now that they're gone, it's...
Long
I mean, it's
enough.
already over. It doesn't even matter. It was long enough,
my
and Silencer
goodness.
falls.
Alright, upset Max and Philip.
A final 2.
It's the final countdown or something.
Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do.
Thank you. I mean, come on, are we really getting through this Shogun? Have we seen this guy? Like, are we getting
That's
through this?
true.
I'm not convinced, you know?
But we have seen equally large Cho'Gaths fall. Like,
That is
even in that
true.
last game, we saw
That
that
is
Void
true.
Gauntlet Cho'Gath fall so incredibly quickly. But having
it wasn't
so
as big
much...
as this one, though. Really?
That's true, and also just having so much durability from the Dark Lady as well. And
Look
the
at that
Radiant
2-star
Warmogs.
Blitzcrank with all the items, though.
That is true, and obviously our unstoppable
Oh.
Ornn onto
It's
the
just- it's the
backline
backline
already.
access.
It's already gone.
Oh, wow.
And
And
Philip
that's gonna be
falls.
it.
Upset Max taking game 6. By a landslide, really. 39 HP. We have seen Ornn Samira fail and Ornn Samira succeed
Yeah. It looks
in
like it's a
back-to-back
very...
games.
That's true. I mean, it really went from 8th to 1st. It's got to be like a pretty finicky comp at the end of the day.
It
like
is
I think your
pretty-
timings need to be on. You need to have your perfect items. But if you can get there, it works.
That is true, and it definitely paid off for Upset Max this time around. That Warlords as well, like being able to stack AD and AP every other round, getting a free 20%, that's nothing to sneeze at,
Yeah.
for
Quite
sure.
a bit.
And then some of our other boards as well, we got to see just how insane they could have been as well. I'm surprised that Silencer's board only got a 3rd, quite frankly, but just
Yeah,
not
then
being able to
again-
break through the tankiness of some of these other boards
Yeah.
and, you know, the unstoppable and immovable objects that is both that Ornn and that Cho'Gath.
Yeah, I think I was just... it's rare that you see front lines that thick, but what isn't rare to see is a scoreboard on my screen right now. Let's take a look. We do
That is
have
true.
scores right here, and there is one more game today, where we will get some final scores for the day. But this kind of puts into perspective who really needs some better scores here. So top 4 here will qualify ahead of time at the end of the day. So everybody's kind of trying to get into those last few slots.
I am seeing some of these, though. The point difference between our top contender in Koala and Gria and our bottom contenders being Philip and Kiyun, that is a second place.
Yeah, that's big.
That is big.
Yeah.
So it'll all come down to whether or not they can...
It's not only can they win, but can the others lose.
They need to play so incredibly well, and then hope that people like Jungle Book, Babzera, and Silencer play poor enough that they're able to overtake. There is still a chance that they can make it into the top 4, albeit a bit of a slim one.
Yeah, maybe not all of them, but there's a decent chance that at least one will claw their way up.
For sure. But that is for next game. In the meantime, we are going to go on a little bit of a break, but we will see you for Game 7. I mean, I would love that. I would love to see something creative here. You know, when I'm playing a game, I am usually, you know, I'm just doing the bench thing. I'm taking my top 4, playing my meta line. But like sitting here in the casting booth, I just want to see the most crazy thing possible. I was rooting for some of it on the cast or in the green room. Like there's so many things that can be done. And honestly, I mean, we've seen some pretty
Hello, everybody.
interesting stuff.
This is Catherine
already today.
tuning
You know, like
in.
the silencer,
You'll see me in
game
just a
1 on that
moment,
really
but
cool Exalted,
unfortunately, we had
adventure. When
to
you're
say
at the top
goodbye
level
to
of
Domino
TFT, I
and
think it allows you to sometimes like break those rules,
Robin.
break
Thank
those
you so much for their participation today and casting, but the last game was a little bit too far into the scheduled time that we had, so thank you to them again for participating, and in just a moment I'll join back up for our last game of the day, but we are going to be hanging out with the official stream as well, so that there's not too much dead air, and I can bounce off of that as well. So give me just one more moment, and I'll be back.
So, I mean, that's loyalty, man. Only because of that, this guy deserves to advance to week 1. Now we're seeing Koala already with the Cho'Gath, with the Lysandra, and having good possibilities with a comp that wasn't expected to be seen that much, but we know is strong in a perfect position, and it has been played a lot throughout the tournament and in scrims also.
Yeah, Cho 2, List 2, really hoping to find some kind of like augment that will enable this List Cho game plan here. He also has the Vow as his first item here if he wants to play List Cho, which is one of Cho's best items. So you'd love to find something. I mean, even Seraphim's Staff opens that possibility up. Also looking at these other options saying, I could play kind of like a standard level 8 game with a Cluttered Mind, which is what he is going to take in this spot, especially because he's win streaking. And our TK extra thing that we get this game is some extra gold here to start with. So for all the players, that was a lot of gold, so is really going to enable.
Oh, he's rolling to get the Clutter Mine.
Roll for the Clutter Mine here.
Wow.
It gave him a Leona too. So he kind of got messed up there because one cost got sucked into a 2-star, and so he had to fill out this board another way. We will have the Zoe in the front line on accident, but Kyun on the other side making 30 gold already. Insane.
Ooh. Great spot right now, having that possibility, also trying to go for the Primordials and trying to get additional economy here. Kyun in a difficult spot right now. In points, 24, he will need maybe 3rd or better. It will depend obviously on the position of the rest of the player, but he's aiming for the top here to be able to advance to tomorrow.
Yeah, he really needs a good placement this game. Might even be trying to just open and then find Anima. He has the Alawi already, so might even be able to pull that up off Carousel and just make a ton of gold, play into Anima, and then get a big cash out and hopefully fight for that top 1. So we'll see what goes on in Kyun's game plan. Greya has the 2 tanky. We've seen it today. I mean, this augment is fantastic to play into Samira. Also has really, really good components to play into that line as well.
Especially when you can stake your claim on it on 2-1, right? You can say, hey, I'm playing this line, everybody else back off, I got it this game, it's okay, you don't need to hold them, even though people probably should, but it will be a very clear direction for him. Another person with clear direction is Upset Max, who's got 2-star Gragas, will self-destruct. You see the explosion come through there. He is looking to go out with a bang here in the play-ins.
Yeah, the only thing I'll say about this is his components are not great for this augment. This augment did get nerfed on this most recent patch. If you can get to good psionic items, it is still very, very high cap, but you're usually looking for like JG, Hand of Justice. Like there's a lot of items that you want for this Gragas that we are not at whatsoever. But I mean, if we do just basically natural a Gragas 3, then maybe it won't matter. Maybe we'll just be happy enough with the setup.
Yeah, also sympathetic, ideally, if we can find it to get that psionic item. So let's see what's the confirmation here, if you got some information about him.
Yep, that Zera here, lost streaking here with the altar here, which is not bad at all here. Has the money hungry as well, so just gonna make a ton of gold here. Probably just gonna try to 5 loss this so that we can get good items for the Xayah, get to the red buff, and we'll have a very nice spot. It's a little bit sad to not kill a single unit in these fights with altar here, but at least you're getting a few stacks.
I'll just float over here.
So starting to stack it up.
Yeah, the good news is you weren't winning this fight anyways, and so we're able to, get more of these units to die and move along with Altar, because you do need infinite bows, right? That is the big goal here for the stage 2-3, and we do know that it is Kale and Echo as our god choices, as we're about to see, and so lots of chances to get items.
Okay.
Yeah, one of the interesting things, so getting confirmation that Upset Max's Psionics is Drone. Drone
Tail and
it's an
Echo.
okay replacement as the
I don't know why
damage
I
item
looked over
for
here
this
like I
Gragas,
could
but
change it.
it's really inferior to the Sympathetic. I am of the opinion that this this Sympathetic really, you should only be playing this from Sympathetic as your item. Ooh.
Yeah, that bow's really good for... The bow's really good for Babsir, who's trying to play around Kale, or not Kale, around Zaya, and so able to get, he needs infinite of those to make Red Buff and Kraken and Kraken, so it'll be a good start.
Yeah, I have to agree with the drone. Normally, it's now more of a flex item, if you will. You can use it on Kindred, you can use it anywhere, but yeah, not Beast. But he knew that he had that option, and he decided to go for the Gragas. So of course, will he been the chance to
so I have a little bit of
outperform us,
extra
to tell us,
context
you were wrong,
now
guys.
as well.
I couldn't perform with this Gragas, and I would love to see that.
I'd love to see it as well. I will say I'm not a believer, but you know, he does have a lot of Gragases. That's the upside, is he has a lot of Gragases. So if he could just get to a Gragas 3, he might stabilize really easily. The upside for him as well is he's one of those players with a ton of points right now, so he might not be sweating it too much. I think his spot standings wise is fantastic.
Silencer, the new guy on the scene, the player that has competed a little bit, but not until this set did he really start to come on, because he gave it a lot of effort this set. He gave it a lot of time into playing TFT and studying TFT, and it rewarded him with the top QP points for the set. And we're starting to see that come to life here as well, as someone who's currently sitting right above the cut, right at the cut, and so he needs top 4 to move through. So playing this uncontested LeBlanc line should be a pretty safe way to get there.
Yeah, we haven't seen that much. We
Maybe
saw
the
LeBlanc into Fast 9 a little, but we haven't seen
that
the 5 Shepard LeBlanc being played as a priority. Of course, probably will be the transfer to the Vex, but good to see here.
Yeah, the only awkward thing about his spot, still carrying a Teemo 1 right now. You'd like to at least get to that Teemo 2. We have 3 items, really like a ton of good power in our items, but not really sitting on anything. Sitting on the Teemo 1, really
I mean,
find
if this is
something
correct,
better to hold on
Babzera
to these
only
items.
has the 2 units too.
If you're Philip here, what are we re-rolling? We're playing Treasure Hunt, so obviously we are re-rolling something, but I'm not quite sure what it might be.
There are people who, their favorite version of the Jinx reroll is actually a Pike Jinx reroll. We have the Gragas 2 that plays into that. We have the Pike as well. Could also be even like the, this is taking me back, but like the Pike Gwen reroll as well. That's another
that's
line.
A Lulu
I feel like
on board for
we have the Gragas 2,
Book.
we have the Pantheons as well. We could play into that as well.
Don't know if they already looked at our
Stuff, yeah, 27 points, so he doesn't need a flashy win here. Philip just need a top 5, something like that. So being in this spot is difficult, man. It's like you need to cook a little. This is the tour. This is the tour that we were asking for, and it will be in the hands of Philip.
That's true. That's true. I'm excited to see where he goes. I mean, he has one of the best augments in reroll in Treasure Hunt. This augment is rated so highly by everyone, and it just gives you so many resources for your comp. So definitely a good augment to have if you are going to be playing reroll.
Hello.
Much more resources coming in here. The loot sub from Tom Kench will be coming through as well at the beginning of stage 3. So curious to see if we get dropped any spatulas or anything super unique. Will be another blue orb, so maybe some more resources or items here for our players.
Ooh, full item.
Ooh, and what's a salvager?
Salvager, yes. You don't see this too often anymore.
Red buff maybe here? No, blue buff.
Blue buff.
Interesting.
With the karma.
Maybe trying to play around the car. Yeah.
Yeah.
Trying to play around
glad we
her.
all
But yeah,
got
very interesting
there,
because he's in a fast 9 position.
On the karma.
Having a chance to get the premium red buff, he decides to go for more regeneration here. Mana drain.
Blue buff definitely leads me to believe, obviously we're playing AP, but maybe even Fast 9 into Sona. But Koala is a player that really just needs to avoid bot 2. So Cluttered Mind gives you that tempo as far as levels go, but playing around Fast 9 is a little bit risky to try to avoid that bottom 2 spot.
Yeah, if I were him, I would be very excited to just play like a very, very boring Fast 8, roll it down, get my upgrades. But sometimes when you play super, super hard 4/4, then you end up getting outcapped by everybody else and then going that bot 2 when you really try to avoid it. So maybe he's just saying, I'm going to play my best spot from here, and maybe that does end up being Fast 9, and that's what I'll go for.
Yeah, totally agree. I feel that you can play for top 5 or top 6. To play for top 4, you need to play a great game. And if the game
I even
is
thought
amazing, well,
Spirit
you fight
Visage
for the
would
top
be
1.
good
If
here
not,
just
you get a good 4.
for
So yeah,
another
totally agree with
Leona
that concept.
item.
And of course, that's what Koala's thinking here.
One of my favorite players in this lobby right now, and the way that they play in the game, is Kiyun. Playing around Anima, needs to go first or second. Maybe that would put him on a good tiebreaker, but it is a very risky strategy, but he needs to do that to get it done. Now
Here's the
got this
update.
Indomitable for this mech, which I imagine he's going to play, and this
Jungle
is very
Book also
thematic for
has
who
the
Kiyun
Zaya
is. He's
on
an
board,
OG
so I
TFT player.
would like
Mainly
to
came
see
onto the
Jungle
scene
Book
because he
pretty
would go to the lobbies and
soon.
say, "Me mech," and he was really good at it back in the day, and so it might be just the case to get him through into week 1 of regionals if he can pull it off.
Yeah, that's true. He's staking his entire tournament here on me mech in this spot, and will he be able to get there? I mean, he's got a fantastic artifact for the mech, has the anima in. He didn't get the anima in like super early, like nothing like 2-1, so he's not going to be able to go for like a huge cash out, but even a decent enough cash out, especially along with the power of just Mighty Mech, would be a lot of value onto this board. Also, you know, potentially with things like Echo artifact down the line, could really cap out highly.
Who we're on board with right now. Oh,
They are re-rolling the Briar here. Briar, too tanky. So being creative here, not having the option to play Samira for some reason. I don't know if he was contested. So now he's cooking here. We have a tuber.
Here.
For now we have a tuber.
Yeah.
I have a feeling these Briars he's cooking right now.
Yeah,
and he's
yeah,
gonna sell them the
transition,
second
okay.
he finds
You know,
some.
Why do you have to break my dreams, man? So soon. Give me a chance. Give me 2 seconds. Give me 10 seconds to enjoy. Now I know. Yeah,
Why are
just
we
transition.
crushing the dreams of
Yeah.
our
I mean, it's funny.
casters
He could
here?
get to Briar 3. He might end up selling it before then. But if you get to Briar 3 with the 2 tanky,
Yeah,
that gives
it's
you another
like-
unit then that you could sell for a little bit, like +3 gold. So
Nice.
actually,
Okay.
would be a nice thing that he could do here. He might just end up pivoting, though he's got a lot of HP. He could really afford to just chill for the next couple of rounds, then really spike on 4-1 and roll down for his board with a lot of gold.
More items to come through from Kale, but also Echo offering
I
Scuttle
do
Party, which
like
I know
the
is a
Scuttle
favorite of
Party
many.
here.
It is, you know, a little bit of extra
Especially
resources
for
to you just
some
have
of
to
these
wait
players
for.
that were
So,
already
it also
kind
makes
of
that
looking for
neutral round a little
direction
bit
with
easier.
their
It's one of my favorite
augments
things
and
to see on
need
stage
it.
too, especially if I'm on a lost streak or playing Anima or something. I don't have to worry about upgrading my board and possibly losing.
Yeah, makes sense. Grea looking stoic there, fixing the glasses. It gave me like anime aura there with the glasses fixed and everything. Amazing.
Yeah, he's got the aura. I mean, one of the things I'm thinking of when I see that Scuttle Puddle is what we are getting from this God selection is resource inflation in this lobby. Our first, you know, gold drop that we got from the Tom Kench portal into then Scuttle Puddle. There's gonna be a lot of gold in this lobby. Imagine we get like another gold drop later, or even items drops later. There's going to be a lot of resources in this lobby, and so the question is, what are you going to do with those resources?
I like the
having
Dark Star emblem on the Aurelian here.
The Aesol, yeah.
While on the other side, now having Leona 3 online
is a
with
little
now
bit of
another
a
item
question
for
mark
this Karma,
for
so has good
me,
direction
but I'm sure that Philip
and
has an
obviously the
idea
solid
of what's
front line
going
to
on.
get us to possibly level 9, which is what it looks like he's aiming for. So good shape of the game for him, but Kiyun is the one I'm going to want to keep my eye on because I believe he just won a round, which means he either cashed or is really close to cashing.
That is a
Oh no.
I mean,
five.
it's in some ways okay. He can win another round and then just grab a 300 cash out and get out. It means that he is not getting to this like giant 400 cash out. Does have the Mighty Mech on bench. I mean, I do not think he was
Unless he
trying
gets
to win this
strong
fight,
and
but
stays
sometimes
strong,
when you slam a bunch
but
of items,
that's-
try to save HP, you do end up winning. But he can at least salvage, just take a 300 cash out and be somewhat okay with this. Still pretty good items, but once again, in the idea of like playing for first, not being able to get your max cash out does feel quite bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. Will be tough.
Who was
See what
it that
options you get with
ruined
300.
the-
Normally,
the
it
plan for
shouldn't be
Kiyun?
enough.
Who was
Maybe
that
some
last win
payout there
against?
possibilities. But he's not comfortable right now. Going up against Philip with the Aurelion Sol Dark Star. Great spot for Philip here. At least knowing exactly what he wants to go and play against. The economy is there. But trying to find still the Cho'Gath. Level
Economy is
5 here
definitely
for
there.
Philip. Only 6 Cho'Gath. I
I'd
thought
like
it
to
was a
see
good position. I only
Grea
saw
as roll
the
down
Dark Star Aurelion
too.
Sol, but actually very far away from the Choga, and he needs to stay on the game plan.
Yeah, Philip seems to
Fairly
really like
close
this
to
Dark
two
Star
of
line. He
those
played
three
it last game. I believe he
stars.
played in another game today, so really a fan of this vertical Dark Star line. One of the things
I
that I
want
think is
Greya to
interesting
win
about
the
his spot is
lobby.
he got
I
the
could
Dark
be
Star spat from
convinced.
Treasure Hunt, but then he just took
In the
another
gameplay
spat on his
today,
next augment.
I did think their
There
lines
is a
were very
possibility of reaching
interesting.
9 Dark Star if he gets
Oh.
one
They're
more
stable,
spat.
but
It would be
interesting
crazy,
still.
but that is an out that he could have if he reaches there.
Man, and I think if we're Keen, we're really hoping for a Reforger here. This is not the anima item we were looking for, not the artifact we were looking for. And so this is going to be a much more difficult way to possibly win this game. We have to figure out how to get it done
What
with
else
the
are we
resources
looking
given.
for here with you?
Yeah, it's not the best one here. To be fair, all the 300 cash outs are not amazing items. You're not really gonna like replace an ASOL item with any of them, so not the end of the world. And he does hit the mech 2. It's kind of funny. We have mech 2 and no ASOLs yet, so would really like to catch up on the ASOLs here.
Oh wow, got a lot of 5 costs coming through. A Nunu 2 is fantastic. The Railing Soul is now here, and this is probably one of the new ways we're seeing this board get played. Is a lot more flexibility around what the other units are, because we're not playing 6 mech. We usually put it on 4. It's exactly what we have. We have 6 Nunus. Wait, hold on. We get reinforcement on 4 too. Are you ready?
Oh
Nunu 3. I'm here. I see it. I see the line.
I mean, it actually could be. It actually
you
could be.
could
That's
do
really
that.
The only augment
I think about that
would
all the
put you in a
time.
Great spot. I don't know. You could think of some kind of like commerce core thing and try to roll for it, but that's. I mean,
Well,
to
what
be
would-
fair, it's very first
what
or
would
eighth,
we
which is
even
what
do
Q
with the
needs. So
Nunu?
definitely something that he could keep in mind.
So
Wow.
out of place.
The tension right now then for Kyun having this chance. He got the Vex, had some possibilities, but obviously he knew that he wasn't going to get a legendary's 2-star, so he decided to sell, roll deep, and find this out. Let's see if
What is going on with
fate
Greya?
accompany
Nami.
Reinforcement Prage.
I
Rage.
don't
You still have to
see
find
double
the next Nunu.
or
The Nunu.
too tanky.
Oh, 1 buff, 2
I
buff
could be
though?
wrong.
We do have another opportunity that way. We don't
But I
have
do see
any,
Samira and
I don't think we have
Ornn
any
on that
anti-heal yet.
board with
Oh,
2
man,
Orns and
that-
2
that
Gwens.
is-
So it could definitely
going
be one
no.
of the augments that I'm not
Oh,
familiar
we
he
with.
took it. He took
Oh,
it.
we'll
He took
see
it.
right now. And you can
Yeah,
say.
he did take 1 buff, 2 buff. Wow.
Okay,
you
he needs
still need
2.
to find the other 2 Nunus. Oh my goodness.
And that's such a contested unit. But I don't know. Not that many people in this game are playing around Vanguard. Silencer is, but it is going to be very difficult to find that contested unit, but he has so many already.
Okay, Phillips
Three-star
finally
Lysandra
finds the
on board
Lysandra,
for
finds the
Philip
Choga 3,
now.
stable
And
position right now,
slotting in the Dark
and
Star
low
with
in
the
HP, only 30.
Kaisa.
So
but
he needs
not
to step
gonna
up from now on,
have
not lose,
the
and start
Rage
to ramp
Blade
out some
for
tempo in
her.
stage 4.
But we're gonna itemize Lysandra
Yeah, so this is what ended up
either
happening
way
with that
with
second
those karma items earlier.
pan that we got. We ended up making Vanguard onto the Cho'Gath here. I've never done this before in one of my games, but I do think it makes sense. Solid enough item onto the Cho'Gath here, and hopefully it'll be enough to stabilize him. Because the other thing is he is kind of broke in this spot here. Had to roll it down super deep to hit everything.
Upset Max stuck on 8 Gragas. Not quite getting to that upgrade to put him into that, but again, he's on a victory lap. He knows it. He knows it, and he's just going to be chilling there. We are... man, the big story, though, is around Kyun and this 3-star, because he's got a solid board regardless of whether or not he hits this right now. And it is got him a 2-win streak here on early stage 4. But again, we see... oh, here's one right there. One less in the pool for him to find.
Okay, Opsemat also goes to True
He's
Zero
got
there
the
in goal.
Kyun
Doesn't find the
has the
Gragas 3-star,
Morgana on
so
board
stop position there
and the
for him.
2-star karma.
Meanwhile, Kyun doesn't find
Yep,
an
here we
additional,
go.
so 2 left
But
still to
not
get
on
the
that
Nunu 3-star.
2-star
He's only out
Aurelion
here
Soul
to
yet.
try to pray 27 HP, so has maybe 2
Pretty
more
hurt.
rounds to try to find it.
Yeah, and I mean, without having the
There's
mech
the
2
Zaya
here,
that I was
I
talking
mean, the
about
board's
with Jungle
good,
Book.
but if you think about the fact that our last prismatic augment really didn't do much on this board, it just added a couple items to karma here. It's still a quite scary spot. Also, if you are Jungle Book, I have to imagine you are very annoyed here that Kyun is sitting here holding 6 Nunus when you're trying to hit Nunu 2 here. So, I mean, this is a little bit of a grudge match here.
I'm curious if Silencer also has any of these Nunus, because there is only 10 of them, and so if 2 of them are taken out of the pool, he cannot hit. Cannot find the other copies that he needs. Yeah, man, it is going
Not
to
in his
be...
board for now, maybe on the bench, but in his board, he doesn't have for now.
Huh.
Yeah, so he
Maybe
might
we can
be able
find
to get
one.
there. We'll see. We will see. I mean, it would be a crazy
What
win
was
out from Kyun,
that?
but it's looking quite scary, right? Jungle Book having won already, and we need to find
Echo?
2 more to get there, and then dupe. It's quite far away, and at some point you're gonna have to ask yourself, do I just have a
I
better
like
ADP? Do I
how
have a better chance
Silencer is
of
playing
getting a
in
good
the
placement
dark.
out of this game if I just, you know,
I am
dupe
also
the
in the
ASOL,
dark.
take ASOL 2, and then tempo from there, go level 9, and play just a normal game from that spot?
For me, it's because the double PC
Ooh,
setup.
Call to Chaos getting
is just
this dummy
warm.
that
It's so
just does an insane amount of damage from the back line, especially when you have a solid front line like we do here on this board for Silencer. It is not too bad. We don't have we're playing more around that Shepherd version, so we don't have Nunu on this board, so that question is answered. But it is going to be you know, we have our upgrades. We're going to be probably going level 9 here soon.
Lacking the Nunu, actually. He would love to have the Nunu. Have the Morgana, maybe to step it up. But as you mentioned, the Golem pretty good in attack. Obviously, having the ramp up there
yeah,
with the Ginzo and the
Greya's
LeBlanc.
roll down
Lacking
would
a
be
little
super
front line,
cool to see
but of
when
course
it happens.
should be good enough to at least save a few more rounds. Silencer in
Very
a great
close
position
to
right now,
those
29
3
points.
stars.
Only needs to survive and be on
I
the
don't think
middle
anybody is
to
contesting
top.
Ornn.
And of course in a great position to advance, 29. And yeah, great position here for
No.
Silencer.
Yeah, you tend to. Oh my god, and this fight's so close. If you can win against Kyun, that is crazy. But that's the downside. Looking at Kyun's augments, his last augment is really not doing much onto his board, and so even though he hit a lot of his upgrades, he still ends up losing that fight. And yes, Silencer feels amazing after winning that fight. Great points, is very, very likely to top 4 this game, and very, very likely to move on.
Someone who's not feeling good
Again.
is Philip, down at 6 HP, still level 6. Oh, we
Greya's
found one more
still
Nunu.
on 6
Wait a
gold,
second.
Went off.
so I don't think there's any movement just
second.
yet
It's
that we're
19.
missing.
He can wait one more.
Yep.
But
Okay,
probably he will try
people came
sell.
to
The
see the
problem is
Aurelion
you
Soul
cannot sell
2,
a lot
makes
because your
sense.
tank, you still need damage.
Exactly. Yeah, and I mean, he probably wants to roll here because it's very likely that Jungle Book is also trying to pick up these last few Nunus here. This also leaves him with no gold going into the Treasure Dragon round, which means he's not going to have much choice of what he gets from there. It's in some ways okay because he's got most of his items done in this spot here, but what he'd really like is some gold from Treasure Dragon so that he could keep rolling. He doesn't really need items at this point. He just wants some gold, hit that Nunu 3. I mean, this is a colossal difference here. The difference between hitting this Nunu 3 and not hitting this Nunu 3 could be the difference between a first and an 8th, a 7th.
Definitely.
Here we go. Let's see if he can get the gold
Potentially
needed
a 7.
and roll. Hey, we do get 10 gold here and a solid tank item. We're going to roll a couple times to see if we can get more gold.
Almost
And we're gonna
out,
miss,
just 10
okay.
gold.
Here we go, 10 gold to work with.
There. Yeah.
Here's the thing to know. It is loot subscription. So will
I'm
we
pretty
get
sure
another
I'd take it on the
duplicator?
first one, though. I'm too scared.
I think the biggest thing you can root for here is for some gold. I don't think Loot Sub can print a duplicator. I mean, Kyun
No,
very much
not
like
anymore?
for it too. I don't
Double
think
hat?
so. Can go check on it. He does get the anomaly onto ASOL, which is really, really nice to spike his board in this spot.
Okay, you can't get it from. Anyway, it would be fun. It would be fun.
Maybe the game
Yeah,
will bug.
100%.
Scout
Looking to
around.
steal Greya, looking for the Ornn 3-star also.
Oh, you were looking for a bigger orb than that.
Okay, Reforger's good for our anima item and
That's
our.
true.
Yeah, here we go. Oh, that's not any better.
Yeah, that's actually worse.
Yeah, for sure. But you know, worth a try.
Still a pretty solid board, honestly. But the big downside is this prismatic augment is really not doing much on our board. And if you rotate into somebody really strong, like maybe a level 9 Leona 3 board, we might be able to lose.
So I think Greya
Koala
did
having
get
the Karma
that
2-star there as the
3-star on
carry.
board.
Not the ideal carry, but Karma was buffed, so Koala in a great spot here. The Anomaly making good damage there with the Aurelion Sol.
For the
Isn't enough.
Nasus,
Frontline
at least.
holding up still for both, but the mech falls down and Kyun gets a huge hit. 1 life for Kyun.
Uh-oh, I think Philip is down. Nope,
Philip?
not Philip is not down.
Philip?
But it is going to be Kuhn and Philip both on 1 life now, and you have to send it here. This is your last
Wait,
chance
Philip?
in order to get this, and so we will start selling our board to see if we can find it. Maybe we can do a backdoor
Unit
Aurelian Soul
3.
3 if we get really lucky. The rules coming
no.
through. It is down to our last bit of gold.
Oh,
We are
no, we
selling
sold
our
them now.
carries.
Oh no.
There
If we
is
hit Nunu
nothing
now, it's
left
over.
here. Oh man.
Not even gonna
What an
remake the
effort, though.
Aurelian Soul.
Yeah,
we
it was a good try
are
by
we
Kuhn.
are
He tried
sad.
to make it there,
GG,
but ends with
Kuhn.
8 Nunus. He had to play for first or
GG.
eighth this game, so I think totally
And this is
reasonable
why I
to
wanted
go for this out.
to
It wasn't super likely to
bring
happen,
in
but
either the full
he
stream
was
or
not
the
able to
clean
get there
feed
at
for
the
this
end,
game because
and
these
it
cameras
is
are
very
so
likely to be
valuable.
an eighth for Kyun here and his last game of the tournament.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, one of the battle-tested tournament players here, Kyun, great spirit always, and now losing the chance, of course.
Upset Max,
TFT always give
on the
revenge,
other
and I'm sure
hand-
Kyun will come back next set, and will have a chance once again to advance.
Not having as much success this game as we saw in the last game.
Philip
I'd
still
be
holding on here.
curious to
Did
see
get to
what's
level
going
7
on
now.
this board.
Playing around. Ooh, Dawn Core on this Lissandra will help this
what can I
ramp a lot.
see?
Ooh, now Eternal Pact dropped. What
Yeah,
do we
Dawn
do with
Core-
this?
Donkor is fantastic on this Lissandra. Just gets her casting, especially with these other items as
And
well. Yeah, he's kind
Greya.
of
I wanna see
an embarrassment of
Greya.
wealth here. He has too many items, doesn't know what to do with them in this spot because
Still
we got so
digging
many
for that
from our loot sub, from this portal.
Horn
There's just
3,
so much
and I
stuff
think only
going
has
on here.
one
And so,
Samira
yep,
on
he's going to throw
board.
this onto the Karma here and have to move then Shojin over to the Kai. So also being very careful, making sure the 6 Dark Star does not move over to something like Karma here because that could be really, really bad here, fielding the Lissandra, taking her off the board and then putting her back on to make sure that she is the 6 Dark Star buffed unit.
Upset on the other hand, with the Nova emblem, with the Kindred doing good damage there. No ramp up for the Kindred, but huge raw damage here, double Death Blade. But it's not enough. Lissandra pops off and take a chunk here of Upsera.
Oh my gosh,
The one
they're so
auto
low
casts
now.
coming through from Lissandra late in
3
that fight, and also getting onto that
below
backline
8.
access is the big difference here. But now,
Yeah.
Upset Max, who's already locked in, and Babzera, who really does need a good placement in this game, are now
Yep.
on 1 life, alongside Jungle Book as well if he takes a bad loss.
Babzera, I
Yeah,
think
for sure.
with
Jungle Book,
26
the player
when
who
we,
really
when we went into this game.
is pretty
Did I get that
likely not
right?
in the running in these games, but he can steal placements from other players who certainly are in the running and also definitely wants to go out on a high note. So we'll see. Upset Max here, yeah, did make it to the Gragas, but doesn't even have the psionic item onto him. Like we talked about, the drone is just not really gonna do that much here. So he decided to just go Guardbreaker onto him, and we are likely to die here if we fight any kind of strong board. And speaking of Jungle Book, his board's looking really, really nice. Just doesn't have that upgraded Nunu, but has the Morgana serving as a good tank here. Has perfect items onto the Xayah here, so a very strong board out of him.
Gragas 3
I think
doing its
Poppy
best
do
to
some work
self-destruct
here,
and
even
kill
as
the
a
backline, but
1-star.
not quite reaching the
Heals are
primary targets.
crazy.
The healing reduction from the Xayah will be doing so much to take down that Gragas soon. Upset Max falls down, so does Philip. And so for Philip, that's going to be it, I think. That's going to put him just below the points needed.
Philip, I don't think ended up
Yeah,
getting
30 points here for
that
Philip.
Karma
Looks
2-star
like it's not
either.
enough, and for Upset Max on the opposite.
Depending
2 points only, but 36
on
should
that
be enough for
matchup.
him to advance to tomorrow.
Yeah, and it looks like
mean, not
the rest of our
depending,
players are battling
was not
out
strong
for this
enough.
last slot here. So yeah, Upset Max guaranteed to move on. Kyun guaranteed to not move on. Philip guaranteed to not move on. And Jungle Book guaranteed to not move on. So we're really battling it out for that last slot in these last few
Man.
players here. People like Koala in a fantastic spot here, 32 points and in the top 2 here. People like Babsera right on the edge and would really need to just start winning every single fight from here on out.
Just win every fight, every
Silencer
game.
on the other side with this ramping composition. The solid front line, but it's still on Nunu 1. Maybe it was because it's hard to find it earlier from one of our players holding them all. But this Gwen is trying to get to the back line, but is getting stuck on the opposite side of the carry, so not able to get down the DPS on the other side for Silencer. So
Greya.
Greya will fall down
Thanks
and
for
out
playing.
in 5th place.
And that's our top 4 for our last game of the day.
Gonna do some
Jungle Book
interesting
also
things to
already
the-
eliminated. Yeah, do you have confirmation here? So Greya 5 points,
let's
that's
see if we
34.
have confirmation.
So in a decent spot, let's see the rest of the game. Babsera will need a first to actually try to fight for that. But now Koala is in a great spot, and Silencer should also be qualified with this.
36, 26.
Yeah, Grea had a great start to the day, but his last couple of games were really, really rough in this spot. So I don't know if it is going to be enough there. At the end, I mean, we do still have these players fighting it out for every single last point, especially Vapzera at 26 really wants to get every single point that he can here.
And I just shout out Silencer,
I'm not
the player
too
that came into this
confident
with
that the
some of
math
the least
works
competitive
here.
experience, player that really started popping off the set, and now with this top 3, has put themselves most likely, I'm not going to say speak in certainty here, but very likely to make it through
and even
into
then, I
the
think
week
Koala
1
has
and
it.
possibly get his chance into the tier 1.
So let's take a look.
Yeah, it can be difficult to play in tournaments when, especially with all of these fantastic players. These are mainstay names in North America: Grea, Philip, Kiyu, and Upset Max. And so playing against the best of the best in the region and doing very, very well against them is no small feat. So absolutely shout out to Silencer, and excited to see what he'll do, going on into the future days.
Koala there holding up. LeBlanc doing full damage here, staying on that Shepherd line. Access there, and Koala takes the fall. Vapzera also falls, and Koala, together with Silencer, will be the 2 others to advance, together with Upset Max.
And if
I'm not mistaken, the third one, or the final match, should be Grea, because Vapzera is 2 points away.
Yes.
Man, so great showing by our players, great effort by Vapzera in this last game to try and get as many points as possible, but Koala and Silencer are both too strong, both on win streaks here heading into stage 6, and now it's just a battle to see who can come out on top and have a little bit more bragging rights going into our week 1 competition.
Yeah, always feels good to end on a first, just to get the good vibes from the first here. So definitely, even though it doesn't matter too much for scoring, it's and getting +1 point means also the bragging rights of, hey, I had this many points on the day. So definitely trying to win every single fight. Though I imagine both these players are just breathing a huge sigh of relief in this spot here, saying, okay, I don't have to stress anymore.
Huge amounts of damage from this board. The Void Gauntlet on this Leona is very, very fun, able to explode and do tons of damage to the board.
Yeah, but Silencer is on a 6-win streak in this spot here. Is stuck level 9-0 gold. Both players actually on basically no gold in this spot here, and so pretty unlikely for things to change here. Silencer just with some pretty solid combat augments. I do think there are definitely some big positioning swap ups that people could make. Really, the big thing is doing things like avoiding the Nunu ball, making sure that the Blitzcrank hits important targets that could actually swing this fight. I mean, it's 2 level 9 boards against each other. The big difference is in some of the upgrades on the board and the augments.
Not that Nunu 3 was a win condition anyway, but we could have gone for it after Kiyu died.
Good crowd control there, and the Sona takes a huge hit. Jack Koala falls down, and Silencer takes it all away. First place for him, and the confirmation for him to advance to week 1.
Still in university, still surviving exam season, and now surviving the play-in. Silencer making it all the way through and capping it off with a win there in game number 7. And it is just setting us up for a fantastic weekend of TFT, because this is just the play-ins. We lost 8 players already, but 8...
So this is how our final game of the day wrapped up. Just a holistic view of the lobby and how it shook out. And we'll go ahead and take a look at the scores here now. Oh. And so that's going to do it for the day. Advancing on to tomorrow, out of the play-in stage is going to be Ready, Jukyu, Super Pino, Ego, Upset Max, Koala, Silencer, and Grea, as we just saw in that last game. Thank you again to Robin and Domino, who gave their time for the games 4 through 6, and to Invective and Haji, who were here for games 1 through 3. That's gonna be it for us on the Gal stream. Sorry, I'm super tired. It's been a long day, but it's been a very gratifying day of TFT. And we are going to hang out just a little bit. I'm not sure if we'll get an interview with Necra, Asa, and Silencer winning out the day. If we do, I'll throw it up on the final score. But yeah, so Grid unfortunately didn't win the lobby Calibuns, but did make it to advance to day 2, so hopefully they'll be winning some lobbies tomorrow and maybe even be our first place point holder tomorrow. So lots of things to come out. Tomorrow's co-stream is going to be also a little bit more on the code streaming side of just, I think we only have one talent for the next few days. Or for tomorrow for the next few games. And then Sunday, we'll be back with Funky, who will be with, I can see who we've got scheduled there. Otherwise, please keep an eye out on the Gal socials for some more updates about the co-stream coverage this weekend. For now, it's been very awesome, and we'll see you all tomorrow and on Sunday. Thank you, everyone. Bye.